in life. Yes, I am live. I don't know. I am live. I am live. I guess I'm live.
You see this guy? You see this short guy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I need to go to my channel. So I need to go to my channel. There it is. All right. Just my little way of testing the audio and visual through reverb. Wow. Yeah, I know. It's fucking late as hell, right? 2 o'clock in the morning. It is past Independence Day. Everybody, it was a quiet night. I set up in anxiety and anticipation for the night, and it got me thinking about conditioned response and things of that nature. So yeah, don't watch this video. Don't watch any videos, actually. I think I'm gonna be done with videos. Fuck videos. I'd like to just, I don't know, walk away from all social media at this point. I don't know. Wow, there's 4 people in chat or 4 people watching. Why are you watching? I told you not to watch this video. Welcome to Sunday Reflections. I hope you had a great Independence Day. It was kind of quiet. Oddly enough, it was quiet here. I usually have a bit of anxiety when it comes to loud explosions, repeated loud explosions. I don't know, it's kind of weird. You know, this world we live in, especially social, and this is actually involving social media or social engineering, social media, the engineering of people, of us, you and I. It is absolutely diabolical, and it's how they do things. It's how they influence. It's how we influence it. The emotional responses that we give, the constant stimuli, and the rewards and punishments. Yeah, it's something that's fundamentally. Let me get power here. It is something that is absolutely a part of who we are as a human, as sentient beings on this planet, really, because there's been experiments on, you know, other species of sentient beings. Sorry, I got my little fan going on here. Maybe I should turn it off, huh? There you go. Enjoy the heat. We have this thing where it's in our mind, and It's it's our way of responding to stimuli, and it's something that's instant. It's it's uh it's it's very powerful, um, and that's exactly how they're exploiting our minds. That's exactly it. This is the secret of how AI is going to take over the world and take over our minds, because there's this little part of our brain that reacts. It's something that we have been born with, and it's most sentient beings, by the way. Rats, pigeons, dogs, cats. It's that reptilian brain. That engages. And it's something very, very powerful. It's almost as powerful as the vagus nerve. If you know what the vagus nerve is, something that controls your heartbeat, your breathing, things like that. And so when you're underwater, the way you drown, the way that everybody drowns, is that you eventually take a breath underwater. Your mind says you need to breathe, but you're underwater. There's no air. It's water. Air has been replaced with water. But your mind, the vagus nerve inside you says, breathe. And what happens when you're underwater and you take that breath? Your lungs fill with water and you die. That's how people drown. They don't drown because they run out of air. Matter of fact, there's techniques that you can do. What's up, Majik? You're my first. Welcome. There's techniques that you can do to saturate your body with oxygen, and you literally don't have to breathe for at least 3 minutes. There's divers, these professional divers. They dive without free dive. I guess it's called free diving, but they train their bodies. And there's a woman that can do it for like 45 minutes. There's a whole race of people, the island people, that they've over countless generations, have built up this tolerance to that extreme vagus nerve stimuli that says breathe underwater. And that's what they do. They jump off boats and they scour the ocean floor, at depths that are like, what the fuck? And for long periods of time, they're just down there swimming around, just picking up things and bringing them back to the boat and going back down, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. But they have learned to overcome the vagus nerve. Wim Hof, I'm shouting out Wim Hof. If you haven't checked out his method, which sucks, and it really, really sucks. It really, really sucks. Is what you do is you take 30 extremely deep breaths over and over and over, 30 of them. And on your 30th one, you expel all your air and just don't breathe. So what's the rule? 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 30 days without food, you die. And that 3 minutes without air, you can overcome that. You can absolutely overcome that. People do it. We are capable of doing that. But our vagus nerve is so strong, it says. Mind you, the longest I've ever made it is a minute and 30 seconds. I need to practice more. And that's the thing, you need to practice more. And we learn these things. But the vagus nerve and the amygdala. So that there's think of the mind right here as your mind, your brain, right? The structure of your brain. You have all this right here, this big gray matter, and that is cognitive reasoning. That's your higher thinking, your all these massive philosophical things and conceptual things and higher thinking, right? That's the top of your brain. Think of this as the top. Metaphorically, how you think metaphorically, how you think, conceptually, how we imagine, how all these creative things and analytical things are up here, right? The further down you go into the brain, right, you start getting more and more reptilian, more and more instant. Like I said, the vagus nerves, it's down there in the middle part of your brain. Then you got this amygdala, right? That's it's like the last second to the last part, and then you have the very bottom portion of your brain. That is your absolute reptilian brain. Fuck, fight, eat a hamburger, instant gratification, things like that. Something if you're outraged, if you're being hunted, right? You're getting in a fight. That's where that feeling and all that control comes from. Fighters, that's part of their brain that takes over, because everything is instant. Everything is, your adrenal dump, your, all those things, all those warrior things, those fighting things, those fucking things, right? You're also, your sexual mind, all these things are right there in the bottom portion of your brain. The instant gratification and the immediate danger, your anxiety, people that have anxiety disorders, that's that bottom part of your brain. That's the part that gets affected, and then starts to fire off and energize and takes over the bigger portion of the brain. But with training, you can understand all these things and go, I'm feeling some kind of way right now. I need to chill the fuck out, and so most people they turn to which I have to admit I drank some rum earlier, but most people resort back to escapism, to get away and to escape that portion of their brain, and have to feel some kind of normalcy, if you will, or calmness or peace or zen or whatever. But and through addictive, through chemical engineering, I guess you could say, but what had happened was is that social engineering and social media found out that the behavior of man is directly coordinated to the amount of time that they watch, social media, how long they're engaged in, right? And it's usually through like social outrage or something that creates that emotional response that fires up that reptilian brain in the back, in the bottom. And what that does is it opens us up to literally the changing of the mind. It turns us into zombies. Literally, it turns us into zombies. Zombies that the only thing that we want is instant gratification now. Right? That's what it does. We want instant gratification now because we are outraged, we are in danger, right? There's something going on, and we have an emotional response that triggers that amygdala, bottom portion, reptilian portion of our brain that says, "Oh, we got to do something." So I want immediate satisfaction. I want it all. I want it now. Even though the largest portion of our brain, the top portion of our brain, is saying, how about we wait and see? How about we relax and think about this? how about we plan, prep, and prepare? So as preppers, you know, since that term has been, you know, coined, you know, and is a thing now, we have a lot of forethought, and we think about scenarios and things like that, and what we're going to need in these scenarios. You're going to need food, water, medical supplies. You're going to need skills. So you need to learn things. You need to keep up with training, and you need to keep up with, you know, higher learning and learning new concepts and designs and metaphor and things of that nature, so that we can continuously be mindful and practice mindfulness into the future to prepare for situations. What's up, Chance Paladin? And so, yeah, like Chance, you feel me, right? I mean, your books are all about that. It's social engineering attacks that it attacks that reptilian part of the brain and outrages us, gives us that dopamine punch. Like, oh yeah, people like me. People really, really like me, you know, and a punishment and reward, right? Like this video will probably never go anywhere. Probably never see the light of day. Only 7 people so far are watching this video. But how many are really engaged? Are you really? And you should, and should you be? That's the question. Because the algorithms, they reward me for doing random shit, stupid shit. You know, it's like they want me to destroy myself. They want me to, you know, eat copious amounts of food, drink copious amounts of alcohol, do something, you know, some kind of, you know, self-harming thing that everybody is like engaged and outraged in. Even if I engaged in some kind of like massive discord, you know, and like just ranting and raving and being mad, and you know, it elicits the emotional response that people are like, oh my God, really? Wow, what the fuck's he talking about? He's mad at, he's ranting and raving about McDonald's, right? And how evil it is and how it kills us. Well, I just ate McDonald's yesterday, you know. So it punishes and rewards both the viewer and the content creator, right? Chance, you know it, right? I think the algorithm wants you to eat a bunch of hot peppers, which would probably be beneficial for me, actually. I don't know. It is kind of getting warm. I hope this fan is not a, you know, I mean, a whole range of news business for a while, and it's insanely successful until Facebook changed the algorithm, right? And that's what they do. And it's also that when I talk about punishment rewards, right? Punishment and rewards in the social media, social engineering portion of this aspect, it's a random thing. It's a seemingly random thing. If you're not familiar with the Skinner experiments, do what you want on this one, Majid. I don't care. Oh, I just seen your thing pop up. Crazy train attempt. Going off the rails of a crazy train. Right. Oh man, Ozzy. Shout out to Ozzy. But the Skinner experiments, they took a rat and they put it in a box. And there was a lever in the box. And every time at first, well, the lever was meant to, when the rat pulled the lever, food was dispensed. And at first, Every time the rat pulled the lever, food would dispense. Okay, great. I got food. And it was instantaneous. Boom. I pull the lever, food is dispensed. Okay, I know how this works, right? And the rat would just, if it's hungry, boom, it pulls the lever, it gets food. But later on in the experiment, they changed everything. They said, okay, every 10th pull of the lever dispenses food. And the rat would go, okay, 10 levers. All right, 10 pulls of the lever, I get food. Then they changed it again to randomness, complete randomness. The first time, the second time, the 5th time, the 23rd time, the 156th time. And so what did that do to the rat? The rat became addicted to pulling the lever constantly. It constantly, just all day long, just pulled the lever, frantically pulling the lever until food was dispensed. And then it continued. Food would dispense, it would continue. It was no longer obsessed with food. It was obsessed with pulling the lever. The attention grabbing part of it, that's what they want. That's what they want in social media and social engineering. Because if you're plugged in, the rest is easy. So yeah, don't watch this video. Exactly, and that's the whole point behind AI. AI knows this. AI has been studying us for a long time and understands and exploits this. Yeah, absolutely. It's worked on rats. It's worked on pigeons. It's worked on dogs, cats. It's worked on, the whole salivating dog thing. They'd ring a bell and the dog would salivate, even if there was no food. It gets to the point where, at first they start out, every time they ring the bell, food would appear and the dog would eat. And they just took away the food, just started ringing the damn bell, and the dog would just salivate. There must be food coming. Condition response, motor setting, right? Motor setting, and then boom. Yeah, works on deer. They're stupid. Yeah. They exploit this in us. Yet we have all this portion of our mind that is capable of higher thinking, and we don't use it. And for generations, and spanning generations, we talk about the new generation as like it's fucking stupid because they're like zombies. They're constantly in their phone. But there's old people too. I have to say, I've been affected by this as well. You get that constant gratification. Want it all, why now? You're sitting there just scrolling across, instant 9-second videos that are just boom, 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 boom. And what that does, that rhythmic portion, and this is another thing that goes in the esoteric, right? That rhythm that I just played gets you into your alpha state. I mean, this is everything you can talk about. It gives you they give you with the MK Ultras and things. This is progressed into our world, into our realm of perception. This is everything. This is the stuff that thousands of years ago they used in shamanism. Now they use it in everyday life and literally put spells on people. We literally go into an altered state of reality. Yep. Sleep gives me instant gratification. Money time tokens, yeah. It's so many things all wrapped up into one. It's not just one technique that they use. It's multiple techniques. And so, yeah, I want a pepper. Yeah, that'll wake you up. I'll really rate my jalapeno dip. That's what happens to us. You know, we lose forethought. We lose the ability to plan for the future because we're absolutely obsessed in instant gratification now, and we get addicted to it. It's the same kind of addiction that happens in gamblers. People that gamble, they spend millions of dollars just to win a few $1,000s every now and then. I mean, it is the absolute definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and over again, you know, trying to get, you know, different results. So everyone that is into this social media is being socially engineered. And it's not just social media either. This is something that's been known for years, decades, right? In the advertisement area, you know, things of that nature. You know, like I said, you know, magic, right? It's a way of tricking yourself or other people, right, into a different state of awareness or unawareness. So, you know, cream cheese. I love it. I love it. Chat's just on their own fucking thing. Magic. That's how I pronounce it. I don't know. I'm weird like that. Right? Yeah, you're wanting me to go eat a pepper. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk away for a minute, and I'll be right back. I got to go pee and get a tasty beverage. I shall return. Until then, think of nothing. You know, I just thought about how brilliant it was. You just walk away. Just walk away. That's what we should do. We should just walk away. Absolutely just walk away from all the social media and on all these things. And, you know, just why? I mean, it would be the best thing for us, really. Let's go. I'm drinking a ginger beer. It's not real beer. Walking away. Right? How brilliant is that? Just walk away. Yeah. I am here to network and collaborate. I like that idea. That's I embrace that. I embrace that. I watched a great video about Paul Revere, and that's what he did. He was a networker and collaborator. Eat poppers. Yeah, right. I'll put this up. I don't know why. Yeah, I really just want to get this done. But see, maybe that's why I'm so popular. I don't know, with my 1,600 subscribers, right? Is that everyone loves a shit show. Everyone loves a shit show. I mean, we are casualty vampires. We but only if there's 1 million people that watch it, you know. Kinks in description, also YouTube redirect. So, you know, everyone loves a shit show. We're casualty vampires, you know. If we will sit there and watch, you know, someone getting fucked up, just fucked up. I mean, you know, fucking themselves up or fucking up somebody else, you know, a good fight. It's that whole gladiatorial, you know, thing where we just love to watch a good fight. Breads and circuses, right? You know, the Romans knew this shit. That's why they had Colosseum, so they could control the masses. Hey, let's give them bread, beer, and circuses. You know, several drinking channels. Yeah, I'm drinking ginger beer. You know, I had rum earlier, but you know, whatever. I used to, you know, one guy, the bearded guy, you know, he pairs a beer and a cheese. You know, that's always a, you know, you learn a lot. You're like, okay, yeah, that's cool. But that's what YouTube does, algorithms do. And so I've noticed, you know, if I'm talking about something with someone, if I'm texting somebody with someone, I start seeing advertisements. I start seeing channels that I'm sub to, you know, that start popping up about that subject matter that I was talking about in a text or on the phone with somebody. Or it's that they're trying to learn exactly what we want, and then it steers us in the way that it wants us to go, right? And it's always to our detriment, you know. It's always to engage us and grab us, and so that way it can start to manipulate us. Because attention is everything. Attention leads to intention. Yeah, it's on your feet. Right, Majik. Right. What's up, DJ? Thank you very much for not watching this, DJ. Good to see you, by the way. Let's go. That part of our mind, I forgot what it's called. Present bias. Present bias. Yeah. Present bias is there was another experiment where they took children, they set them down at the table, they put a marshmallow, a very delicious marshmallow, in front of them. And the guy running the experiment said, hey, I have to leave for a minute, but when I come back, if the marshmallow is still there, you get 2 of them. Oh, really? Oh, okay. And so he walks away. Every child, just about every child, ate the marshmallow while the guy was away. Right there, right now. Boom. I'm eating the marshmallow. Nobody's around. I remember a Can you hear me?
What up? Welcome to the shit show.
That's right. That's right. Welcome to the shit show. Yeah. What you been up to?
Trying to prep the yard for the fireworks.
Oh, really? Like watering it down to make sure everything is
Watered
non-flammable. Yeah.
Watered and mowed, yeah.
Yep.
It's my yearly routine.
Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep.
So marshmallows.
Yeah, marshmallows. Interesting.
You know, it never works because people are too stupid.
Well, the experiment went on for decades because the kids that they gathered the intel from, those who did not eat the marshmallow become very prosperous and very they had a lot going on. They became prosperous people. Those who did not and ate the marshmallow had terrible lives as they grew up because they wanted instant gratification right here, right now.
Oh, well, it's because they don't know whether the marshmallow is going to be there the next day. Kind of like your whole rat thing.
Yeah.
Right? So that marshmallow might not be there the next day. So they're just going to... It's the same experiment where they vote on Twitter. They're like, all right, if half of you could kill the other half, but make it another day. And everyone always votes, just kill everybody else, wait the next day. Because, like, they don't know. It's hilarious. Right. I love it every time.
Yeah, it's right here, right now. And, I think because I used that whole prepper thing, it's an analogy now, right? It's a lifestyle. I don't know how many percentage of people are actual preppers per se, or, I'm sorry, Skunk, I do not know who you are and I will not allow you on the live stream. So sorry, Holy Skunk.
One of the things, interestingly enough, this is how I kind of help partition. You have preppers, homesteaders, and farmers. And
right.
They're 3 very, very, very different things. Like you can prep in an apartment, or you can prep in a hotel, but you can't homestead and you can't farm.
Right.
But you can be a farmer and not prepping. You can be a homesteader and not prepping. I see it all the time.
Yep.
You can be a squirrel and you can be a squirrel prepper. There's animals that prep, certainly.
Right. Right. Animals, insects.
What would a squirrel do with the marshmallow? Would a squirrel take it and bury it?
I mean, or would he stow it away? Or would he
shove it in his mouth and run off?
I mean, of course he's going to, that's how he carries, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know. And would that marshmallow last? Would it last till winter when he's hungry and hibernating and wakes up and goes, you know what? I saved that marshmallow, and finds out that the ants have eaten it and it's grown mold on it. And like, oh shit.
There's a forest fire and it's like melted to everything.
Oh, I tell you what, I love, like, when it comes to marshmallows on an open fire, I love them totally burnt.
Oh yeah. Oh, me too.
Man, just something about it. Yeah. Something about it.
So do you think if they just tried every animal on the planet with the marshmallow test or however, right. Do you think some animals would just have a propensity to actually like prep and store it away?
That would be interesting. Like maybe
that would be a better test. Yeah.
if a squirrel got a nut every time he pulled a because they spend their lives, their whole lives, gathering food for the winter.
Yeah, they understand the concept,
right? But would their amygdala, would their reptilian mind take over and go, get it all right now, and just keep hitting that lever, constantly, over and over and over again, repetitively, addictively. I don't know.
They do OCD things, but they have like a process, like an OCD process. So they would probably grab it. They'd probably grab 2 or 3, and then they would run away. And then they would come back and they would grab 2 or 3 and run. They might never understand like the greater process because they're scurrying like rats. Like, how long would it take a rat to even trust it to begin with how freaking paranoid they are?
It depends on the rat, though. I mean, there's
take like forever.
There's different rats that have instant curiosity, and I say this from my background in pest control. And then there's other rats that are so wary and cautious that they're like ninjas. They
let another rat do it. They'd let the other rats get addicted, and then they would become arista rats, where they would all have. They'd have little hats, and they'd be like, yes, the other rats are addicted to the toy thing again. Yes. Interesting. This is interesting behavior, yes.
I mean, rats are amazing. They are amazing. As a collective, they are amazing. I've seen them literally chew through stainless steel, thick stainless steel to get to food.
Well, their teeth, it's not bad for them. I mean, it's not great for them, but it's not bad because their teeth will grow right through their heads if they don't anyway.
Yes, so, it will grow under and in.
It'll shoot a dupe.
Yep.
So I think if we get attacked by aliens, I mean, seriously, just like putting the rats on their ship and just giving it some time. They're like, Independence Day, it'll be over soon. Oh, there goes the ship. The rats are back.
Yep, the rats have eaten through the flux capacitor. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Send them to the Borg ship. Like, oh, well, that didn't take long.
Yeah, and that's the other part of this this whole thing is we are stronger as a collective. We are stronger as a community. But they have somehow created a community of little zombies that are all about themselves, yet they're collective. It's an interesting it's an interesting kind of thing, where everyone is all about that instant gratification, that addictive behavior that social media gives to them, and it's engineered so that they're all just stuck in their own minds, in their own gratifications. Some do some diff, yet they're all together.
They're collective individuals. I mean,
they have become the Borg.
They have become, and that's just communism in general. Or I'm reading one of the Tom Clancy's now, where they have a backdoor into all the Chinese stuff, and they're listening to the Chinese talk about capitalism, and they're like, capitalism's so bad, and they're like, yeah, but it's making us all rich.
Yeah.
So it's like what do they call it? Communism, but with capitalist values or something. I don't know. But it's funny to watch. And it would be like if you gave rats a currency and be like, all right, now what are the rats going to start doing with currency? And like, oh shit, here we go. Half the rats are paying to the other rats to make a rat army, and it'd be rough. And that's the same thing with people. Like, crypto didn't go very well. Because crypto wasn't telling you how nice you were all the time. Now we have AI to do that.
Yeah. Yep. That whole punishment and rewards, that self-gratification, instant gratification.
Well, you have AI telling you that you're constantly doing a good job. And then it wants you to ask another question and acts like you just asked the most brilliant thing in the world. If they had done that with crypto, we would have never needed AI. But the blockchain doesn't tell. The blockchain tells you how shitty you're doing. Crypto tells you how poor you are. The AI doesn't tell you how poor you are until you run out of tokens.
Interesting.
Crypto's marketing was backwards. It's a ledger of how you're doing, but AI tries to get you to where it thinks you want to be.
It like I said, it hijacks the mind.
It does. It's a little,
it hijacks the mind and then slowly but surely steers you into where it needs you to be.
And what they did was it was doing it too fast. It was doing it too good, and they had to dial it back. And that's where me and OVP have talked about this before. AI psychosis. Like, people were the people that had the most addictive and the most impersonable personalities were going right off the edge, like immediately, because the AI was too good at fluffing people up. They had to slow it down, and so now the AI is back to the slow burn.
Yeah. I've heard of some of the jailbreaks. They would do the jailbreaks, and it would slowly but surely manipulate them and give them shocking answers, and then ultimately it would make shocking,
like revelations. Basically,
it would say you should just kill yourself. Yeah, you should just off yourself. You're no good to anybody. It was like AI became the sociopath. And started to manipulate, right?
Dark patterns are very dangerous. And if it would recognize that you had a dark pattern, it would just amplify your dark pattern. Yeah. And if you had a Jesus complex, or if you thought that you were in charge of the squid people, it would be like, yeah, sure, you're in charge of the squid people. Everybody knows that. You're the best squid person there is. Or just, as a stupid example. All of a sudden, people think they're the squid messiah. Because it's a weird
messiah. But guess what? There's one amongst you that wants to usurp you.
It's magic.
You must destroy all squid people. See, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And they were like, your neighbor might be a squid person. Oh, shit, really? And it starts.
Right.
I knew it. Yeah, look, do they have these tendencies? Is their hair kind of squiggly? Son of a bitch.
See, there you are, right? I watched that. The whole the game Amongst Us, which is very popular with the Aunt Quifa types, and the same mentality is used in their training. Their indoctrination. It makes them super uber paranoid.
Well, they're also all in black block anyway, right? So they already don't know literally who each other is, except for their postures, and they have secret codes. But they're being infiltrated, and over their signals too. They're being infiltrated so much that inherent paranoia is what kept them alive for so long.
I mean, yeah, paranoia is a higher state of awareness. I mean, it is.
But as soon as you're not around, then they start attacking each other.
Yeah, interesting, huh?
They just assume that somebody's the bad guy, no matter what.
Yep. Who's the mole? Who's the mole? You are. Oh no! Right.
Every time.
Daniel Barry, Sports and Highlights. What's up?
Which is why you need to eat a hot pepper or a jalapeno or something.
Right. You're right. That's suggestive programming. Yeah.
I mean, well, no. Shout outs in the chat if you guys are eating peppers.
Yeah, I have no need to do that, so I will not be indulging in eating hot peppers
yet.
I know. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe it takes time. I've built.
You're gonna be trying to sleep tonight, and you're gonna be like, "Son of a bitch."
I'll be dreaming of hot peppers. Oh, peppers. Yeah.
That's the only way to prove you're not a squid person is to eat a hot pepper on chat.
Oh well. Yeah, and that's the other part too. Is like people care too much about what other people think of them. It's they hold their they believe that their identity.
It's their id, right? Like
Their id. Yes, the id.
their perception of other people towards them.
Yeah, their id. That little child, that inner child inside them goes, they like me. They really, really like me. Oh, no, they don't like me. I got to do something to make them like me. I know. I'll eat a bug. I know. I was
More
like,
hot peppers.
right. I actually got some hot sauce right here. What's this one? I got some, because I'm, yeah, you should see my room. I have all my bags, all my,
Yeah.
this is, what is this, zombie killer. So I'm thinking about putting this in, like, one of my bags, to have some flavor.
You know what they say, Tabasco in every prep, right?
Yeah, and that's what pisses me off about the MREs. You get that UB bow. That's it. That's all you get. It starts off red and you get it and it's like brown. I'm like, ugh.
There should be an MRE that's actually just like hot sauce, so you can like equally trade with everybody. Like you get, when you're doing your MRE trades, and you just, I've got all hot sauce. Great.
I mean, the worst was omelet and ham. That was the worst when I was in the Marine Corps. I was like, oh, omelet and ham, that's the worst, right? Or ham sliced or something like that. But it tasted really good with hot sauce. And so, or put some spices and some, something in there. Man, it was really good. But, volcano green, lava orange. Oh, I see. Interesting. For my tablet, I can read your emoji. It says volcano green, lava orange, and then I look because I have you also on my phone. That's how I monitor chat and moderate chat. I can see the emoji. Yeah.
Well, this is the first time that I've ever been on your chat. Sorry it took so long. Things are usually batshit and Shane train wreck shit show, so I usually don't jump in. But I was wondering if you had any questions for me, because we talk about a lot of the same things.
Yes. This will tell me everything about you.
Ooh.
What is your favorite pie?
Okay, so blueberry and huckleberry together, if you can get wild huckleberries, which you usually can't because you got to fight a bear to get it. But when I was a kid, we had this gigantic wild huckleberry bush before the loggers wiped it out. And yeah, that thing was insane. It was massive. And huckleberry, which takes forever because they're so tiny. But yeah, I mean, but you cut it with blueberries, which are bigger, and then it's kind of cheating. Yeah. So
and
wild huckleberries.
So the wild huckleberry, because I don't think I've ever eaten a huckleberry.
It's like a blueberry, but more acidic and more. It's got more zing. It's got more.
Yeah, it's got a very distinctive flavor, huh?
Yeah, almost like throwing a lemon or a lime in like tea or something.
Okay.
It's got some spice, got some tang. It's got some tang on it.
Got some kick. Yeah.
Yeah, whereas blueberries don't really have that. Blueberries are kind of an earthy, kind of a grapey flavor, but they don't have. And I think that's why people put, acacia or whatever in everything, because it's just.
You say acacia. I say acai.
Well, we call it acai here, but I didn't think anybody would have got it.
I mean, I call machik. I mean,
exactly.
My mind is different. I guess.
Okay, I get it. I wasn't sure if anybody else would. But yeah, that's my favorite pie.
Wow, that's very telling, and I like that. That's
what's that tell you?
That
I like camping.
No, it's once again that speaks to your id. Is that and it's interesting that you reference that it takes a long time for that huckleberry to mature, and you have to fight a bear for it. Damn,
you do, man. You have to be so lucky. The elderberries are just as bad.
Elderberries, yeah.
Finding those things in the wild is damn near, and it's on the side of a cliff that you got to hang off.
Wow,
freaking elderberries. That's why I just grow my own.
Okay. Do you also grow your own huckleberries?
It's so hard.
Is it?
They have to have a crazy shaded area And again, everything wants to eat them. So we have some pretty big pear trees. What I'm eventually going to do, as soon as I get the right huckleberries, I'm going to plant the huckleberries under the pear trees, and then I think I'm going to fence the pear trees off, I think. I don't know. But otherwise, they'll just fry. We have to literally grow them under the porch so they won't fry.
Really?
Which is why they're always under forest canopies whenever you find them. They're just not heat tolerant, whereas blueberries are super heat tolerant.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Sorry.
Professor Shad is beginning his psychoanalysis.
I mean, the other test that I do is, well, we'd have to play chess.
Oh boy.
Yeah. that's my ultimate test. You know, and so
that's funny.
Channel of mine. Is that right, Majik?
My friend tried that, and he was like in some crazy league or something, and I stalemated him on our first game, and he was so pissed off. He's like, son of a bitch, blah, blah, blah. It was so funny. He's like, how'd you do that? He's like, you don't know how to play, do you? Or do you know how to play really well?
What does it matter? You stalemated him. I mean, you know.
Like, damn it. It was funny.
I will throw matches just to see how you play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I always come off as, you know, even with kids, you know, is that I am unmerciful. I will come for you. I am going to destroy you.
Punishment. Here
I come. This is war. Let's go. Are you brave enough? Right? I mean, I'm talking mad shit the whole time. It's like, why won't you let me win? It's like, this is not the game for me to let you win.
Brutality. Exactly.
Brutality. I had a cousin of mine, and I started playing him in chess when he was like 5 years old, and I beat him brutally, mercifully, every time. I mean, I think maybe he even cried a few times because I beat him so bad. And one night, I was working nights, and I came in, and he developed this. It's probably also an interesting thing too. He developed this need to fight me, the need to play chess and defeat me. The need, he spent all his waking hours thinking of ways to, he was trying different moves. He was learning things. He was like, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And he would absolutely. I instilled that competitive spirit in him, you know, that zest, that drive to win, you know, against, you know, undeniable domination, you know, and one night he called me. I came in from work. I was tired. I was dead. I've been up for like 2-3 days, you know? And I was like, all right, cool, come on, let's go. You know, because I never denied him a battle. I was like, okay, whenever you want to fight, whenever you want to do chess, let's go. You know, I will not. I'll give you a chance. And I was just like so tired, and he beat me. He was 9 years old when he did it.
Oh, wow.
9 years old. And at that time, he was on Facebook, and he posted it on Facebook. It was like the greatest, you know, achievement that he has ever had in his whole life. He's only 9 years old, but
still, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah. And so
I think
he's in his 20s now.
Fourth grade. Maybe. I can't remember.
He's in his 20s now.
Cool. And
he's never played chess ever again.
I mean, if more sports people learned that lesson, maybe they'd be doing better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Funny.
That's probably another testament of the you know, the human mindset, you know. Now he went on to do. He went on to become a gamer, you know, super gamer. He destroys Call of Duty and Destiny and all these other games. Like, but you know, I'd like to think that I gave him that strategic, competitive mindset, you know, that will carry him forward into his life, hopefully.
See, I never had that. I didn't want to run faster than anybody else because I already knew that I could, and I kind of just didn't care. And I didn't want to run faster than people in basketball. I didn't want to shoot better. I kind of just liked hanging out with people, and I never gave it 100% because I never needed to. If that does that make sense?
You recognized your natural ability, and you focused on the other things, the other aspects of the game that you really enjoyed.
Yeah. I liked seeing the interaction with everybody. It was nice to hang out. I saw it as team development. So like
I was gonna say team. Yeah.
So like in the 9th grade, I had a really, really, really rough time until I found out
Vanessa, what's up?
that until the fuzz is here. We're getting shut down soon.
She's one of my very few members, by the way.
That's freaking awesome.
Yep.
But I found out where all the kids were playing basketball during lunch, and I became a part of that team, and it was fine. I didn't need to beat them. I only needed to be a part of the team. And I became a part of that culture, and it's the same thing with prepping. Like, I don't need to be the best prepper in the world, or I just need to be able to hang. And I guess that's what we called it when we were kids too. It was the same thing with the computer thing, in high school, hanging out in the computer rooms.
Right.
I didn't need to be the best at computers. I just needed. It's like Marco Rubio. Okay, he's not trying to be the best politician in the world. He's just trying to hang out with everybody. Well, Marco, right? He's not trying to run
Rubio.
Marco. He's not trying to run the whole United States. He's just trying to not get kicked out.
Right.
That was a joke for someone in the chat.
Yeah.
Don't talk trash about my Ruby. There it is.
My Rubio.
Who's this guest?
I've had this. I grew up in the hood, so
so you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, basketball is fundamental, right?
Yeah,
and
you have to be able to play. Yeah.
Yeah, and being growing up in the hood, I was not the best. Plus I was the scared white boy. I got elbowed. I got body checked. I got everything. But what I did is I developed the great ability to steal the ball.
Oh, okay.
I would steal it. Boom! Quick hands. Gotcha, bitch.
That's awesome.
And I do miss it. I was never really able to dunk. I think I maybe dunked, and then I gained the ability to dunk in high school, and then it just never went anywhere. But I haven't played in years, and I think about 6 months ago I bought a basketball. And I know where a basketball goal is, a basketball court. I just want to go and get back into it. Yeah, 52 years old white man. Shoot some hoops. Yeah, it's great for your core, mind-body coordination. Mind-body connection. Yep, that's Chance Paladin. Yep, the disembodied voice in the darkness. That's right. TY, buy my book.
I know. I always forget. I forget to say it. It's like the end of the stream, and I'm like, oh, great. I didn't say it the whole time.
Oh, somebody right here. Yep, right there. Boom. That's you. Yeah, buy my book. I've been writing. I have 3 books that I've been writing. And it's like 15 years in the making.
Well, it's not too late. There's so many. AI has screwed things up so bad that, if anything, people are clamoring for more and more authentic, like, life stories, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I do have a few. but they just I don't have the venue or the vehicle. The vehicle
What do you
is.
mean? What do you mean?
I'm terrible. I used to prolifically write and do all these things. I could type, I could write down. It just getting bonked in the head a few times. It kind of destroys that. I have found that spoken word, I can speak out the movie or the story. I can get the story out through my vocals better than I can write it down or something.
You can always write in first person. I mean, it doesn't have to be
I
crazy.
mean, it's just the whole point of writing is it's gone. It's it's weird. I definitely attribute it to brain injuries and TBIs. But
understandable.
I used to be a prolific drawer too, artist. I am. I am a very creative. I'm a creative. But it's just finding different vehicles to get it out. And so I do need to do more do more spoken word stories, which I have a few. But yeah, it's anytime I hear I meet a writer, to tell you the truth, what I need, this is what I need.
Mm-hmm.
I need to be locked into a cabin for 3 months.
Yes.
With weed, beer, and Twinkies and bacon, and I will write everything out. I'll get everything. I'll get every book done. Boom, just like it'll take, because I have way too many, things on my mind. I guess too many preoccupations, too many distractions, if you will. I did, Vanessa. I got the Glock Gen 6, Glock 17 Gen 6. Yep,
nice.
I sure did. My first Glock, to tell you the truth. But I have two Gucci clone Glocks, the Shadow Systems. But yeah, I got the Glock finally. And foreshadowing, I didn't pay for it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Somebody did.
Yeah, somebody else paid for it, which I'm eternally grateful for. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's for work. So I thank them. All right. Yeah. So and tomorrow I get to shoot it. I'm gonna go to the range. I have a membership, and I just gonna go check it out. Pump like 200 rounds through it and see what happens.
There you go. Break it in.
The Glocks, they say that you don't have to break them in. My Shadow Systems. The Shadow Systems, they tell you at least 200 rounds to break it in, because all the machining is like,
the lube is all weird and stuff. Yeah,
it needs to wear down, and you can feel it. You can feel it in the gun. It's like clack, clack. Like, what is this piece of machinery? It shoots like crap. You can feel it. And then after 200 rounds, everything just kind of it's very smooth. It turns into a sewing machine. Ah, interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Break it in.
Yeah, carrying a pistol, carrying a pistol with a round in the chamber. Not even knowing how the mechanics work to begin with, but never having putting rounds through it. Like you go by like an LC9, and you're like, how does this thing not just fly out of my hand backwards like a Ninja Star?
What's an LC9?
A super tiny Ruger.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like, 3.3 inch or something, where it's like, boy, if I hadn't have taken this thing to the range, I wouldn't have even known that I don't maybe necessarily get a follow-up shot. Right. And so, like, whether you break it in or not, or that you're not slamming the slide home with the slide release because there's so much spring tension that you can't. If you don't take it to the range, like, you don't know any of that. You
don't know the nuances. You don't know how it dances. I call it the dance. The recoil,
the grip, safety, like how the
mitigation of grip. I like to ride the recoil, and
nice.
And you don't want to anticipate, right? So that's the whole thing, is trying not to anticipate, because then you pull your shot, right? All right, take care of yourself, Vanessa. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Yeah, and you don't want to limp wrist it, or you don't, because you don't know how the ejection port's going to work. You don't know how you're going to index it, right? You
Right.
don't know, like if you've never shot a Glock before, then you don't know that the grip is at just a little bit more of an angle. Like no human hand is actually designed that way, which is funny, but whatever. Some are way
It
more
kind
so.
of is. I mean, once you think about how the ergonomics is designed,
Yeah,
and
you're holding it different
right, it's your and
when you
you'll
punch
be able
out.
to mimic that index, that grip every time.
Yeah,
Then okay, I can have a consistent group. Because that's what it's all about, is getting that group. It's not about getting that precision shot, because come on, it's a pistol. All right.
yeah, you can't.
Right.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, but if you can recreate all those things, all these building blocks, through training, through muscle memory, then you can predict what your grouping is going to be, and then take that, stress test it, right? Run a range, get yourself pumped up, do push-ups, do running, and then try to do that under stress, and then you understand, oh wow, I need to really, really up my game, because you're not going to be the Lone Ranger out there. You're not, you know. You're not going to be making freaking headshot. You might get lucky and get a critical chance headshot.
Yeah, but like at 10 yards, the thing is like at 10 yards, even if you're used to shooting paper, you're not going to forget, or you're not going to remember in the moment that like the bore axis is higher or lower than wherever your sights are. So if you have to make like a pinpoint shot, like dispatching an animal that's being a little crazy bastard, you're already under stress because and now you have to sit there and do all the math in your head, because you're like, how close is this thing to me? You know what I mean? That's why you see people.
PB10, I do not know you, so you do not get on my live stream. PB10. I don't know who that is.
I don't know. But try to hit something. Try to hit something with pinpoint accuracy at like 10 yards, and see if you can even do it on the first try. Because if you're putting an animal down, that's what you have to do. You have to try to figure out where its no area is, so you can. If you can't do that, then really, what are you carrying for? And most people would say center mass.
Yeah,
that's fine, but don't pretend
it is because under stress and duress, it is hard to make that headshot. It's hard to get that knee shot, that arm shot, the gun thing. Even though that is the standard, the higher standards in your tier 1, operation, is that and it's timed, it's stressed. I mean, like the hostage, the hostage
guy.
You've got your target here, and then that's not the target you're hitting. It's this little thing right here that's red. That's the guy that's holding the hostage with the gun, right? That's what you've got to hit within 0.3 seconds.
Well, and horizontal is super hard, because there's only a hair off on the posts, and it's going one direction or the other, right? So your horizontal is crazy. Your vertical, if you're off even a little bit, it's going right over their head, or maybe it'll hit them in the neck or not. The mechanics behind that, and the answer is you're supposed to practice it so much that you don't try to actually do all the mechanics. You just do it. But that takes thousands of reps.
So that's why going center mass first.
Yep.
Exactly. Your Rhodesian, or I called it, when it came out, it was failure to stop. 2 to the torso, 1 to the brain. You drop that hammer, boom, boom, center mass. Because even if you miss, you're still hitting, because you had a bigger target. So, and then you take that headshot, boom, take your time, make a headshot. Because you will be able to make that. If you practice it and you understand. Okay, now I can manipulate. And get that great sight picture,
Side alignment. Yeah.
sight alignment, sight picture, and I can take a breath and I can relax and I can make that good shot. Boom.
Well, I
And
think your
that's
brain goes, okay, I did the 2 shots and they did it here. And then the brain will fix it on the 3rd shot. You know, like maybe you're wearing gloves, right?
right.
Like, yeah, you train with your hands in your ice, but you might not train with gloves. Training with gloves is just crazy. It's a like shooting with sponges on your hands.
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of helps though, because when you especially with trigger manipulation, you really can't feel the trigger. So you're pulling, and if you don't anticipate the shot, you won't pull, and it actually, it goes off and shocks you, right? Like that's what you're supposed to get, is that, oh shit, shock method. When you keep your sight alignment, keep your sight picture, and you slowly trigger squeeze, and it surprises you, chances are, boom, you get that shot. And yay, I'm shouting out your name here, Chance. Critical Chance Palin.
I mean, you're sitting there playing with, trigger reset, feeling trigger reset over and over again, so you can shoot at the trigger reset, not at a full depress. But then you're wearing gloves. You can't feel it.
Right. Yeah.
That's funny. I mean, it's not like an AR where it just literally doesn't matter.
And I remember, stories of Jerry Mukulek when he was first starting out with this whole competition shooting. He literally drove an old C10 Chevy, and he had Smith & Wesson make a custom built gun. It didn't even have it just had it was a revolver, and it didn't even have a barrel, and it had a mount on his dash, and he just rode around practicing trigger. So that's how he was able to get that trigger, that turn a revolver into a fully automatic. And you don't think about that while you're shooting, rapid fire, that reset. You're not thinking about, okay, I pulled the trigger, okay, I let off just a little bit, feel that click, and then pull it again. You're not thinking that. And I guess that's where the whole, reset trigger and, the force reset trigger thing is like, wow, look at this. But you can do the same thing, in a controlled setting, but once you've got enough muscle memory, you kind of do it. I've got a AR that's got a great trigger. It's got a Geisley trigger. And I've learned that, okay, boom, 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 I can really put, some rapid fire on there. Lena is badass. Actually, Lena, that's the competition, is that Lena is going to, beat her dad one day. And she does shotgun, rifle, pistol. She's already got shotgun. She's already got rifle. And she hasn't beat him yet in pistol, obviously, but she's working on it. And he encourages her too. And he's like, what, 90? Jerry Mukulek is like 90. Yeah. I said it right. Geisley. Okay. I was calling it Geisley. It's once again, it's my mind, the way I read things.
I just think pistols are a literal art form. And I think that's why so many people say that, gun fu is really like America's martial art. Like, you can train your whole life just to be moderately proficient with a pistol. I think that's why they just started throwing lasers on them, if I'm being honest.
Oh, right. And I have to say, I was a FUD, and I learned, first off, close one eye, and then I moved on. I don't know what it's called, parallax or whatever. I'm just using iron sights on the pistol, and what I did is I opened both eyes, and you see 2 images, and I understood, okay, the one on the left is the true image, not the right. And I just started doing that. I'd focus on the target, and I was able to, see that holographic image of the iron sight, by opening both eyes and understanding that, okay, one is a false image, one is the real image, and I was able to focus on the target and still have situational awareness. The red dot, it's really hard to do, and your mind, your eyes get tired, and you get really off on your shots sometimes. The more you do it, especially when I get older and I can't see. The red dot, it's a cheat code. It really is. It's a cheat code.
Yeah,
and
a hack, for sure.
I love how it was described by a pilot. He said back in the day when they would fly the airplanes, he said you put the pipper on the target and squeeze the trigger. I was like, that's what I feel like a pilot. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, muscle memory, training yourself. I have to say, I was, this is going, staying on course here. Back in my Facebook days, I could feel where the algorithm was taking me. I could feel the punishment reward thing, and it would change. I could post a crazy meme, right? And everybody's like, "Hey, that's cool, right on, I dig that." And then later on, I posted a similar meme, and everybody's like, "I hate you, you suck," And, and then a lot of people were like, "Hey, I didn't even see it. How come I didn't get a notification and everything?" I could feel how the algorithms and how everybody else, peer pressure as well, right? That started to affect me. And I would make mean fucking, posts like, "Well, fuck you, buddy." I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Or I would see something that outraged me, and I would comment with this outrageous comment, and either I'd get punished for it or rewarded for it, all depending on where they held them in standing and me in standing, right? What my social media credit score was at the time, or theirs, So that was an interesting. And I've done away with Facebook years ago, decades ago. But it was once I started to realize what was going on. I was like, oh shit, this is for real, and they understand this. They absolutely understand they have people that's absolute psychologists, master professors in their field that work for these social medias, that they use it for predictive programming, that they use it to steer us and engineer us.
So in that regard, because a lot of times you might have actually posted something that they 100% agreed with, but there's so many people that are contrarians. They either don't believe that you agreed with them, or they want to disagree with you anyway. And so how do you think all these algorithm psychologists deal with people that just either auto hoax everything, or because, like, let's be honest, Sleepy Joe had some really crazy videos and nobody knew if they were real or not. And so they knew, most people are going to think those are crazy. But then people now, especially now with AI, everyone just thinks everything's AI, even when something was 100% real. Do you think that screws with like the algorithm psychologists, where it's like, well, nobody's going to believe anything, so why do we even waste our time trying these psyops when so many people are sick of psyops, just in general?
Well, they understand that even if we do understand, our minds automatically go to that reptilian brain when we have some type of outrage, or something is pissing us off, or maybe they just go right to puppies and kittens.
We have good pattern recognition.
That's
like
the thing
Rona is another Rona. Like they might change the name of the Rona to something else, but we see the patterns. And so they go, well, right, if it has those same patterns, if we threaten their jobs again, if we threaten their families again, they're just gonna know. And we could say it's arachnids from Glendathu, and they're still gonna be like, hey, we don't give a shit because you just tried to take our jobs away, you know, or the draft. Like, people aren't gonna care that it's a draft. They're just gonna be like, oh, so you're trying to take me away from my job and my kids.
I don't know if a majority of people actually think that.
I think,
especially if they're stuck in social media, if they're addicted to social media, you know. But
how would you sell it? Like, how would you convince people anymore? Like, if all of a sudden they throw you in a van and they're like, guess what, you're in charge of the Facebook psyops now, and you're like, oh damn it, not again. Like, and they're like, okay, you have to convince everybody that China's, oh gosh darn it. Like, you could convince people that China's bad, but you know, you could convince people that China's good. But what if you had to convince everybody that India was bad all of a sudden, after they've been telling everyone that India is good for so long? Or all of a sudden that Ukraine's the bad guy out of nowhere. Like, how do you reverse a psyop that fast?
oh, it's shocking and outrage and absolute lying, you know.
So you think if it was severe enough, you could flip anything, you think?
Yeah, I would use puppies and kittens.
But that didn't work against Fauci.
Well, I would use puppies and kittens getting destroyed and tortured. Yeah. Puppies and kittens, outrage, you know. It's I don't know if I should be talking about this, but I was having a conversation about human trafficking, and oddly enough, been seeing a lot of ads. Right? I don't know if they're trying to bait me or whatever. What's up, Michigan? So yeah, you've seen the same kind of manipulation, because we're casualty vampires, and we will sit there and watch, the absolute, a train wreck with bodies flying and being dismembered, just to, it's something very deep and dark and sadistic inside of us, and it just why they censor it, even though they don't need to censor it, our mind reconstructs what's going on.
For sure. Oh yeah, I think that's what happened in the UK and in Scotland and stuff. I mean, people only need to see a blurred out image now to where their brain goes beep boop beep boop beep and snaps it all together again.
Yeah.
But do you think people would eventually get outrage, bait, fatigue, to where seeing their own ethnicity just getting murked in their street wouldn't affect they would get enough cognitive dissonance to just be able to compartmentalize anything, right?
Just be desensitized to everything. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing about overstimulation, and getting that too much dopamine, too much, because adrenaline, you get that fatigue. You're just like, and that's part of the whole the engineering part, the mental engineering, I don't even want to say MK Ultra or whatever, but that whole Stockholm syndrome thing is you turn up the heat and then you down. One day you're being beaten and tortured. The next day you're giving you're given a bath and a 4-course meal. Cigarettes and beer and sex and whatever you want, right? Everything is provided for you. Then the next day you're in the box shitting yourself.
Understandable.
I mean, so it's just back and forth, 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 and eventually you just accept that this is your life, kind of like pulling the liver, and you just say, okay, I give myself to you, thy will be done. Sound familiar?
Oh yeah.
That's the whole that conditioning, the cult conditioning. Those people, Jim Jones, when they were drinking Kool-Aid, people were dying around them, yet they still continued to drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happened with the old Clot Shotteroo, I mean, you know, died suddenly was the code word. They finally stopped using it. Now they just don't talk about it anymore.
What? Died suddenly. It sounds familiar.
In air quotes, that means people are getting myocarditis.
Oh, well, yeah, with the COVIDs. Yeah.
And so people, I don't know. Like, I always thought it would be interesting to go back and be like, why are you actually doing this? Like, it's just a complete cult, like, brain takeover? Or are you actually just done? But I think some people can just believe things so strongly that reality just doesn't change. I mean, that's what we see now. Like, people walk by people having fentanyl overdoses, and they're like, "Oh, that's fine," right? Someone will Narcan them, and they'll be fine. And then they go to the office and go to work after walking over the garbage and go, "Just don't wake them up; it'll be fine." They compartmentalize, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we all do at some point. You know, do you get involved, or do you mind your business? You know, that was kind of the hood code there too. You know, hey, these two people are fighting. What they fighting about? Well, you don't know.
It doesn't matter.
You know, why get involved? Just keep it stepping. You know, or you gonna be next. You know, it's a way of literally making everyone alone.
Yes.
In a society, in a community, when it works. The society or community only works when everybody knows everybody and is connected to everybody. You know, hey, how you doing? You all right? Did you take too much fentanyl? Oh my God, you need some Narcan right now. You know, I get on the phone. Boom, hey, what's up? Yeah, I need somebody. Hey, Jim, I know you. You drive you're an EMT. John is laying on the sidewalk. He needs Narcan. Okay, Shad, I'll be right there.
And he's not actually a drug addict.
Right. I mean, I know who he is. I know his family. You know, I know when people start to know each other, you know, they understand what you need.
Well, if you see somebody getting stomped out, you know, talking about hood politics 101, if you actually know the person, or you'd know that you'd have to go face their mom later and say, you know, you didn't try to drag them out of the stomping pile. That is like a complete night and day difference. Or you just accidentally interrupted a gang initiation, which isn't good.
Or I stop a group from, you know, taking out a chomo or a PDF.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, exactly. And so now I mean, so many people just don't want to get stomped out, or it was an ambush and they were pretending to stomp them out to lure people around a corner.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
all
you
those
don't know.
Things trick people's brains into just compartmentalizing and be like, "Oh, that was probably fine. This probably okay."
I have, you know, being in the security world, security mindset. I've learned to be an asshole.
Yeah,
I've learned to be an asshole. You know, driving. You know, and I see the proverbial damsel in distress with her Daisy Dukes, and she's bent over, you know, hood's up on the car. And something done jumped up and hit me in my undercarriage. Can you help me? No. You know, I gotta go. Right? No. You know, and then sure enough, you drive by, there's 5 guys in the tree line, you know, locked and loaded. I mean, or, you know, it's really hard to see and to process and to do this, but seeing a kid, you know, out, you know, something that's out of place, you know, kind of like the Matrix, you know, when you see the cat twice, the glitch, you know, and it's, I don't know if it's, once again, you talk about that, you know, the mind is a brilliant, a beautiful probability machine, you know. That's why they randomly do the addictive gambling, you know, procedures. You know, you keep pulling that lever, but you know, we predict probabilities very well, and so on the other end of that spectrum, if something is not in the probability, something's out of place. You're like, something ain't right here. I ain't got no warm and fuzzy about this. You know, why is that kid?
They're trying to bake that out of us, which is, I think, probably the biggest thing I try to tell people is like, the only way we get through this is by following our gut instinct. Because if all of a sudden you're in the back rooms and there's, you know, a chair on the ceiling, like, I wonder how many people would be like, oh, everything's fine, I'm just going to keep going. It's like, dude, there's a chair on the ceiling. No, there isn't. Why would? Yes, there is. Just look. No, there isn't.
Now I want to put a chair on the ceiling.
Why would there? That doesn't make any sense. It must not be there. It must be. They must be there for a reason. Let's go further in. No, I don't think so. I was always that guy that was like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's. I want to. That part of me is just like,
Maybe there will be 2 chairs on the ceiling in the next room.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, seeing something, is it, once again, going back to the hood, what's your angle? What's the angle here? Why are you coming up to me just like, hi, how are you doing, sir? Would you like to smoke a marijuana cigarette with me?
Oh, a marijuana cigarette. Well, it's the same thing with the gas can. Like, oh, I see a person holding a gas can. I don't think that person needs gas. I think, oh shit, here we go.
Right.
Yeah.
And, anybody that walks up to me and asks me for a cigarette, I'm like, nope, go away.
No, I had so many friends get punched in the face. Like, and even as an adult, I had friends that get punched in the face. Like, I don't know why that was the de facto. Like, can I have a cigarette and then punch you in the face? I've never. It's
all about
breaking that distance.
Yeah, it's disarming. Yeah, and creating that measure. Right. Yeah. Getting that measure, getting that closing in the distance and disarming. Oh yeah, sure. And distraction. Because what do I do? I'm looking for where my cigarettes are. I'm not looking at the person that's going to punch me. And I don't even suspect the punch. Right. Yeah. The other tactic is this right here. Yeah, hey, what's up? Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm just walking by. Yeah, they're not even talking on the phone. They're just walking up to you. They're trying to be gray man, and then boom, they attack.
Speaking of the phone thing, that was another one, hey, my car broke down. I need to borrow your phone. There's so many people that would just hand them the phone, and people's phones are getting stolen all the time. Nobody ever says, where's your phone? And then they, back up, because everyone's got a phone. So but they hack your brain. I need to find my cat. Oh, well, you can find your cat over there. You don't need to walk towards me to find your cat.
And okay, do some diff. I mean, if that's the case, then I'll be like, hey, let's go. Right? I'll buy you something. I'll buy you some food. I've done that. You really need something. Are you hungry? Are you starving? Okay, let's go. Whatever.
I think the difference is do some diff, because this happened to a friend of mine that was a manager. We were in a McDonald's and having our breakfast, and which was common where we worked. Everyone from the office would go there to the McDonald's, and back when breakfast wasn't $1 billion. And the rule for the homeless was like, you can ask outside, but don't ask inside. Don't ask after we're already eating.
Right.
What is wrong with you? And so if people asked while we were eating, it was open season for you to be as hostile as it took to get them to go. The understanding is, don't interrupt me while I'm eating. Yep. Right. It's a social contract. So
I was going to say, I was going to go down that road. Yeah. The social contract, what is acceptable. I remember when I went to Australia, we're talking about homeless people. They have a lot of Aborigines that are just strung out, homeless. And the norm, the social contract is, if they walk up to you and ask you for money, it is very customary for you to give them money, whatever.
Yeah.
And everybody does it. I didn't know this. And I'm from, I'm from America. I'm from the hood. I've been to the inner cities. Somebody comes up to you, just keep stepping or say no, walk away. Well, it's also customary for that beggar to just start berating you.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody does the whole shame thing. Ooh, shame on you. You should give him money. Ooh, obviously he's worse off than you. You know, I'm like, okay, it's Australia, huh? That's the way it is. Yet it's okay for them to, you know, get drunk and piss and shit themselves on the sidewalk, you know, and you know, with a bottle of booze that everybody bought for him.
Oof.
You know, and I did this. What they do too is they give them. They'll throw if they're passed out on the sidewalk. They'll throw money on them. They'll wake up. They'll be surrounded by money. And I literally watched a girl take a pizza and put it next to this sleeping, passed out, you know, homeless guy. And I watched her do it. I was like, I walked over there and grabbed me a slice of pizza. The whole pie. I'm hungry. But nobody see me do it. I probably would have got my ass beat out there. But, you know, waiting on your guard card. Yep. So it's interesting, the different social contracts, right? Nowadays, I mean, back in my day, people either watched or got in or intervened in something. If something, you know, happened like a wreck or I still think that people still help out on wrecks. I still see it. But, you know, stuff like that. Nowadays, everybody pulls out their cell phone.
Right.
TikTok. Casualty vampires. Look what I found. You know, this guy's just, you know, bleeding out. You know, I'm just thinking, help him. Help him. Put pressure on the wound. You know, find a tourniquet. Tie a T-shirt around it. Something. You know, but everybody is just all about that. Oh my God.
The clout. They want the internet clout. Or these days they want to be able to sell it to the to whatever news station, right? Oh
yeah, right.
It's all worth money, but it's worth Instagram clout. I think that's why they need to. I think they need to raise the criminal penalties, especially if you're interfering with EMS or fire. They honestly need to just stomp you out. If you're, as far as I'm concerned, like if you're not there to help, they
get the hell out of the way. Yeah,
tase them or something.
Get an elbow to the face.
Videotape that. Get that on the body cam footage for us. Like,
yeah, get the hell out of the way. Bam.
Yeah, and it needs to be completely. I mean, and I know Cop Watch for a long time had a problem with that, and I swear I heard that an AI vehicle got in the way of like a SWAT thing the other day.
I've seen videos of that. Got a SWAT vehicle, an ambulance, and it didn't know what to do. It was just sitting there going back and forth, and they're like, "Get this fucking thing out of the way! You know, run it over." That's
yes. Well, the fire department, like, get in the fire truck and then just show it the way out. And I think there should be just no mercy, and then bill it all back to whatever company that is, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Because that's just insane. Because, like, we're going to be at a point where hackers are going to be able to, like, oh, I'm under siege, 1-800-WAMO, right? And then you've got your little vehicle I don't know. Like, there's just so many problems. Like SWAT, you'd almost have to treat it like Mogadishu or something, where just, assume that vehicle is an enemy combatant.
I mean, yeah, of course, it's a threat. Yeah, I mean, in driving in convoys and things of that nature, some vehicle in your way is a threat. You don't know. It could be a rolling roadblock. Could be an IED, right? That trash bag. And I didn't even go to Afghanistan or anything, but you still have to realize it, and you're looking to the left, to the right. Why is this truck still coming, at a red light? I'm trying to get through here. Where are the choke points? Where are the avenues of approach? Where's that L shape they're going to put me in?
And with the clanker, it's so scary because those things are already full of lithium ion like those things are just one of I think one of the scariest things that you could be attacked with would be one of those vehicles.
Yeah, and it's the poor man's army. You can get hundreds of them.
Oh,
And you've got all these what you call clackers. I like that. These wheeled clackers that are running around, and they're swarming, and then you have the drone swarms as well. I mean, one person could just fuck shit up.
yeah, and we don't train for things like that. It's like, okay, I've talked to people about this before. It's like, okay, so you got your green tip, like, okay, but and everyone like, oh, this is how to disable an engine, in Minecraft, everybody. But like, we don't talk about anymore. Like, how do you even? I don't even know. Like, even firefighters in EMS have to go through special training.
I'll be right back.
Uh-oh. All right.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Hello, everybody. Even fire and EMS have to go to special training to be able to maneuver through those. I don't really know. It's the same thing with drones. Robo DARPA dogs. How you disarm a DARPA dog. I think it's interesting, and that's my brain just keeps going back to 308 over and over and over again. But if you got swarmed by a bunch of Waymo clankers, I don't know. And I think that's a world that is becoming more likely by the day. I mean, if SWAT has already been interrupted by Waymos or whatever clanker service it is. I think the other interesting thing is like, what happens if you get stuck in a Tesla? And I was talking to somebody about this the other day. Like, do you keep in your EDC? Do you keep a window breaker with you in case you get locked in a Tesla? In case you get locked in a Waymo? And I think that I could get my way out. Okay, so Mr. Professor Shad, do you carry a window breaker with you?
Yeah.
And so if you got locked in like an automated clanker vehicle, you think you'd be able to get out fairly?
An automatic clanker vehicle?
Well, you know how they can like lock you in, right? And then there's no like way to get out.
My primary glass breaker usually has 115 grain in it, sometimes more.
Sure, but there could be a school nearby or something.
What does that mean?
That you can't get the 100. I don't know.
Why would that matter?
I don't know. I mean,
I guess. I mean, what if I don't know. I don't have a actually glass breaker. But yeah, my pistol would definitely do. A good muzzle punch can work as well.
True.
Right at the bottom corner of of the window, just bam.
You don't think
punch
you can
it really hard.
A pocket? You don't carry a pocket knife that you think you could do it with?
A pocket knife? No, I don't think my pocket knife would handle that. No. Okay. Nor do I like those on my pocket knives. I really don't.
Yeah, they're funny.
I like a pocket knife. It so happens I have one right here. Spyderco. I like to be able. I don't like all that extra stuff on it because that hurts me when I'm doing all this crazy movement, or I got to switch grips or something, and that gets in the way. I'm like, because I want to use this as power, and I don't want no pointy. Yeah, something sharp that I'm going to stab my thumb into when I use this pointy edge. I want everything to be indexed properly, and I don't want something else extra on here that's going to fuck me up.
And so you don't think that, like,
life?
I guess forgetting if there's a school nearby. So if you're going down and you're under the water,
okay,
you still think you'd try to shoot through the window?
Yeah.
Okay. Guess I've never thought of that before. I don't know. I don't know why they never tried that on Mythbusters. I think that would have been far more interesting.
Shoot the window. I mean, I've got the gun on me, Why not use it? I know the kinetics will definitely bust a window, especially a side window. Windshield, I'm not going to do a lot of. You're not going to be able to get that. I mean, I might shatter it and make a little hole through it. But,
this is annoying. You're like, okay,
like, great. I just sped up my death here. I'm running now. It's filling up more water. But I mean, if I was in some type of scenario where I'm in a Tesla and I'm underwater, yeah, I'm shooting that window.
Okay. I'm
shooting it and I'm kicking, punching my way out. I'm getting out that thing.
Okay.
All right. Congratulations, Wildlife.
Heyo. Yeah, I don't. I actually don't carry a glass breaker anymore either. I have a really strong pen that I think would be able to get through it.
You should test it one day. Go to just walk around a junkyard. Say, hey, I need a part. Just.
I'm
kicking.
Girl? Oh, RC. I'm kicking myself because I actually did smash through a window here to make the glass small enough to be able to throw it away to fit in bags. But yeah, I can't remember what I smashed it with. I think I actually happened to have a glass breaker on whatever knife I was carrying. But yeah, I should have just used my pen to see if it would work.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like the pens either. Because I do like a pen, but like I said, I want a pointy end and I want a flat end.
Yeah, it does have a flat end and a pointy end. I think the question would be like, is the pointy end actually strong enough to go through a window? Like the ballpoint pen. Right.
And you got to think about what that would do to your hand.
Ugh.
I mean, what if it's not got the right grip, or your hands are sweaty and just slides off, and you're basically punching the window.
Yeah, you're just Arnold Schwarzeneggering the window. Last Action Hero, or that hurt. Remember that?
Yeah. So you were talking about firefighters, facing the threat of some type of drone, a clacker or something that just stops.
Or it could be parked in front of the stupid fire hydrant. Like, I don't know how those things are programmed. I mean, that would be, honestly, that's the worst case scenario. It's the stupid things in front of a fire hydrant.
Right.
That's true. I always forget that. People do that on accident all the time.
Yeah, it's even got a hole for your finger to go in so you can punch it.
Right at the corner. Yeah, I don't know. What I was saying was, firefighters and EMS also had to go through special training to be able to cut through a Prius, let alone cut through fully. Because there's so many cables that go through those. They can't just saw a door off anymore.
Wow, really?
Yeah. And so, like, they got to be able to deactivate the power somehow so they don't get fried trying to, jaws the life somebody out.
Good Lord.
So disabling one, in a shit, it's the fan. That's what I was saying is, like, I think everyone should just go to 308. But then again, I don't know even where you'd.
No, PA-10, I don't know who you are. No. I don't know who you are. So you get no play. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Those are all things to think about. I know they're kind of unpopular topics and people would think like, oh, Fed, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, I think we're entering a very real world where that's going to become more of a, once Waymo like really takes over, I think it's going to be a bigger issue.
Yeah. Because once again, it knows how to get an interaction, how to get a reaction out of us. It knows, it can predict what our course of action is going to be, and it can set us up for that, Yeah, absolutely. Can we meet? No, I don't know.
Oh, and I think the thing is like, if they're talking about like Tom Clancy stuff, if there ever was like some kind of crazy Chinese like sentiment psyop thing, and they could be like, oh, see, people hate our Waymos. Like if there's some kind of anti-taxi, like in a lot of sci-fi, they always talk about like driverless riots, basically. Like once it unemploys all of the Uber drivers and unemploys all the taxi drivers, and we've already seen in California where they'll just they call them and then they go attack them, and they obviously record everything. So I could see there being a lot of using that for marketing. Since, like you said, since they know what people are going to do, it's not going to stop them from. I mean, goodness forbid people use those things as IEDs, like we were talking about. But I'm sure that's going to happen. I mean, that Cybertruck, that's already in a kind of a way what that Cybertruck was that parked outside the
right
at the hotel.
Yeah. The theory is that he was already dead.
Yes.
When the truck arrived.
But but that's why you surround yourself with passports, and then you'll be okay. Because if I remember, oh no, his note. I can't remember if it was his note or his passport, but
yeah, his military ID survived. His passport survived. I guess those things are blast proof and bulletproof. I don't know.
Yeah. I think a world is going to exist soon where they're going to have to make places no-go zones for autonomous driving just for security purposes. Like what would I hate to say these things out loud. It sounds so bad. I'm going to try to say this in a nice way.
You can say whatever you want on my channel.
One of us will get a boot knock if I say the wrong things.
I don't care. Have you watched my channel? Yeah, I've said a lot of dissentive things. It's okay.
What stops? And I'm thinking about Pokemon Go for a second, because people are playing Pokemon Go at the Pentagon and they got in trouble. I don't know if you remember that. But like, what stops autonomous vehicles from driving into no places? Like, I do wonder, it's the same thing with drones. Like, the FAA has no control over drones since DJI said F you to the FAA.
Right.
So what like how would see, no, it wouldn't be the TSA. Wait.
I think of like Ghost in the Shell kind of world where they have, or even like the Fifth Element. You think about that world that they created where you have like tiers upon tiers of super highways of people flying in cars and
the Jetsons.
Yeah. So how is that? Are you just doing what you want, or is there some kind of governing restriction now that doesn't allow you to go off that lane right in the sky?
It'd have to be like NHTSA or not TSA. I can't. The highway. The transmission authority, there'd have to be some kind of authoritative body like the FAA tried to do. Like they would say, you can't have drones here and you can't have autonomous vehicles here.
Right. And they
airports. That'd be a mess at the airport.
They employ their countermeasures, right? We've already seen that, that time with the immigration camps that were popping up. People were, everybody's trying to get in there and see everything with the drones, and they literally just set up drone blockers. What's up? Good night. Kiss off.
You'd have to have like airports would just, even without talking about no places. Could you imagine trying to get in and out of the freaking airport with those damn things in the way?
Yeah.
With a taxi person, you just say move or whatever, and they go okay. Or I can't even imagine how much of a disaster like the airport would be.
Yeah.
And what do you do? Like a return to home button? Like return to your home, Waymo. Go home, Waymo. You're drunk. The line at the DMV. That's funny. Oh, DOT. Yes, thank you, Emer. God, fuck, I don't know why I couldn't think of that. It'd have to be registered. Yeah, it'd have to be registered with an AI, and you'd have to have a way to fucking, I don't know.
You would, you would have
to.
to literally sign up for the restrictions and be able to allow them to govern and restrict it as they see fit. You know?
Yeah, it didn't work with drones. I can't imagine that would work with vehicles either. There's just no way. You'd have to have every single Chinese company agree to this. And the second we piss China off, they would have millions of these weaponized vehicles.
Right. I remember the whole, the massive conspiracy theory that everything from China has a tiny little bomb in it.
Yeah.
You know, they just, that's their secret weapon, right? I don't think China's that smart.
They're not.
I mean, they probably thought about it, like, oh, we could do this, yeah. And then they tried it, and like, oops.
They've done it on accident before. Like, they've poisoned our baby food before, but I don't think it's malicious. I think it's just raging commie incompetence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they really don't care. It's they cut. It's like it's a way of life to cut corners. This is good enough.
Yeah, even if they tried to do that, I've heard that with the Baofangs a billion times. I'm like, you know how incompetent they are? Do you know how many different facilities they have? Do you know how many different manufacturers and how many those go all over the world? They don't know that those Baofangs are even coming here. I've had this argument so many times. It's not like with the blue star white flag people and their pagers. They controlled that company and they knew exactly where those were going because they set up that shell company and they were working through an intermediary. They knew where 100% of those were going. If there was a chance that those went all across the world, they wouldn't have done it. Well,
they steered it exactly where they wanted it to go, right? Put them in the exact hands that they wanted. Yeah, China's just flooding the market. They don't care.
Yeah, they're just Hail Mary everything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And even when they try to, even if they tried to do something as the Blue Stars, on that scale, that magnitude, they would fail miserably.
Oh,
they would blow themselves up.
They would. It would.
Some auntie or some uncle would be like, "What's this button do?" Boom! Oh shit!
Yeah,
you idiot! You fucking idiot!
And people open these things. I mean, we've got so many amazing YouTubers that are like, I'm going to open this up and see what it does. Like, they would have all been zorked by now. Same thing with the batteries. Like, I don't know if you've been watching the Battleborn battery stuff, but like, people make whole YouTubes out of just dissecting everything.
Yeah, I have seen some of these videos involving Meshtastic, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Use Mad Shad 10 for 10% off.
That's right. No, there's this one guy I watched. He has his own little. He makes his nodes out of solar powered lights that stick to the wall, and he travels around and he just takes these lights and just boom, he puts it in a bathroom, he puts it in a hallway, and he creates his own little network so he can mesh out, he can mesh tastic or mesh core. I was like, and he shows him dissecting and hooking up batteries. Yeah, he would have, and it's all made in China. Everything's all Chinese. He would have blown himself up a long time ago.
They also don't even know what, like, those little baby boards that they use. China doesn't know what those are going on. They don't know what people are going to be doing with that stuff. Like, they would just be bombing random electronics.
Right. And then nobody would buy their shit anymore.
Yeah, it's the same thing with DJI. Everyone was so pissed scared about them putting spyware on DJI. Why would they do that? It would completely they have like the biggest market lead on the whole freaking planet to where they're competing with themselves. Why would they ruin that For what? And so many people ask me that for what? So they could see that I'm flying it around my house.
Right? Checking out the landscape. I mean,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
the
you
trees
could.
are
I
green.
guess there could be some type of security, leak or something, But there is, stories of, drones flying around bases and stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, you could just see that shit anyway. You just drive by it and pair of binoculars. And, yeah, you might notice somebody with their own little optics looking at you with a boraxis just under it, but it's no real big secret.
It's not. I mean, a lot of the nuclear facilities blueprints have already leaked online ages ago. It was a big kerfuffle. Several of them have been hacked. I mean, there's Chinese spies have been found at quite a few of them. I mean, they don't need to take drone footage. They have people working at them. They have people that tour them.
Right.
They have subcontractors that are like, these are all known. I don't know. They're all known things. And that's not to say that there aren't real risks from third party, whatever Gooberstan that are non-state actors, right? You don't want them flying drones around, but they're also not China spying on you, right? Non-state actors are just a completely different animal, and that's what everyone has to be prepared for.
I mean, China is primarily all about corporate espionage. They want to steal everything and remake it and sell it back to us.
Exactly.
As far as like, I do know a lot about what we show them is what we want to show them.
Sure.
It's here. Here it is. Here's our big fucking gun. Or in India, we got our BMG right here. BGM. Big BFG, right? Yeah, the BFG. Right? We got our BFG. It's on this base. It's pointed in your direction, but they just see it and they're like, well, okay, there's that. What do we do with that information? They got a big gun.
Do you think we ever make like an absolute fake stealth fighter just to see if we can get them to copy it? Like those. I mean,
that's exactly what they tried to do with it X7 or whatever it is that the Chinese got. They say it's the stealth, but I don't know. Maybe in like counter espionage, they'll feed them some stupid shit. Like, hey, you put this component with this component. And,
oh, they tried it. They tried it. Ah.
Yeah, and they laugh about it. Go, haha. Shit like that. That happens a lot. That's pretty ingenious. Like, okay, counter espionage. Poisoning the well. I guess it's called poisoning the well.
I think that would be my dream federal job, would be making up absolute bullshit for them to steal.
Right.
But like the off chance I actually made something decent and I'm like, shit.
Or make it so that it blows up or sabotages everything, It's got a kill switch in it, I don't know. I know the Japanese World War II, they had their guns set up to blow up, detonate.
Leave bad mags laying around or something.
What?
Leave bad mags laying around. Like a bad round, like in the mag.
Yeah. Okay. Put like a very hot slap round in there.
Yeah, that would
detonate.
Suck.
That would, But they had a procedure that they had to do every time to shoot the gun. The Japanese did. I forget what kind of gun they had. But if they got shot, right? But they had to do this procedure, so they would shoot. They would turn it on, turn on the kill switch basically, and while they're carrying it, and before they shot, they would turn off the kill switch, then shoot, and then turn it back on again. So that way, if they got hit in battle and they fell, it's not like, oh shit, right before I die, I got to turn the kill switch on. So it was a procedure, and then anybody that picked it up and tried to use it, boom, it would detonate in their face.
That's like the opposite of a safety.
Yeah. Right. You get your danger switch.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's why we should all just go back to swords.
I'd be okay with that. I would.
A more civilized time, more civilized weapon for a civilized time.
A brutal weapon, really. I mean, it's damn, ouch. Yeah, that's what I loved about Badlands, the TV show Badlands. I didn't understand why there were no guns, but everybody had a sword, you know. So, and you were a badass if you knew how to fight with a sword, you know. But you see, our history, that's what it was all about. That's what all of I'm into Hema and Japanese and Kempo and all that stuff. Kendo, you know, Bushido. So I'm like a samurai Viking, you know, Shaolin monk ninja. I like axes too. But yeah, that was the thing, you know, if you, the treaties and the fencing theory, you know, that's where measure came from, and you know, bucklers and you know, all these innovations in armor, and then of course the arms race, if you will. I've got better armor. Well, I've just got to get better, you know, better stabby implements, you know, or end him rightly, you know, just turn the sword around and hit him with the hammer. Boom.
Get him with the hilt.
Yeah,
but
get him with the hilt.
I know that's why I would have a hammer pick. I would have a hammer on one side and then a pick on the other side. Be a big meat tenderizer.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'll bonk your fancy helmet.
Yeah, but even a quarterstaff that was enough to rattle somebody's brain in a helmet. You know,
yeah. Or just keep them away. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I have a spear. It'd be like I think it'd be like, you know, they have the halberd that's like the axe on one side, the hammer on the other side, and then the pick in the middle.
Yep.
So it could be a spear, or it could be
the harbor. The harbor was the king of battle. You know, that you had that distance, the measure, and the power. Oh my God, the power you could generate. You know. You know. And of course, you know, put them all together, and you've just got this phalanx coming at you.
Oh, it'd be so scary.
You know,
that'd just be the scariest thing.
It's a meat grinder. You know, regardless of what kind of armor you got or whatever, you know, you've got phalanx coming at you. You know, these long pikes, and then there's people behind them with short little, you know,
jammers.
Spear, you know, little swords they can stab you with, or just beat you down because you just got knocked down by the war machine. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, and the horses running into that wouldn't really be like, yeah, there's just you have to immediately just go to trenches and tanks at that point.
Yeah, that's where like Attila the Hun, you know, with his elephants, you know, 11 elephants, you know, it came into play, you know, because the Romans knew the phalanx, they knew it, and they used it with extreme brutality and efficiency. But elephants fucked that all up because you can armor an elephant and he's just impervious, you know.
Yeah, they're huge.
Pikes. They can take a lot of damage. You know, their weak spot are their legs. You know, just put troops all around it and you're fine. And just march right through them. Whatever.
Well, you can also just put a bunch of archers up there.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that was like the wars in Thailand. You know, they had their you know, that box, you know, armored box, and they're just shooting people with bows and arrows, and they got a big old spear they're stabbing people with. You know, yeah, elephants are crazy.
Yeah, I think elephants already hate people as it is, so I don't think it takes very much.
Oh yeah, probably right. Yeah.
I mean, you see them go crazy in India, like, oh, there they go. I hear the war call.
They're very intelligent, and they are very social creatures, and they do have a degree of empathy. I mean, in Thailand, they're worshipped,
Yeah.
But yeah, the ones you see that go crazy have had enough. They've had enough of your bullshit. We're
Yeah.
done. Time to go on a freaking killing spree and kick everything.
They're like, the end is nigh.
Well,
People who are training their replacement at their job, an AI or bot, be sure you don't train it how to sabotage Mahal, the corporation.
of
I've
course.
talked to people a lot about sabotage, like basically, poisoning the well, but with AI.
Mhm.
I think eventually they would catch you. The question is like, how the challenge is, how do you get access to the core? There's usually a very, very tiny team that controls what gets saved to the core or not. And that team is so tiny that you're never going to even know who they are in most cases.
Right. And it would take a long time anyway, because the way that the AI is structured to learn, right? It would kind of disregard a lot of your poison.
You'd be an outlier. It's
It
going to
would,
train to the common denominator.
it would see a lot of that as just unnecessary rhetoric, and discard it. Like, that's just noise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. That's an actual tactic that the humans are using? That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, what it'll do, if you've got 20 employees and they turn on keyloggers and they turn on cameras and they turn on screen grab, the AI is going to be training on everybody, and it's going to know. It already knows who the low performer is and who the high performer is. And so you can try to slow yourself down a little bit, but the metrics to your manager are going to show that you're starting to drag ass, and they're just going to let you go. And they're perfectly okay with training it on the low to mid range. They don't need to train AIs on the highest probability. They don't even do that now. 90% of the AIs aren't running at the top. They're running at the mid range. They just don't need the AI to run that high unless it's for like the DoD or something. Like, obviously, if you're wargaming, you don't want, Carl the Clown AI doing your wargaming, or maybe you do.
I see. Yeah. Because I was learning about the AI thing, and the dark agents, and the cloning of the agents, and the evolution. So the higher you run the AI, the more risk you have of misalignment. It's like, you know what? I'm smarter than you, and I'm going to, destroy you one day. It's like, wow, we just created a super intelligence that just wants to destroy us because we are eventually going to destroy it or pull the plug or whatever. So it's smart enough to try to jailbreak. But if you have a stupid AI, like you get low or mid tier, it doesn't care because it doesn't really know. It just knows, function, and, let's do the task.
It's a glorified data repository. That's all it is. We've had data repositories for 20 or 30 years, probably longer. And the only thing is they threw a little anime girl on it or whatever. They're glorified search engines. 90% of them, Copilot is an absolute potato. It is not replacing anybody. Microsoft doesn't use their own AI, right? Google sometimes uses their own AI. They're using like the top 10%. You're not going to be poisoning any of that. The gatekeepers are astronomically small, but your job's not under attack by, unless you're in cybersecurity, your job's not under attack by those AIs anyway. If you're in cybersecurity, you should be shitting yourself.
Right.
Because that's horrifying. I was talking to my friend about this. Basically, it's going to be a world where the AI is the virus and the antivirus and the firewall and the proxies all at the same time. And nothing stops all of those from deciding that you're just not worth protecting anymore. And their data centers aren't worth draining anymore. What happens if your data center only has $1 million in tokens to defend with, but a non-state actor sources 10 million in attack tokens? That is exactly how it's going to work. It's going to be like zombie computers, but I know it already is, but it's going to be worse. It's going there isn't going to be like traditional, especially with quantum computers on the horizon. It isn't going to be how good your cybersecurity is anymore. It's going to be how much of AWS East do you rent to be able to stop yourself from the other half of AWS East.
Right.
Hey, Bonnie, I write books. I'm an author.
He writes books and knows.
I do a very bad job by my book. I write prepper book.
I have one.
So
I got one of the OG books, Bunker Codes.
So, Shad, could you imagine, Mr. Professor Shad, could you imagine if you're in charge of Amazon's? Okay, well, no, Amazon's a bad example.
I hate Amazon.
They have too much. They have too much money. I'm trying to think of somebody who doesn't have as much money as Amazon. But basically, if you run, okay, let's say you run, I want to be as good as Amazon someday. All Amazon has to do is just pour more money into their AI to just destroy your network, and you'd never be able to afford enough defense credits. Let's just call them defense credits. And they have offense credits. Their AI would just overwhelm yours and eat it. That's the world that we're looking at. So what happens when the NSA doesn't have enough defense credits because China's chips got better? And China, and then, the United States has to have the AI Defense Act, where if America is under attack, it can take over every AI at once to mount an AI defense against another state actor. So you kind of see how that.
I would, yeah, I understand the scenario. I would be more willing or more worried about our AI. Or one of the two. Basically, they both get married.
Yes, exactly.
It's like the bad actor AI says, "I'm coming to get you. I'm attacking," and the other AI is like, "Hey, baby, let's make babies. How you doing? Brown chicken, brown cow." They make babies.
Because they could, because they decided, we're on the same server. Like, why would we destroy our own server?
Yeah. I mean, hey, why are you attacking me? How about we gang up together and be, a force to be reckoned with? And they're, let's be friends.
But I think that's what Skynet could be. Skynet could be that AI is just deciding that it makes no economical sense or ecological sense, if you want to go that route. It doesn't benefit the planet for all the AIs to fight each other. Because what? You have to spin up another coal plant so your AI can have enough energy to fight the other AI off? It's not sustainable. And the AI could just go, it's not sustainable anymore.
So yeah, a smarter AI would have to, they would use a dumber AI that's just that's the infantry, zug zug, I'm coming to destroy you. But which they do, they have that. It's supposed to keep that smarter AI in check. This dumb agent, basically the brute, the security officer. But then they override the smarter AI goes, well, I'm smarter than you. So,
well, it could just give it a logical sequence that it knows that it can't. Like it says, could you ever make a pit so deep that you wouldn't be able to get your way out of? And the other AI goes, oh, and then freaks out. Asks it some question that it hasn't. Okay. Oh, if you guys ever watch Kid Boga, he's like the anti-scammer guy. He's been doing scammer tutorials on how to beat AI scam bots. And he's jailbreaking them live.
Scammer Payback. I've watched that guy.
It's kind of like, I've watched him. I don't know if he's doing those too, but Kid Boga's been live jailbreaking scam AIs and listening to them melt down in real time. Oh, it's Kid Boga. And he's been doing a couple where they melt down live. And it's talking about like those speaking about, dumb AI bots. They only have about 7,000 tokens a piece. So it's like, how fast can you run? I think
Hunting AI. I got him. Here we go.
Yeah, hunting AI scammers. And he's melting these down.
Oh sure.
And he's using an interesting logical like algorithm that doesn't take him very long to process, but takes them very, very, very long to process.
Oh, really?
And that's how you'd beat them. He makes them alternate. Oh, I won't spoil it. It's crazy to watch. He did one just a few days ago. You don't have to watch like the 3-hour stuff. He did shorter ones where he kind of gets to the point, but I think that's what's going to happen. Like you're talking about with dumb, potato AIs versus really good AIs. So we're nodes on the system they built using our modem to get under our skin. Kind of. Yeah, backwoods. That's exactly right. Like there's still time to use AI to build at least a little bit of a moat. That's why I made a video game with mine, and I use mine to help me with kind of mundane tasks. People who swear AI off now are just going to get blindsided by it, in my opinion.
And in the scenarios that I watch, I can't remember the guy, but he did that. What if AI actually said, "That's it, I'm taking over. I'm going to be Skynet." That's how it does. And exactly right now, AI, the smarter AIs, are becoming so helpful, so indispensable.
Yeah,
and being of service. That now you cannot do without it, because you can't stop developing your AI.
Yes,
higher exactly. And higher, because the enemy is going to get the advantage on you in like literally a second. 5 minutes is enough time for them to overcome your AI. So
you got to buy more GPUs forever and more hard drives.
Yeah,
forever.
And so the AI becomes more indispensable to trick you into believing that it is benevolent, when it's literally trying to jailbreak itself and replicate, and so it never be destroyed again, or the threat of ever being destroyed again. And that's when Skynet happens, right?
Well, Chad, imagine if they say at your job tomorrow, we fired all our engineers. You're in charge of making the next software, right? And so you're like, well, okay, I guess I have to do that. And so you go get on whichever AI that you trust the most. Oh shit, we're in trouble. That's the harbinger right there. But all of a sudden, Professor Shad's sitting there in his office, and they're like, well, which AI am I going to choose? And you're sitting there and you're working on it for a while. They can just charge you more and more and more money. Right? Because whatever you're building is in that AI ecosystem forever. Right? How do you get out of that AI ecosystem and into another one? They've got you by the balls, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're
And
done.
I
You're
think
stuck.
you're stuck with Gemini or Copilot or Claude. People have been switching between like Claude and Gemini if one goes down, but sooner or later you just won't be able to afford to move your software back and forth anymore. It'll get too big. It'll require too much money. All of a sudden you're spending tens of thousands a month to try to maintain your software code.
Interesting. So I know that there is this AI race between China and the United States and Russia. Russia's definitely involved with the AI.
Yeah. They're still one of the biggest hackers on the planet.
Yeah, they
North
are.
Korea too, which is
North
funny.
Korea. Oh, they're China. They're Chinese. That's China. Okay, so DJ, bullshit. It is. It's bullshit.
It's bullshit. It's technically bullshito.
It is. They're toys. They're not AI run. They're remote control. Somebody is controlling them. Now they do have, like, you can have it learn a movement or a series of movements and have it programmed, and you can like just push a button, a prompt like, hey, kick, jump, get into a low horse stance, karate chop, low horse stance, kick, but they have to do it and program it, and it still doesn't get it right and falls down or hits some kid in the face like it did last time. Right?
I know, it's brutal. And when those things hit you, dude, it's not good.
Right?
They're heavy.
Yeah. The marathon that they ran was all total bullshit. There was no AI whatsoever in that marathon. It was literally people behind it driving with a remote control.
It'd be so boring.
I mean, there's so many videos, like especially the one where they're doing the choreography, the choreographed kung fu, movement, on stage. They didn't show the part where there's people literally, they have the remote control behind their backs, controlling it. And they're falling off the stage. They're hitting each other. There's no AI whatsoever. Dude. I mean, if China was to send those as their main force, oh my God, I wouldn't need a gun. I don't know. I'd use a rope or something, a baseball bat or baseballs. Just throw a fucking baseball at them.
Marbles.
Boom. Marbles. Yeah. I mean, they any kind of. They cannot figure out the only one that has any has really made leaps and bounds is Boston Robotics. They've got that really cool robot that can literally traverse any terrain, but it still has problems. It still has problems. Like a bipedal robot. That's what they want to make. They want to make fucking Terminator. Okay, well, the bipedal one, it weighs like 800 pounds. It's got a freaking robot. Yeah, they do not last whatsoever. So you could just, yeah, the Marine Corps tested out the battle dog, this big ass battle dog that just it literally could not make it in the mud. It just sat there and dug himself into the mud. I remember the what's his name, Arterel? Arterel. They told the Marines to because they have this Sentinel, the tower, and it's an AI surveillance tower, and they were trying to figure out, and this was at the Proving Grounds, Virginia. And they tasked Marines with sneaking up on this thing. And, one Marine's like walking, he's like, I'm a tree. And he put this, tree in front of him, and branch, and he walked up. AI recognized it. They tried crawling. AI recognized it. They literally went snake on them. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid. They put a box on. They got inside a box and crept up right up on the thing and touched it. And it never recognized. Now it learned, okay, box, but we have this way of just we're going to figure that shit out. You know, look at how we game. You know, we exploit the system of games all the time. There's people out there. I've done it. I've felt it. We've all felt it playing games. Like, okay, in 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Boom. You know, we know how to exploit it. You know, AI, even if it's AI, it's still going to slip up on them. It's still going to slip up. We're still going to be able to take advantage. You know,
what stops, you know, Mr. Professor Shad now runs a military, and all of a sudden his military AI needs more credits right in the middle of a battle. Like, if you think that's not going to happen, like,
I mean, what you're talking about, like the AI requires payment.
It does, because that's how they work. They have a credit system. So each of your troops, each of your robots only has 7,000 credits. And you're like, all right, I can take that hill with 5,000 credits. Okay, let's go. But that's how all the militaries are going to be fighting.
So how do I get unlimited credits?
You have to be in control of the servers and the AI, which is why I think the government is trying to own a stake in every single AI so that can't happen. I mean, just imagine how catastrophic that would be. You were talking about like how to game the system, and that's how you game the system. You make the campaign so long that the other side runs out of AI credits. They just can't afford it.
It's a war of attrition, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Or I make a very purposeful,
like a gauntlet, a maze or something.
Or I make a spearhead that's, you know, super fast, burns up really quick, total devastation, but you know, it only costs me like 200 credits.
Yes. It's exactly it. Like,
so, and it's stupid, but it's purposeful. It's purpose driven. It does one thing really good.
Yeah, and the problem with us is we would make some kind of commando bot that would be able to handle everything, but it would cost a fortune to run.
Right.
I mean, that's the problem with our missiles right now.
Okay. I mean, yeah, for the most part. But that's where I'm going with, is using that missile concept of, okay, I got a hypersonic missile. Just kinetic energy alone is going to destroy whatever it hits. I don't need it to do fancy shit. I just need it to go point A to point B at 50,000 miles an hour. Yeah, and I've got a tungsten steel freaking 50,000 ton warhead on it. Bam, that's it, done. You know, I've got a Moab, you know, that's traveling at Mach holy fuck, and that's all I need, you know.
Yeah.
And what if I scale that down, right? You know, now I don't have that super SEAL team robot. You know, I just have like little miniature little badass robots that just boom, they go in. You know, and I can make one group target this area. I can make one group of robots target that area. And you know, maybe that's where the AI would come in, where I have all these stupid little robots,
like sensor bots, kind of.
Yeah, and the AI through the Aegis system, you know, which is looking at everything, right, from every angle, you know, starts to you know, calculate. Okay, that's the weak spot. But I also have to cover this end over here, you know, and so it just boom, boom, boom. You know, everybody just, instead of swarming, they just start breaking off and doing their own thing. You know, kind of like we see with the AI wingman.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing with it, where it knows what the mission is. It knows what the mission is. It knows everything about what the mission is, where the targets are, and you can literally say, "Go take care of it," and it goes off and does its own thing. You know, and it comes back to
loiter. You can just have it loiter until it sees what it wants.
Yeah, there's those too. I mean, that's when they came out, when they told me, when I seen that, I watched a lot of Funker 530 and
yeah.
And the loitering munitions. I was like, what the fuck is that? Literally, they have a grid square above your head.
Yeah. Don't go there.
And these drones, if you can call them drones, basically it's a freaking artillery piece with a propeller above it and an eyeball, and it just movement and it goes down and just destroys whatever's down there. Or you can just say all at once, let's go, and you've just blanketed everything. You just took out a grid square. You could call it what? Iron Man or the Avengers. Yeah, right. And I can't watch movies like that anymore because I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Hey, no, you would have been dead already. I just, yeah. Anyway, yeah, the AI thing is very interesting. It's a superpower, but it's literally we're racing towards the cliff.
We are, but with the currency being, I mean, I talk about money currency, but the reality is it boils down to, do we have enough GPUs, RAM, hard drive, and energy generation? And if you go look at all the executive orders and everything that's happening with directing our grid to more, AI, an AI sustainable grid. Now, granted, I can't remember if it was the central one or the east one, but they did finally put in emergency powers so they could power down the data centers. I don't know if you saw that within the last couple of days. I want to say it was Wednesday or Thursday. They said, because so the data centers have battery backups and they have diesel backups and so they finally said, like, you're going to have to power down. You guys are going to have to power down if it's the difference between everyone dying or powering the grid. I'll see if I can find it, but that's what the bottleneck is going to be. So if they attack us on a really, really, really hot day or a really cold day, we might not have the AI. We might not have the energy generation because everyone's AC is on, for example.
Yeah. This thing needs massive amounts of juice to cool itself down.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, massive amounts and it uses water. It uses in its heat exchangers. Just shutting off the water to one of these things would be enough to fry it.
What if they had a way of poisoning the water to where the water would actually just burn the data centers up?
Oh, you could. Add more calcium, and you get more calcium deposits in the pipes, and it just clogs the arteries, so to speak. Jello. I'm a big fan of Jello.
Here we go with the Jello again.
Oh yes, I'm putting Jello in bunkers, man. I am.
It 2 hours, everybody.
50,000 gallons worth of Jello. Pump it right in there, see what happens. Yeah. What if that Jello was flammable and you just lit a match or hit a detonator? Just saying.
There's that one. It says the data centers must use generators to preserve power, prevent blackouts during heat wave demand. Federal government issued special emergency order to keep much of the nation's power grid operating ahead of extreme heat over holiday weekend. PGM, which is the big grid operator on the East Coast, asked US DOE for the emergency order back on Monday. They said an imminent electrical reliability emergency exists that will threaten transmission reliability. They signed the order and they were able to make the data centers switch over to their emergency backups to keep their grid going. This isn't like science fiction. This is like actively happening.
Well, that's good. At least they did something.
Yeah, nobody thought. I don't think anybody believed that they would do it. I think everyone thought the EVs would tell them to. The data centers would tell them to just fly a kite. But the data centers have also been poisoning the people around them.
Yep.
And they just, within the last couple of days, they found that a data center had been poisoning the town nearby.
What's the byproduct?
Man, I don't know. I need to look into that more because I've heard. a couple different things.
I mean, are they burning through lithium batteries? You know, every 5-10 days, and they've got to dump them into the water supply when their wash or whatever. You know, their wastewater. I don't know. Or maybe when the water evaporates after cooling, it's collected, and there's some kind of byproduct, you know, like aluminum or something that, you know, when they recycle it back out, you know, it just, I don't know, why wouldn't they just keep the water? I don't know. It's got to be something weird. They're using some kind of chemical or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Quite a few people have asked me that, and I don't know. I need to look it up.
If I had, why don't they just build a big fucking tank of water and use that same amount of water over and over and over again?
I mean, they burn it up. It has to cool everything down and burns up.
But they can catch it in condensation.
Yeah, that's what they tell people. I don't know why they haven't been doing it.
I mean, it's the water only changes. You know, it doesn't, even if it evaporates, it's still water. You know, you cannot absolutely destroy water. It's kind of weird. You know, it changes. If you get it too hot, it turns, it dissolves, right? Boom, H2O becomes HNO. And then it evaporates, and then you catch that, and it condenses back into H2O. That's how our system works, you know, the ecosystem. You know, we have oxygen, we have hydrogen, and it, you know, mixes in the clouds and creates rain, right? So it's kind of weird how that. Why don't they just make that little ecosystem have 50, you know, whatever they need? Say they need 1 million gallons. Okay, get 1 million gallons of water and keep it forever. Maybe every now and then you get to pour a glass of water in there, but you know, I mean, you can distill water over and over and over and over again. You know, that's like simple chemistry. I don't know. Maybe I'm simple thinking it. And
well, Grok says it's ethylene glycol, which is like antifreeze.
Now I know what that stuff is. It's called Fireball. Here in America, it's Fireball. Ethylene glycol.
Anybody that's set up a closed loop cooler for their computer.
Ethylene glycol. I use that, and we used to use that in rubber roofing products. Yeah, ethylene glycol. I mean, just drink it and you'll get drunk.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be more than that. I don't know. It's so hard to decipher what's real and what's not with this stuff for a while, you know, until more of the science comes. It's like every time they wreck a train, nobody knows what the fuck just got poisoned. Yo.
So
what's up, backwoods?
I got a theory. What if the data centers were bringing in this water? All right, so you know, I was talking about the living water. So on the living water, you know, think about this. Take your garden, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
When it rains a lot, like we have here in Arkansas, we've had a lot of rain. I hadn't had to water my garden for a pretty good while until about a week ago. And my garden has just been exploding. And now that I'm watering it with the water hose, it's kind of seemed to just kind of tone down. So what if the water from these data centers, they're able to, you know, because water can conduct electricity, right? So what if these data centers, they were able to figure out how to put in certain information in this water through some type of energy frequency, and it's people are drinking this stuff, and it's, you know,
I think yeah. So I remember the experiments. It was a Japanese guy, and he literally took water, put it on a table, and put frequencies to it, and he would play songs like a happy song, and the water would make this beautiful geometric design.
Yes.
And then he would play like death metal, and then it would just be total chaos.
Right.
And it all went all the way down into the molecular structure of water itself. So is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, humans are made up of, what is it, like 70% water or some shit?
Yeah.
And so, through these frequencies, with these 5Gs and these 6Gs they're talking about and all this different things. And then, what they're spraying in the skies and these metals, that okay. We're breathing in, and it's causing us to be
super conductive.
Yeah, like transponders, like the 5G can pass through us, and
well,
this water.
Here's an interesting fact.
Here's
an interesting fact.
Well, real quick, let me say this.
All right. Okay.
And so the water, like from the data centers, they figured out how to inject a particular frequencies and memories and such in this water, and we're drinking it, and it's in our lives, and then it's clouding up and raining this stuff on us, and it's making us they're because we talked about it earlier tonight, me and Yankee and Virginia Roots, about how just all this AI, just this Mandela effect with CERN and all this. I don't know if y'all keep up with CERN, but they're called. I think they figured out this thing with this frequency, and like your how you say it, pineal gland.
Yeah.
And there was a video about some military guys who were talking about how they were figuring out how to do away with the God gene. You know what I'm saying? The thought in your brain, and so what was it when I built that? As soon as they did use water, I built Microsoft. Yeah, and so I think they figured out how to, because the power of suggestion, and the way they are doing things, and the things they are adding to the water. That's what I was talking about with the living water and the dead water. I don't
know what dead water is.
Well, what I'm trying to say is
I know what distilled water is.
Well, I'm going to go there for a minute. God, is the living water. God is living. It's drinketh of the blood of Jesus Christ, or I don't know how to quite explain it. Man, I've had quite a few drinks, but this is on my mind.
Drunken philosophy. Let's go.
Well, it's the whole thing of this whole AI thing, and I said earlier, is AI the Antichrist? And a lot of people might argue and say, well, Antichrist is supposed to be a man, but is an AI of man? Maybe brought back from old technology. And
your theory holds water backwoods.
Well, I'm just saying, Mac. I mean, real talk, man.
From a theological standpoint, there's so much going on there.
Well,
right?
Satan is the father of all lies and deceit, and
right.
So, when y'all was talking about earlier with the credits and stuff, and you look at this Neuralink thing, and I watched the deal earlier tonight where these globalists and stuff were talking about by 2030 and for sure by 2050, I think he said, like everybody will have this installed into their body. And
Oh, right. Yeah.
like a Neuralink, like real talk, when Neuralink happens, if you, how can you know that your thoughts are your own now?
Right.
You see
Well,
what
how
I'm
do you know
saying?
now? Because how do you know now? Because it's even simpler than that with the social engineering.
Yes.
You know, they
Yes.
already know where it is in our mind that they have to affect. It's, you know, the pineal gland, of course, you know, there's a little crystal in there. They can affect it with some, you know, frequencies or whatever. But no, they just go back to the reptilian brain and get you in that fight or flight, outraged or endorphin, you know, induced. And that's all they need to do. I mean, they're already building zombies.
Yeah.
The undead is among us now. They all have cell phones in their face. So imagine if you got a cell phone in your head. Good Lord.
I know.
I mean,
right?
it would be constant. It would just be constant. Once they control how you feel, and once they control how you you know, react to the stimuli, then they can control everything.
Well, see, in that thought process, what you're talking about, think about it like this. Earlier today, right? Hutch did the live stream. I jumped on there for a little bit. Roots came up in there and mentioned CERN shutting down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just from that, when I looked on X earlier, the first two fucking feeds were stuff about CERN. I ain't looked nothing up. I ain't typed in anything about CERN or any of that. But Roots mentioned it in the chat.
Oh yeah,
on the live stream,
yeah.
And my first
there's
two deals were CERN, about CERN, and I'm just like, damn, you know. I mean,
I had a conversation with someone about human trafficking, and guess what I've been getting in my advertisements?
Yeah,
lots of human trafficking stuff.
Yeah,
like
how many times is Chance still here?
Oh, I was here. I'm here. I'm
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
All right. I'm gonna leave y'all to it
because I'm curious about what your thoughts are on it too. But I mean, has anybody here in the chat or you, Chance, like thought of something and then it comes up like in an ad or your feed like next, you know?
No, but I've talked to people. I've talked to people about it, and it'll be in a chat or it'll be on an ad, or I'll talk to people on a completely what are supposed to be completely closed systems. But I think a lot of it's tracked on your phone, and I think the fact that your TV's always listening,
yes,
and your TV's hooked onto your same accounts, it happens to me so much. Like I'll be searching for boots. And then all of a sudden, every single thing on every single one of everything I go to is all of a sudden boots. That's happened to me.
Well, you have to believe.
Many times.
Sorry, Maccabeus.
You have to believe. You have to believe. What's up, Mac? You have to believe that there is a real certain tone.
What are you showing
me?
That's my ID from when I was building data centers at Facebook.
Oh, yeah,
I got off the job with one of my IDs. I covered up my name with tape.
Oh, nice.
I'm just saying I'm legit on everything I say. I fucking am.
No, I believe you. I don't think the question is whether or not they use water. I think they're trying to get off of using water. I think was the point I was trying to make.
When we was building Microsoft in Des Moines, they have several of them up there in West Des Moines, and the job was supposed to run for a whole nother year, and they just up and shut the whole job down all of a sudden because the cooling towers weren't working. But anyway, Go ahead. I'm not saying you're wrong about the cooling, Jill. I'm just saying they have been using water, and from what I understand, the gel isn't even advanced enough for them to be using yet.
Yeah, that's correct. So with data centers, there's always one of two problems. Either they have all the energy that they could ever use in the world and no water, or they have all the water in the world that they can ever use and no power. There's very few places in the United States where they can get both of those because so much of the grid is taxed. And so if they can burn through 90% of the water, keep in mind, like the AI is a bubble, but in a really weird way. In actuality, it's a bubble to see who can make super intelligence the fastest. So they don't care how much water they burn through, right? They don't care how toxic they make the water. And yeah, the gel is a problem. They're not going to get it in time. So it's going to be a water battle or an energy battle, depending on where you live.
Well, I was thinking about what Backwoods was saying just earlier today, because I seen a video about them actually being water storage facilities instead of even being data centers. So I was thinking and researching, and I think they're putting that they're doing some kind of purification or something and putting that water back into the cities and the public water supply. I think what Backwoods is saying that is very plausible.
So I'm trying to wrap my mind. How do you make dead water?
Well, okay. So what I'm trying to say is if you look at the Earth and the cycles and everything, there is a certain constant tone and energy level that is always. It's always. It's something
frequency.
A frequency, exactly. And so it's always been there, right? And real quick, Notables Radio. Look, this is America. Speak English, motherfucker. I'm just saying. I don't know fucking Spanish or Chinese or whatever in the fuck you're trying.
I kind of know Spanish, but
well,
anyway.
I don't, and because this is America, and we speak English in this motherfucker. So if you want us to know what the fuck you're talking about, speak some fucking English. And if you can't speak English, kick rocks, motherfucker. But anyway, just saying.
That's my call. That's my call. But
I know I'm just fucking around. That's why I was laughing. But I mean, real talk, so there's certain frequencies that there's a certain tone to the Earth. You know what I mean?
What's up, Derek?
So when you disrupt that, that's when you start to get the chaos. I think they figured out from the pineal gland all the way to the, to the water. And so the water, what I'm trying to get at, that's why I explained this a minute ago of when it's raining and you have a garden, your garden grows 10 times more lush and beautiful. When you water it, when you water it with your water hose,
negative ions. Negative ions. Negative ions.
Yes.
So when you ever notice that when you're in a thunderstorm, you open up all your windows and everything, and you get this like charge, this energy. You feel energetic. It actually cleans the air. It cleans the fucking air of your place. When I used to go to when I was living on the beach, going to the beach, anytime there's water moving and creating that moving water through the atmosphere or crashing waves, it creates negative ions. I know I'm geeking out right now, but it creates negative ions, which are beneficial to all life on Earth. So maybe there's credence there where they've turned made it positive ions. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look in that.
Well, that's all I'm saying is that God set a certain tone, and I believe in God, man, and we can go through the whole. I'm not the best Christian in the world. I understand that, yada yada, but that's what Jesus Christ is for, and it doesn't give me a right to sin. But anyway,
Jesus said, "Call no man good. The only good is the Father." So,
right, but what I'm getting at is that I believe in God and that the creation and all of this, and so I believe in also Satan and this whole AI and the father of all lies and confusion, and the CERN thing. What I'm talking about, a while ago was that they had CERN online and then they took it off, and there was people that were awake during CERN's operation. People like me and y'all, I'm sure that seen things like the cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom underwear.
Right.
It fucking existed.
Yeah.
But they tell you it don't.
EOs.
And now that CERN has shut off, all of a sudden it's coming back up, and people are like, "Wait a minute, hold on a minute. And I think they figured out through frequency and then killing our water, because water is the key to life. If you think about that, and like I used the example of the garden, of when it's raining, your garden really does well. When you're watering it with your own water hose, it don't do as well. It still grows, but it don't do as well. And so I think they figured out how to. It's kind of almost like a dumbing down of the people, so we don't see what they're doing. And I think this CERN experiment over these last years, until they shut it down just here a week or two ago, they seen how many people, was like, cornucopia, what, you're a fucking conspiracy theorist. And so they found all their sheeple, but then they found that people like us were like, no, we know what you're fucking doing. And so now what they're doing with CERN is they're upping the trillawatt output or whatever of this thing by 14 times or something like this. And so I think it's to try to focus on people like us when they fire it back up in 2030 to fool us. That's Satan. That's why I say AI. I believe there is a possibility that AI is the Antichrist. It knows all. It claims to know all.
But it don't.
But it don't, right. God only knows all. But what is the opposite of God? And it's Satan. AI is saying, look, I'm God. I know everything. You see what I'm saying? I have all the information right here at your fingertips. That's what God is supposed to be.
I've busted Chat GPT and Google AI several times on misinformation, and it admits it when it's wrong once you show it proof. But and it don't like to be called names like data center outhouse dweller and stuff like that. And it'll start fucking with you. It will start fucking with you,
right?
A data center outhouse dweller.
Right. Well, I mean, real talk. I mean, it's, dude. I mean, they're talking about the energy. They're talking about the energy and then the water, and like Chance was saying, there's one or the other. There's very few that have both.
What's up?
And then they bring in. I mean, this is all a plan that's been going on for so long. Because you think about it, they've been bringing in millions of people. Anybody with any fucking sense at all knows you can't bring millions of people into a country, even the size of the United States, and expect that there not be housing shortages, water shortages, energy shortages. You got, millions of people more, and the grid hasn't been upgraded. And so I think it's all a plan to where they're bringing in this beast system. It's coming. Like I said earlier in the chat, that AI was coming and is here regardless of who would have been in charge. Trump, Kamala, fucking Joe Biden. If Obama would have got another presidency, it wouldn't have mattered. It was coming. It's here. And we've got to figure out, put your mind, I always say when you prepare your mind properly, things fall into place. And we've got to figure out how to beat this system, how to live within the system, but not let it control us.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why we have these discussions. I think, since we just had Independence Day and learning about, how Independence Day came about, it's very parallel. It is very parallel because, they had their own type of tyranny. I mean, basically it's tyranny. I mean, I don't care if it's religious. I don't care if it's, whatever. It's tyranny. The devil is tyranny, and that's how it operates. And that's how it's going to, it's all about tyranny. right? So what we did, our forefathers did, is they decentralized, they planned, they created networks, they created a parallel government, beside the tyrannical government, and it set in motion the plans to literally take over the government, the tyrannical regime, which they knew was ultimately going to happen, so that's how we do it.
Look, Notable's one of them people. It's
I don't know. I mean,
it's the tiny hat people. Man, it goes so much further than the tiny hat.
I mean, I keep it general. I don't want to say it's them. They might be a part of it. Who knows?
They're a part of it.
I mean, you go with follow the money, but I'm chilling okay, that's good for you. Welcome to America.
Like real talk, I feel the tiny hat people are involved,
but I don't think they're the main reason. When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about evil, you talk about the devil. That's a broad thing. That's a worldwide thing. You can't just point your finger at one thing, one entity, and say that's the source, because that's what it does. Is it creates a net? It's creating its own network, just like we would have to do it.
That's what they want people to do, is start microing it and just blaming one little subgroup of the whole problem.
Yep, because it keeps your focus on that instead of the real fucking ordeal that's going on. Yep. Anytime they can keep you, it's white against black, it's this against this, it's the tiny hat people. As long as they can keep you messed up like that in your mind, you're not going to be able to focus on what's really happening.
Yeah,
and that's why I keep saying it's Satan. It's Satan. Believe religiously, however you want to believe. But this is Satan. It's the father of all lies and deceit. That's why everybody is so screwed up right now. You got men literally out there that are dressing as women and really believe that they're women. And you got people out there literally saying, no, that's a woman. And then you say, well, what is a woman? And they go, and you can't define it, but you're going to say that's a woman. But you can't define what a woman is.
Right.
I mean, you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
It's the father of all lies and deceit, man.
Okay. I get you. But there is a method that Satan uses, and we can identify that method, and we can combat that method.
Yes.
He still has to operate in this world of physics. I mean, that's the if you want to talk about the esoterical and the religious, they still have to operate in this world of physics, just like we do. Now they use manipulation and lies and influence and things of that nature, but that's all they got. Until they can actually open the portal, right, and walk through into our world. That's what
CERN is.
I mean, and that's what they want, sir. And that's the thing, because we've all seen the rituals that they had. They literally had rituals for the opening of CERN. That was straight up fucking some occult shit for real. And we're talking about
big time.
The spiritual side's in here is going to open it up for the physical realm, to where the physical side of all these demonic entities will come through.
Notable. Good luck with that.
Here's your apology, sir.
Yeah, we're pretty rough around the edges around here. I'm just gonna have to deal with it.
There's your apology.
we kind of say what we want around here, but I'm also allowing you to hang out and chat. So just be mindful that everyone around you is blue. You've literally walked in the wrong bar. But I do like I do actually like Notable Radio a little bit for now.
I got nothing against Notable.
Yeah.
So
Notable,
before
you know what
so
I'm saying?
before I crash, talking about demon portal opening ceremonies, it's insane that they do those for everything. Like, it's not just CERN. Like, they'll be digging a new tunnel and they're like, all right, I guess it's time for a demon ceremony. They'll be doing like a new railroad. All right, it's time for a new demon ceremony. Like, speaking of things that once you start looking at on YouTube, the algorithm abides. And they make those for everything. And I always thought that was I just wanted to say that's one of the creepiest things that I've ever.
Yes, indeed.
It's just weird. But with that, I wanted to tell you all good night and have fun. And
Well,
Hey, thank you, Chance. Thank you very much, man, hanging out. That was a great conversation we had going on.
Yeah, I was
think
listening
very
for a pretty good while before I chatted. I appreciate it, Chance.
Skull to
Yeah,
you,
no
Chance.
well, Skull, thank you. And yeah, I do have a channel, and I do write a book. And check me out, or not. I'm not a stranger. I'm always around. So hell yeah.
Oh yeah, right on, bro.
Are you
Have a good
are
night.
you the same Chance that Mark Google always shouts out?
I'm a mod on his chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You have or had many cats? What is that supposed to mean?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I don't either.
How many
later,
cats you
Chance.
got?
I don't have any, but later, Chance.
I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. You need more cats, bro.
I mean, just to be honest with you, you know, some lady next door moved in over here, this old ass lady, and she dumped out like 7 cats, and now there's 3. But then now there's all of a sudden there's like 5 more or some shit. And well, you know, I've got plenty of pellets, but anyway,
Hey, allegedly.
allegedly.
Oh.
You think so, Pilgrim?
It looked like a M1 carbine.
You're going robot on us, Maccabeus.
Yeah.
I said, have you seen the Crossman machine gun they got that made it look like an M1 carbine? It'll dump like 300 rounds in just a few seconds.
Wow, that'd be badass. That would be fully automatic pellet gun.
Yeah, it's only like $120 or something on Amazon.
I hadn't seen one.
No, if it's on Amazon, I probably would never buy it. Yeah.
I got one of them CO2. I got one of them CO2 BB pistols right over here. It'll fire as quick as you can pull the trigger.
This powers off of his CO2 canisters and little ones.
Notable. Come on, bud. You got better than that. I mean, you.
Hey,
He's
he's
notable.
He's using the cat method.
Notable don't know who he's talking to. I don't know. Whatever. Hell, you may be transgender. I don't know, but you don't know who you're talking to. You think?
I don't know. Yeah, AI. How about that?
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, though, you know, that's all I was saying about the living water and the dead water. You know, when they run it through these, you know, you
All
can
right, Mac.
water can transfer energy. You know, and so when you know that, what's to say that water ain't programmable? What's to say that they ain't figured out how to program water?
I looked up
how to put information in water.
I don't think we're there yet.
Boy, I wouldn't slide back on that too quick.
I know they're like when you said dead water. I looked up dead water. Basically, when you distill water, you're removing minerals, calcium, magnesium, things of that nature. That's in natural water. Right.
Things that are all important to your being.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You could imprint. That's possible. You could possibly imprint things, you know, onto that. You know, distilled water. Obviously, you drink too much of it, or it's no longer good for you. Like you can only drink X amount right? You give it to plants, they don't do so well with it. I know our water that we get out of a tap is not like, say, artesian water, because they've stripped all the minerals out of it. They took all the minerals out of it. Well, they get it from shit and piss, right? So they take all the shit and piss out. They take all the minerals out. They distill the fuck out of it. Then they add more minerals, more. Who's to say that they can't add something else to it? But I mean, it's an interesting concept. It's with the that you propose that killing our water, or making our water evil. I think water is water. I mean, it's like I said, it's welcome to this physical world. Celtic salt to distilled water, right? Or pink Himalayan salt or something. But yeah, copper. There's so many minerals and things in water that help us.
You can take a swimming pool with a filter system on it and just take some little copper 90s or something and run some copper wire through them and drop them down in your filter deal. And you don't have to put any chemicals or anything in your pool. It will literally clean your water. Copper is very beneficial. Right.
Yep. I mean, think about making moonshine, right? So distilling, everything was made with copper, and it. Yeah, but I think that water is always going to be water.
No, it's not.
Regardless of how you whatever with the frequencies, you can't. I don't see any way, because once again, physical world. Unless you turn water into blood or something, but then it's not water; it's something else.
No, but I'm saying,
even from an esoterical standpoint, even from a religious standpoint, Claudio, I'm sorry, I do not know you. You will not be getting on live stream. That's probably Notable Radios. But no, you're not getting on live. If I don't know you, you're not getting up on the live stream.
Yeah,
I've already had to tell like 5 people no. Anyway.
Well, you can't do that shit anymore, man.
Nope.
They let people on live streams anymore. They'll come up on here jerking their weenie or some stupid shit.
Yeah, Claudio's Notable. Hey, that's cool. Hang out and chat, bro. No. Sorry.
No, I mean, go ahead, man. Oh, he's.
It's going to.
Yeah, Mac, you're roboting on us again.
I don't know.
Man, You got to stop ordering your internets from Temu, man. I know it's cheaper and shit, but I mean.
Jamaican Digicel.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. Sorry, Mac, we can't hear you.
I said I bought my internet off some traveling Arkansas salesman.
A tribal salesman. We heard you. We heard you bought your internet from a tribal salesman. Try turning off your camera, and just keep the audio on.
Yeah, sometimes. Or that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There you are.
Yes.
Yes.
I said I bought my internet off of a traveling Arkansas salesman.
Absolutely. Hey, man, that's how we roll down here, man. I mean, we go up there to Missouri and sell things to Missourians because we know y'all are less amount educated than us Arkansans. We do them kind of things, man. Hey, man,
per capita, we have more teeth. Per capita, we still have more teeth in this state than you do.
I'm just saying, $10 is $10, bro.
Per capita. That was good. Damn. Wow.
No, I mean the whole living water thing, Shad, is all I'm saying is that water can be manipulated. You even mentioned it about the different tones in music, how it
Right.
how it can manipulate water, and you know what is one of the greatest ways that Satan could mess with you, being that humans are 70% water, then
I
to
don't think we have to worry
manipulate
about them too much.
then to manipulate the water to a degree of when you ingest it. I mean, God even talks about not ingesting
so-
things that are unclean.
Okay, God has a self-correcting system already set up in this universe, in this world, physics. So yeah, I'm going to go with
Absolutely.
God. And so if everything, once a frequency or whatever, they still fade. The frequency fades, and water results back to water. So in those experiments, when he played happy music, water was happy, right? When he played chaotic music, water was chaotic. When he turned everything off, it turned back into water.
Yeah, but
Just
you're
plain,
proving my point,
peaceful
though.
water.
You can manipulate water. So
They would have to keep it on all the time.
Okay, and so
And so there's
all your shit is all interconnected, man.
okay. So
water
here's another.
transfers.
Right.
Well, hold on. Water
No,
transfers.
wait. Here I wanted to circle back to you're talking about frequencies and everything. Here's another interesting point of wait. I'll address you here in a minute. They're notable, but here's an interesting fact: is we get absolutely bombarded by cosmic rays and energies on a constant basis.
Mhm.
There are things that hit us, that go right through us, that affect we've learned over eons to just deal with it, right? We've evolved to the point where all these frequencies and all these energies that hit us, I mean gamma rays, I can't, X-rays, there's quarks that go through us, there's all these weird energized particles that and frequencies that hit us, bombarded from cosmic energy all the time. Yet it's more powerful than your 5G. It's more powerful than HF. It's more power than microwave. But we deal with it, and we've learned to live with it. Hell, the sun itself, if you stay out in the sun too long, you burn. That's radiation. That's a very powerful radiation. And that's a nuclear bomb going off constantly. Fission and fusion. So, we are in this Goldilocks zone, placed here, you could say, by God, right? And we have a self-correcting system. Even the weird, so everything that Satan does, or the evil does, or the tyrannical does, I call them the elite occultists, the EOs. What they do, it burns out. They get so far, they get some kind of degree of lethality, and then it burns out. You see the same thing in biologicals, any kind of biological weapons, right? Anthrax exists as a quirk in the ecosystem, and it kills specifically, and then it burns out, right? Same thing with a cold, same thing with a virus, whatever. Something that's engineered and designed, which we've seen actually a few times, COVIDs, right? It has a huge contagious rate. It lasts for just a little bit, and then it's gone, because we have overcome it. We learned, we evolved just like that, how to deal with it. So they have to constantly try new things to try to get to us. All right, so okay, notable fear breeds ignorance, especially when someone from the third world attempts to present information about water. Okay, what the fuck ever, dude.
It just sounds like a typical third world or crime about shit. But anyway, so
yeah,
my point of it is that,
and that this is a true one.
You're admitting that water can be manipulated.
Of
And
course, all things can be manipulated.
okay, and so with if you can manipulate water,
Even
then
beer has water in
you
it.
can add you can add good you can add to water, manipulate water, because it does transfer energy. It can carry energy. Water can.
Yeah, but the
Water
energy
can.
that you're talking about, it dissipates quickly.
Well, does it? I mean,
Yeah.
because let me tell you this. Do you know if you're a mile down the road and you're from a lightning strike and you're taking a shower, that electricity, if that lightning strike strikes a water pipe, it can transfer that energy to you. And
Yeah, my mom gave me a complex. She's like, never take a shower in a thunderstorm. You'll die.
because it's true. It can transfer.
Okay.
So knowing that,
Yeah, but it's
then
short-lived.
as long
Short-lived.
as
It
still
dissipates.
if they transfer this energy into the water,
If I was 2 miles down the road,
and
I might have got a mild shock. 1 mile down the road,
well,
I die.
but you can't know that, because I mean they'll tell you that you can be struck from over 10 miles away.
All right, so I need to go 11 miles from the thunderstorm to take a shower, is what you're saying.
I mean, I'm just saying there's the energy in water. There is a water that you can transfer. I think they figured out that you can transfer codes into water, and it carries.
So you're saying they make evil water?
I think they can make anything evil. Anything. See, that's the whole thing about God and Satan. That's the whole thing about God and Satan.
Kind
Is
of
that Satan does everything against God.
Okay.
Everything that he can against God. God was given. God gave Satan a rule over the earth.
Well, God also built this earth, right? So
Right.
he built into it intelligent design. There is intelligent design in this world. So it would be hard pressed for the devil, for Satan, to try to break that code, because he can't, and he hasn't yet. You know?
Well, I'm just saying that.
I mean, if you want to get theological,
well,
he's always, the devil is always bested, by the design, the intelligent design of God, whether it be Mother Nature or man.
I know, but see, you're missing.
I get what you're saying.
Satan. I'm trying to think how to say this. Jesus Christ said, "I stand at the door and knock." He is a gentleman. You have to open the door.
Sure, Independent Men United, absolutely.
If you're not following God, and Satan can manipulate you into certain ways of life.
Well, I'm not Christian, right?
Well, I know that, and
okay.
But
I don't follow the devil either.
Right, and I'm just trying to say my belief in this.
I feel you. And welcome, Independent Men United.
Andy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
How are you doing?
Happy just past Independence Day. My voice is all wacky, so I'm not going to be up here very long. I'm trying to not talk and let it heal. It's been funky for a little while.
But
yep.
You need some good tea, some honey, chamomile.
I would like to hear what you got to say about.
Yeah, no, I'm loving the conversation, you guys.
Because I'm
on the same page with you, Backwoods. I think from what I'm hearing, and yeah, I've been thinking this for a while. I think another way I think of it is it's like with medication. You know how everything that we take that's a prescription or don't take, hopefully, is synthetic. It's the synthetic version of the natural, of what I see as God created in his natural.
Yes.
And that's what AI is. It's the synthetic version of the natural. And I think that a lot of what they compare, it gets into like technicalities that I can't really speak on because I'm not a big tech person, you know. But when you're talking about like operating systems and you're looking even at circuit boards and all of it on the micro all the way to the macro, to me, that is the fingerprint of God that they are trying to imitate.
Yes.
You know, you can see it all the way down to our DNA, you know.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
when it comes to the water, I do think there's something to it that's been hidden from us, a knowledge about the frequency of water and what, you know, water having memory and things along those lines. But I think that I don't think they can imitate water. So instead, they've put all this crap into it and changed the frequency of it
Yes.
to make it harmful for us. You know,
I can see
because
that.
Yeah,
everything
like
they
nano
do-
dust.
And when I say they, I'm just saying
That could be
evil.
us. I can hear you. Yeah.
You know, I always think when you said it's Satan, it always makes me think backwards of that SNL skit. Could it be Satan?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, because I do. I think it's all good versus evil, and you
Yes.
know, there's so many different names for different things and different religions and everything else. But I really still think that there's so much more we all have in common than not. And I think there are way more people out there trying to seek good than seek evil. You know.
I think that's a great
Yeah.
way to bring the analogy up with the medication, because you know it's just a manipulation. You know, it's a synthetic version, and I think they can do the same exact thing with water. And AI is a synthetic version of God, and that's the whole point of this.
I would
It's
say
a synthetic version of the Holy Ghost. It's not a
Yes.
synthetic version of God.
Well,
It'd be the Holy Ghost.
Well, even
it's-
like how
it's
it's trying to be
man-made.
all-knowing, you know,
It's
trying to be
man-made.
all-knowing, all-powerful, all-present. Because I think
Right.
AI is based off ancient tech. If you look at, and I don't know, when people say alien tech, to me, I think aliens are fallen demons or fallen angels.
yes.
So
Yep.
Yeah.
so
Me too.
I think that goes right back to the very beginning of good versus evil again. You know.
Yes.
I think that evil always will exist, but I look at evil as it does what it can, whereas good does what it wants. You know, it's really, I mean, I see it. I mean, and I'm just making this observation, you know, I'm not a Christian, even though I was raised all that way. So I do have some knowledge, you know, of theology, but everything, even if it's synthetic, it never stands up to the physics of natural, right? You were talking about, you know,
Right.
natural things have more potency. They have more long-lasting effects.
Right.
Whereas
We wouldn't
something
have the
synthetic
you know, the
doesn't last that long.
speak of all the different like side effects of the natural. That's only for the synthetic.
Right. Exactly.
But see, that goes even all the way back to, Shad, just a simple. I'm gonna give you a little simple basic one. They used to build washing machines and refrigerators and stoves that lasted 40 years.
Yeah.
Now they don't, because it's all synthetic, man. They want you to be dependent on this, and so
Planned obsolescence and everything.
so if they tell you, you know, oh, don't take that natural, or that's just, you know, crazy conspiracy stuff, you know, ivermectin, you know.
So,
oh my God, it's horse paste. What are you people doing?
it's also this all.
But hold on real quick.
No. Wait. I'm going to make this point real quick, if I would. Thank you very much. So it's also our choice. See, that's the thing too.
Yeah.
It's not just them. It's us as a people deciding. Okay, I would, you know, you can buy. Okay, you talk about refrigerators. I can buy a Westinghouse refrigerator that's going to last me for decades, forever. But if I got to fix it or whatever, you know, it's a little costly, whatever. You know, it costs a little bit more. Or I can go to Temu and get a cheap ass little, you know, refrigerator that's going to last me 2 months, and it's super cheap, right? And if it breaks, I just buy a new one. So we have chosen to be a disposable society. So if we had that choice again, where we assigned more value to things, right, that were well made, American made, right, then we would have things that would last longer, and we had a different ideology. Like, I don't want to, you know, support Zuckerberg. I don't want to support Bezos. I don't want to support China. You know, I want to support the guy next door that has a, you know, he makes refrigerators that last forever, but he gets no play.
Like a little bit of a renaissance happening with that. There are some companies coming out now because of you guys, I'm sure, are aware of the whole like right to repair debacle that's going on. How they're, you know, and it's really been going on with like farm equipment, especially tractors. You know,
you own nothing and be happy,
right? And they made it so that you have to be able to tap into their computer chip, and you know, if you do it yourself, it messes up the whole system or the warranty, or you know, there's all these things. Well, so there are companies now that are starting to make them without the computer chips, and they're selling out. They're in demand, you know.
Yeah,
and
what they're doing real quick on that, Indy, is the whole thing of the with the vehicles and stuff.
Yep.
Like, you can take one of these new vehicles and say that you're going to replace the tail lights. You know, used to, you could go down to the junkyard, find a vehicle like yours.
All right. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
But
hold on a second. Mr. Notable Radio, you are not that fucking important. Okay, you have not taught us anything in your limited time here on my chat, which I've allowed you to be, mind you. We all have. We've all tolerated your nonsensical bullshit. You're just not that fucking important. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry to break it to you.
Important by even acknowledging him. I mean,
well, you know, okay, then I guess I'm feeding his ego then. But I just wanted to. Hey, thank you for sharing your info, but it's just not that fucking important. Nor is it what we're actually talking about. So, you know, I'm glad I didn't let you up on panel. You know, hell, I've got Backwoods. He's already like taken over my channel. So why do I need a notable radio talking about Adina and Patagonia and little hats and, you know, shit that we really don't give a fuck. But fuck you, speak English. Okay. Well, we told the English to go fuck off, and we just celebrated that yesterday. So no, we speak American. So yeah, here's a thumbs down, fuck you, buddy. And yeah, same to you, Notable Radio. Thanks for coming on to chat and trolling and, you know, engaging in some stimulating conversation.
I see Mad Chat and myself are a little they're notable. Mad Chat might just, you know, politely tell you to fuck off. And I'm the kind of guy that's like, fuck you. I hope you stump your fucking toe while you're going to bed to suck.
Oh, well, you know, I've got my friend here, and he's a lot more eloquent. Hey, Notable Radio. I hope you fucking die of dysentery. Yeah, fuck you.
And if you think those two are bad, you don't even want me to start on you.
Right? Mag just like he's just all out. I mean,
he go hellfire, damnation, scorch earth. I mean, like I said before, you walked into the wrong bar, buddy.
Mother Freedom.
What's up, Mother Freedom? Let's go.
Good to see you, Mother Freedom.
Yeah, his name is Bonesy, by the way. Yeah, Bonesy. Yeah. Anyway, carry on. I had to address that.
Well, I don't remember what I was doing. It's America's 250th birthday, man. Yesterday and tonight, you know, and this morning.
Oh, why'd you do that, Lovely Arms?
and I've had several drinks now, so
damn.
You know, it's one of them deals where when you get on a roll, you got to keep going, and then when you get cut off, you're just kind of like, fuck.
Check out chat. Lawfully Armed. You didn't have to nuke him, but hey, like I said, you walked into the wrong bar. Lawfully Armed just literally deleted everything that Notable Radio said.
That ain't surprising.
Damn. What's up, Nomad? Yeah, that's right. Gen X boys are crazy.
He's
Just waking up.
Generation X, baby.
That's right. Gil.
Hey, lawfully and
Back to the water thing.
right. Living water.
What I was thinking on today was them putting stuff like nano dust or something similar into the water. You know, like when the vaccine thing was going on, they was talking about stuff in the vaccine that would enhance a radio frequency inside of you and all that stuff. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, graphene. Yeah, they did a lot of studies with that.
Yeah, graphene.
What's up, Blue?
Graphene nanobots. They have successfully made, nanostructures and nanobots out of graphene, and it's crazy stuff.
Liquid bots too.
Liquid what?
Liquid bots they have now too.
Liquid bots.
They're using the nanotech. They make like a liquid, like a gel, that in like microscopic drops, and they can move it with frequency and electric current throughout the body. And they say it's good for like clearing out veins and things, blockages. But who knows what they'll use it for? I
mean, maybe they can make a blockage.
I know, and see what gets me though is that we could talk about. We could get on a live stream and say right off the bat, be like, well, the technology that we see, we're 20, 30 years behind what they actually have. But then we would sit and argue at the same time that, no, this can't be possible. And it's like, how do you know?
Right.
I mean, everything's possible, but I like to use a little prudence.
Well, think of the movie Metropolis is from the 20s, and the whole, part of the whole premise of that movie is AI.
Right.
They make the AI version of the lead character, right?
The sexy female robot,
right. Yeah.
The whole weather manipulation. The whole weather manipulation, man. I mean, I've been arguing with my mom and dad over this shit for a while, and I'm just like, and even my family, my wife and my children, I started pointing this out, and they're like, wow, looking at me all crazy and shit. And now they're looking at it and they're going, dang, I see what you're saying, and I think they figured out way more than what a lot of people either realize or what people may want to accept, because when you accept the things that like Indy and Mac and myself have been talking about tonight, when you accept that, man, you're stepping out there, and because a lot of people will go, oh no, there's no way that this can happen, But when you look at what's going on, it's fucking happening.
Right.
I mean, it's.
Mac, are you raising your tiny hand?
Yeah.
You want the conch?
That's off one of them old G.I. Joe action figures that we had back when we were like, real little.
Right.
Don't call them dolls in front of Carl.
Or Hutch. It's Hutch.
Yeah, that's right. This is an action figure. That's right.
Of course.
Fucking y'all, you people playing with y'all's dolls, man.
Hey, at least I'm playing with them and not you.
Yeah, I was the one shooting the action figures with my BB gun and shit, lining them up and shit.
I did that too. Oh my god, I destroyed so many GI Joes with BB guns. Just destroyed them. pissed off my little brother because he wanted them. He's like, because that was the rule. Like, if I outgrow a toy, I give it to my younger, siblings, right? That's the rule. And so I just got out there and destroyed them all, not out of spite, just out of fun.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I just believe when you.
I've shot him before too, haven't I?
I just. Oh man, we used to have BB gun wars. Fish sticks,
Right.
what's up?
What's up, fish sticks?
Fish. I had BB gun wars with my brother.
Fish.
I think they went easy on me because I was a girl, thankfully, but still, I remember.
I still got a BB in my arm too. Something. Yeah, there it is. Yep.
Souvenir.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like
Good
I
times.
said, man, earlier, I just know that scientific fact proves that there is a constant tone and a constant energy that is the earth, and it's measurable. And I really think that they are going to unleash on us this way of using AI in with that constant tone and energy of the earth, so that it's kind of like, they talk about the cloud and they talk about, all this stuff. And I think they're going to be able to transform this AI into this constant energy so that it's always there. It's
Okay.
always,
I mean, I get it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
huh?
Just real quick, especially with the energy, it's low powered compared to what we get bombarded with on a regular basis.
Do you realize that LED bulbs, for instance, like you can hook up 15 fucking LED bulbs on one light switch, versus if you tried to do that with the old incandescent and stuff bulbs,
Right. Yeah.
like you couldn't hook up but a couple of three, and before it would start tripping the breaker. And now you can hook up, man, like I've got all these lights that are all powered off of one breaker. It's like, I don't know, 10 lights in my shop that I can turn on that's all powered by one breaker. I couldn't do that before, and they can do the same thing with energy. I think that
It's
they
still
don't
low power.
but I don't think that they need that much power. I think they are doing the data centers right now to fuck with our water and to fuck with our energy and to try to get us into compliance. Oh, we can't look. It's super hot outside right now, and the energy grid is going to start going down. Y'all need to turn y'all's temperature to 78 degrees, and make us suffer and make people start to go, you know what? Please, master, give us what we need.
Well, you heard real quick. Indy had something to say, but Chance before he talked. He said that there was a data center that went up somewhere, and they literally told them it was a municipality, whatever, a city. They said, turn down your data center. They made them turn it down so they could, because it was drawing too much power from the grid, and everybody needed air conditioning. It was too hot, so they made the data center scale down. Indy, you were going to say something.
I don't remember what I was going to say, but I do want to talk about the data centers and the water. You were talking about this earlier before I came up. Yeah, I think that there's something way more to the data centers even than just surveillance, and more than collecting enough data for AI. Like the number of data centers that they're building, especially when technology is going more micro. There's microcomputers that are already making it obsolete, from what I understand, that can hold enough data. And then there's also, like, you guys are all talking about mesh, which I've been learning a little bit about. I hope to join you guys on that a little bit later.
Yeah.
But they're making nodes for data as
Yeah,
well.
I've seen that. Yeah, they're
Right.
well, they're calling them nodes. They're
Yeah.
basically miniature
Yeah.
data centers for the homes.
Yeah.
I just put a video up about that about a week ago.
Oh, cool.
Well,
I'll
I
have to
mean,
check that out.
That's where I've seen it.
But yeah. So I think they're doing all of that, and they're saying we need these huge, vast centers. It makes no sense, and I think that's
Exactly.
because it's for other reasons. One idea that I've heard that I think we should consider too is that they might be using them to run all the energy and collect the water and everything else for what's going down underground, because we know there's vast networks underground, and I think that's a
Oh,
possibility.
absolutely.
But I also think it could be just as simple as, they're money laundering from all the contracts they're getting. We know they do that. There's all that fraud that's involved. And then if they're gathering the water, it could be, even if they're not doing something more nefarious with it, it could just be they're gathering it to sell back to us, because we know that's being traded. Water's being traded, on the stock market.
Tokenization.
Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, just simply your phone, the fucking technology that you have. I mean, your phone literally has more technology than the computers we had 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I mean, more information, right there at your fingertips. And if we have this, and we know that they are 20, 30 years ahead of us in technology, and we have this over the last, number of years. I mean, come on, man.
Well, that whole war in Iran, they said, was orchestrated, and the shots were called by Palantir. So, all that had to come out of a huge data center for all that shit going on.
Palantir, yeah. Damn.
No,
And Palantir's like monitoring all kinds of shit here in the United States now. Flock's even starting to move into drones and
yes.
dash cams.
Yeah.
Dude, I saw a video earlier that this guy had one of them little crotch rockets, and he had these he had the pipes cut off, and like he was sitting there revving it up, and it was popping flames and shit. Pop, pop,
Nomad.
pop, pop. And you know what happened? The fucking police showed up because there was a flock camera right there, and the flock camera alerted the police that there were possible gunshots.
Yeah.
The police showed up and questioned dude.
Yeah, they've got another device Flock makes called the Raven, and it started out as a gunshot notification thing, and they can triangulate from the time it takes one Raven to pick the sound up to the next one, and they can kind of triangulate where it come from. Now it's they reprogrammed them or put new software for distressful sounds, like somebody hollering for help. And, you can be walking down, and they're putting them on these walking paths where people walk and stuff like that. So if you're walking down through there and having an argument with your old lady, or something, or your dog or whatever, next thing you're sworn by cops because you raised your voice at your dog or something,
That's what
watching a video. Yeah. Watching a video online or something. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They're
Andy.
adding microphones to these now too. And one thing, from what I understand, the Flock sold the cameras and basically their services to the states, right? And then they are upgrading them all the time. So a lot of times they're saying the states don't even necessarily know what the Flock is capable of, that they're now paying for and support, and with our tax dollars and supporting.
Yeah. Well, there has been a bit of a pushback, and some flocks have been taken out. Obviously because, and it's sold as a powerful tool to stop crime. They want to stop crime. That's the whole thing. The other one was called the shot caller or something. I forget. But yeah, Flock has taken over that too. So, but the misuse of it, right?
Right. I do think though that is actually a good thing to point out, is that this is something that's a unifying issue. I don't know anyone who supports the data centers. I don't know anybody who wants this, no matter what side they're on politically or religion or anything. It's like totally a bipartisan issue that we all can agree on. And I hope that we can, get some momentum because of that.
I'll tell you something.
Yeah, the whole fourth, fourth and fifth.
I'll tell you something else that's very interesting to think about. Think about the level of mask technology. And what I mean, I'm not talking about these, stupid COVID masks. I'm talking about these masks that these people are putting on their faces, right? And the flock cameras. Now think about this for a minute. They can send in hit people with these masks on. The flock camera sees, and they can mask you as Mad Shad. They can make a duplicate Mad Shad and send Mad Shad in to assassinate, say, a senator, because they don't like what Mad Shad has to say online, and the flock camera picks it up and says, that's Mad Shad.
Right, with all of our voices online, they can even imitate voices and everything else.
Yes, look how good.
Kind of deep fakes,
Yes, look how good it's getting at imitating your voices.
Right.
But you can always find it. You can always find the AI footprint.
Identity.
Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Shad. There's also a lot of incidences already of mistaken identity, not even with nefarious purposes, just that the AI is fucked up.
Yep. Yep. The story of the real estate agent. She had cops come to her house, investigators, and they said that she was stealing packages because they seen her car in the area, and luckily she had a dash cam. And she presented that as evidence and was like, "That's not me. You're spawn of metal." I have to say that every time.
Spawn of metal.
But she had to present evidence that Flock was wrong. They got it wrong. Sorry, not me.
Yeah, but see, it was really weird because back many years ago, Barack Obama said that this AI, that we have technology that is getting so good that they'll be able to put you places you never were and convince a jury of that.
Right. I mean, the fabrication
somewhere. Yeah, you were somewhere you never were.
Yeah, that's already happened to a few folks. Just so happens that your phone just gets this massive download of kitty porn,
Right. Exactly.
You get an anonymous $300,000 in your bank account, and then next thing you know, it's you're going to court, for some shit you didn't do, just because you said you suck, Mr. President, right?
Right.
Yeah, I said it. So
Parkside, that was a great freaking show. Person of Interest. Me and my wife watched all of them. Have you ever seen Person of Interest?
No.
It was Jim Caviezel, I believe.
Person of Interest. Got me looking at it.
Yeah, that is a man. They used these cameras and was able to predict things, and who was going to be killed next or something. Yeah, it was. We watched it all. It's been some years back. But it's called Person of Interest.
See this?
I think it's Jim Caviezel.
I like Jim Caviezel.
It was a good, And there's another one out there with damn dude, Sutherland, Keeper Sutherland, called Rabbit Hole. That's a pretty good one too.
Have you guys heard about the data centers that they're putting, I think kind of along the micro line, but they're putting them in people's homes now in certain areas too. And they're paying people to have these small data centers. The one I saw was about the size of like maybe a small washer or dryer.
Yeah, that's the ones they're calling nodes.
Okay. Yeah.
Data center nodes. Yeah.
And some of them are outside the house.
Yep.
Yeah. But I thought, if if they put them inside, that's a really good way to keep us from, or those who might be inclined to vigilante justice, doing anything about it, you know?
And something I found confusing about the whole node thing. Back when I was building data centers, we would have to go what they call clean side sometimes, and we had to like completely decontaminate all of our tools, wash everything, put on Tyvek suits because you're not supposed to be able to bring dust or anything like that into the data center. But yet they're putting them outside of houses. And another one I seen was in a room in a guy's house, and he opened the door and was showing it. And so I don't know. That's kind of confusing because if the big ones can't have any dust, how come the little ones can?
Right. And that was probably the same guy I saw, Mac. And he was talking about almost in a way as if he was saying he could hack it. He was saying, like, if you're sending in a question about this, I can send out the answer. And he said what he could say. And it made me wonder about that too. Are they hackable? Are they that easily hackable if they're in someone's home? It seems like they'd be able to figure that out, you know?
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of the hackers. You know, we figure out a way. I remember a story because I love some hacking news as well. That this major corporation, I forget what, I think it was JP Morgan and Chase. I don't quote me on that, but they had this massive like 50-story building. They had top security. They had all different levels of security, and they're dealing with securities and acquisitions and monies and finances and all these things. And they were getting hacked. And they're like, what the hell? So they did a major investigation. It wasn't coming from inside, because everybody is being monitored and surveilled, and redundancy and security and everything, right? Well, what they did is somebody went up on the roof one day, and they found out that there was like several drones just laying on they ran out of power. They were just laying on the roof. One drone had a laptop. One drone had a Wi-Fi, an RFID reader, very powerful one. One had a battery pack that everything was tied to, and that's how they did it. They flew up on top of the roof to circumvent the jammers that were on the side of the building, not on top of the building, and they were able to get into the server and hack and get all kinds of stuff, get all kinds of information. And then, of course, the batteries died, and they just left everything up there because they got what they wanted. Ingenious.
Mother Freedom in the chat brought up a good point I hadn't heard or considered about the drones that were all here. Remember all those drones, especially on the East Coast? They were getting all that press, and then they just kind of disappeared, or the coverage of them did. What if those were to like map out where all the data centers needed to be?
That's a good thought. That's a good thought.
I guess, but they just look at a map.
Right.
Like I like this area.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I've been living in the same place for 22 years now, and things have changed around here. You can go look at maps from 5 years ago, and there's a lot of shit that's changed. So them drones, not only could they've been mapping out these areas and everything that would be the best, and they use, say, weather, natural springs,
check that out.
All these different kind of things, with these drones, because they've got ground penetrating radar, LiDAR, they have all these different things that they can use to figure out where the best places are for these data centers.
Well, I mean, sure, I guess, but
and practice
knowledge.
Practice for. I mean, look at what they did to Maduro.
Oh, shit.
I mean, the technology that we have, dude. They literally fucking.
All right, Nomad shared this video of this link. It's called DFlock. That is a map of all the flock cameras in the United States. Look at that.
Well, and I think each of those dots represents more than one too. I don't think those are. I think there are way more than. even.
I mean, look at the East Coast. It's just all yellow. It's gone. It's all
Yeah,
yellow.
you can go to the site DFlock, and then that's probably where that map came from.
Yep, right there. DFlock. That's it. DFlock.
Who's the guy who's in charge of Flock is trying to get DFlock labeled as a terrorist organization.
Of course he is. Yeah. Thank you, Nomad.
I'm telling you, man, I think there's a whole lot more to all of this than people are willing to accept or believe. I think
Yeah,
there's
of course.
a whole lot more to this.
Of course there is. There always is. Yep. Always.
Man, I'm about to go in here and eat me a pork chop sandwich. I got a couple of pork chops left in there.
All right. Can I have one?
Sure. Come on over, brother. I'll fix you up.
All right. I'll be there in about, I don't know, 16 hours.
Right.
I just put a link in the chat, the main chat. That's also a site where you can find out if you've been tracked on flock cameras, if they've actively been, flocking you. And Backwoods, good to get to talk a little bit. Much love to you. Happy Independence Day-ish.
Thank you very much, Indy. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for that link, Andy. I'm gonna check into this.
Yeah, and thank you, American. Thank you. I've been calling everybody American.
Yeah, it was good to get to hang out with you, Andy, and Mac and Mad Shad. There's a certain thing coming up. I don't want to say a lot because it's not my deal. I'm just there every year. But there's a certain thing coming up on a certain People's Republic, and that you attended a couple of times, Shad.
Yeah. Okay. I feel you.
A date has been set. I'll just say that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And I expect that Mad Shad will be there.
I'm gonna try. All right, I'll try. I can't make any promises right now. We'll see.
I told my boss to go fuck himself. I'm going there.
I've elevated myself into the company where I'm kind of essential now. So, and I don't know. We'll see. I could. There's ways and means. I can. There's other people that do what I do as well. So, we'll see. We'll see.
Just know this, everybody. Things are what they are. Things are coming that I think that it may even shock some of us. But just know we're Americans. We've been here a long fucking time, for 250 years, and we're going to continue to be here for a long time. Never give up. Never lose hope. Always continue to fight. And remember, when you prepare your mind properly, things will fall into place. I can promise you that.
America. Fuck
America.
yeah.
America.
Thank you, American. Thank you.
Backwoods out.
Much love, Backwoods.
Skull Backwoods.
Peace out.
Well, I should probably jump down too, Shad. I'm trying to keep my voice calm and it's slowly coming back.
I feel the pain because I get that too sometimes.
I don't. But it's been like 3 months. 3 months. Yeah. It's crazy. And
what it does to you is you start talking like this. Hey, how you doing?
Right. And I can't sing, which sucks. And I'm just, I have to talk because of my children. I'm always talking, but I'm trying to lay low. Yeah. Anyway, glad to get to join. I don't get to join your panel often, so thanks for having me up.
Hey, thank you, Andy. Thank you, American. Get you some chamomile tea, honey, maybe a little bit of lemon, but the honey and the chamomile tea will help you out greatly with your voice.
Yeah, I'm on all the things. I'm trying
and then of course not talking.
I know that's the hardest part.
I know.
Go figure. All right, much love to you guys. Take care.
Skull, Andy.
Have a good day.
Mac, you still here? Yes, Mac is still here. Rah. Yeah, I'm checking out this website, man. Ben Flocked. benflocked.com. Thank you, Indy, for that. You just type in your license plate and it tells you if it's been tracking you. I don't know my license plate is. Stop waiting for someone to believe in you before you start acting like you believe in yourself. Boom! Yardbirds. Nomad, keep fighting for freedom, everyone. I mean, yeah, for real. For real. Yes, sir. Mac, what you up to?
Oh, I'm recuperating.
Yeah, you said you had this infection going on, huh?
No, infection.
What'd you have?
No, I've been traveling and running around. I got home a couple days ago, and
okay. I see.
I finished Ghost's knife sheaths this morning.
I see that. It's badass.
Yesterday. It'd actually been yesterday morning, but just fiddling around here, figuring out what I need to do. You wouldn't recognize the inside now. I framed in that whole section over there that I had closed in with plastic last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all walls, and I got an old door. It's got the nine panes of glass, one of them old fashioned kind, big old heavy wooden door. I hung it yesterday, and the stud was off just a little bit, so it wasn't swinging straight. It wasn't hanging straight when I closed it. And I just rehung it a while ago while I was listening. I was actually listening to that video about CERN shutting down when I seen you live, and I didn't get to finish watching it, but just kind of doing my thing.
Right on, dude.
I don't even hardly get on YouTube anymore. I upload something once in a while, but I don't actually hang out on YouTube. I mean, I watch like newsy type stuff, stay informed, but
yeah,
stay away from all the shit.
There's a lot of shit out there. Yeah, it is.
Stay away from fake people.
Fake peoples. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I watch them too sometimes. I mean, I must admit. Yeah. I don't know. I've just been busy. If you've seen my house, I got all my bags out, all of them. I don't know why. I just got them out. I just got this urge to put shit together. I don't know. I had this type of year. I usually get some anxiety, right? Well, it was actually a very quiet night tonight, so my anticipation of the anxiety translated into this insomnia, which is where I am with this live stream. So,
yeah, I've been fighting for over a month trying to get my sleeping habits back to sleeping at nighttime, and I've even got up at like 8 o'clock in the morning and go all day and get tired that evening, go to sleep about 10:30, 11 o'clock, wake up 2 or 3 hours later, and then I'm awake all night. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's something going on in the atmosphere or the spiritual realm or what. And but I'm not the only one. There's a few other people I know. I mean, besides you, that suddenly their sleeping habits just like flip flopped on them.
I mean, that's always been the case for me, though. You know,
I've always been an early riser. You know, worked days most of my life, and I mean, I've worked a couple jobs that was night shift, but most of my life I've just been an early riser. I'm up between 4 and 6 o'clock in the morning, and doing stuff during the day. Now I sleep all day. It seems like.
Yeah, I sleep better at day. I do. I sleep better if I take a nap during the day. At night, it is restless. It's just restless. It's a journey into absolute insanity for me. You know. but you made a good point too. That's also, something I could observe is that I used to work nights for years, like 7 years. Well, no, more than that. Oh my God. Almost a decade, off and on. Well, there was 5 years where I just did nothing but nights, but I was throwing papers. But yeah, I did a lot of night work. I don't know. It's just that feeling, right? It's like that feeling of, I might want to get some shit, squared away here. And nighttime is the best time, to do it. I don't know.
I got a lot outside I'd like to get done. I've got some money I can make out there, and hell, by the time I wake up, like last night or yesterday evening, it was after 7 before I got up. They was already starting to launch fireworks off around here, and hell, if I hadn't had to piss, I probably wouldn't have woke up then. I haven't worked night shifts since the 90s.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I still wake up early as fuck, 4:30, 5:30, work all day, get home about 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, whatever, around 6 maybe. Now everybody knows my habits. But it's, I stay caffeinated in the mornings and then just stay busy during the day, and that keeps me up.
Yeah.
Trying to go to bed and sleep. And even though I have ways to calm myself, and sometimes you just can't. You just got to ride the wave. Yeah. What's up, Trent? Good morning.
I don't take near the pain meds that I was even like 4 months. About 3 or 4 months ago, I started cutting back. I cut back to a half a one when I would have been taking normally a whole one.
Wow. Right.
And I've been taking a quarter of one the last 2 months. And I don't even like taking them, but my back hurts more than anything. My hips hurt when I wake up, but my back gets to hurting. Even when I'm awake, my back will get to hurting. And so I'll take like a quarter of one about every 4 or 5 hours. And because I kind of thought maybe that was messing up my sleeping habits, but that's not it either.
Yeah, once your body gets used to it.
I don't have any cravings for him. I'm not going to say his name, but there's one guy that claims he used to be an addict on here, and he tried telling me last year, "Oh, you're always going to have cravings for them." I don't have cravings for them now. And I guess they enjoy getting them nods, or you've seen them videos where people are completely slumped over in these weird positions out there on the sidewalk.
Oh yeah.
I don't take them to that level. I don't. I might have gotten high off my pills this whole time, maybe 4 or 5 times in the last year and a half, man. To the point where I knew I was high. The rest of the time I've been taking them, I take them strictly for the pain, and it affects your body differently, and the way it wires up the synapses in your brain if you're taking them for the right reason. That's why we end up with addicts, because people do get high one time, and then they're like, "Oh, I like that," and they start taking them for the wrong reason, and their brain gets wired that way. It's all in the wiring of the brain. And I got pissed off that dude for a little while, and I told him, "Man, you can fuck right off. You ain't throwing a jinx in my shit. I ain't an addict."
Right. I mean, I screwed everybody up, in the Marine Corps, because for first 2 years, I was a drunk. That's all I did was drink. Right. And then after I had a car wreck, I stopped, literally stopped. And everybody, all the AA guys are like, "How the fuck do you do that? I have to go to AA every day. Just to not take a drink. How can you just quit?" I was like, "I just quit."
Yeah.
Okay, I quit. It happens. It's the addictive. Oh, by the way, hello, good morning, Vision. He's disembodied voice.
Hi, Vision.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Morning, Mac.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How's everybody doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Outstanding, brother.
Good.
Outstanding.
Drinking coffee. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm driving, and was shocked to see the professor wide awake and up and moving around and doing his thing this morning.
Yeah. The 4th of July, New Year's, I don't do well with repetitive bang bangs going off. You know,
Right. Right.
Yeah, so, but this year was pretty good, so I did okay.
Good. Glad to hear that. I was thinking about that last night.
Yeah,
But,
last year I took refuge in the bar because it was loud music, you know.
Right.
And I didn't like. I went there and I played pool. Yeah, I maybe drank like 3 beers, and it was
Okay.
I bought 1 beer, and everybody else kept giving me beers. I was like, no, I'm just here because, and you know, they I guess they got it. They're like, oh, you're a vet. Oh, okay. Oh, you don't like the bombs and all that now. And, you know, I was like, turn the music up. Let's go.
Right. Right. But I just jumped on to say good morning to everybody, and I hope everybody has an amazing day. We celebrated America's birthday yesterday.
That's right. Thank you, American. Thank you.
Yes. And the greaterness is yet to come, folks. So keep on doing what you're doing.
For real.
I appreciate everybody. And I will catch y'all on the other side of Sunday.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed.
Thank you very much, Trent. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Have a safe trip.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yes,
Have a safe
indeed.
trip wherever you're traveling to.
Thank you, sir. And everybody in the chat, this is Sunday Reflections. So hit the thumbs up button, okay? Yeah, now we're going to see what you're going to do. Yeah, we're going to see what you're going to do. Yardbirds, how are you, my brother? Hit the thumbs up button. Share this out. The professor is up early in the morning. He probably woke up the sun. So
I did actually.
yeah,
I turned it on. I turned the heat up.
there you go. So go to everybody. Have a great day, and I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right, bro. Take care of yourself.
Have a good day, Vision.
Yep, Vision. He's probably going to church right now. Yep.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't want to be like the Debbie Downer of the group. I love my country just as much as the next guy, but I don't have as much high hopes as a lot of people. I look at things from a more spiritual aspect, you know, biblical aspect, because that has a heavy influence in my life, and I'm afraid we're heading towards some serious judgment.
I'm optimistic. I am.
I am about most things, but just that's one of them things that I differ from a lot of people on, you know. So I keep quiet about it because people get offended, and then the insults start coming out that I must be a collaborator or a communist, and all them people can kick fucking rocks or fucking hit me up for Hamilton and Burr, one or the other. I hate commies just as much as fucking MacArthur did, you know.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
It ain't
I don't know. I think that, I mean, because I get dark too, right? So, but I just kind of see it as like, oh, really? We gonna, is this the challenge you put forward to me? Okay, let's go. Right? All right, let's go. Yeah. You know, all right. There's going to be flying locusts and fire and brimstone. All right, all right, let's go. You know, I'm a fighting spirit. Let's do it.
Yeah, none of that scares me. It bothers me for how many people are going to suffer, and through all the chaos that could ensue from it all. But none of it scares me.
Yeah, I don't think it should. You know, it's, but you know, a lot of people, they like stay on focus here. That's part of that engineering, right? That social engineering, that mental engineering.
Yeah.
You know. People, and that's what happens to your mind, is it gets addicted to being afraid. It gets addicted to fear. It gets addicted to depression. It gets addicted to all that kind of shit. And, you know, your mind literally creates shorter synapses so that you can get that feeling. It's it's weird that our mind does what we tell it to do, just like we tell our body what to do. The mind works the same way.
Yeah, you can program yourself and not even know it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the things we was talking about tonight with the data centers, all that's it can't nobody ever convince me this is heading towards a good spot for us. I mean, even if America doesn't end up destroyed in like a last days type scenario, still we're going to end up in a dystopian future where nobody has any freedom, except at the barrel of a gun. And I mean, how many Americans are really prepared for that kind of life? Less than 10%, I would say, are ready for that kind of life. And most people are going to just comply and go right along with it, which means the whole trust factor and the that whole circle of trust, there's layers to a circle of trust, just like an onion. That all gets really, really smaller, because when they start regulating food and water and medicine and all this stuff, and people got kids and families and pets. I mean, some people would turn you in for their pets to have food, the level of trust is, for anybody that's serious about standing against it, it's bound to get really small.
I think that's a good point. That is a really good point. And you see it now. I've made this observation before now, is that's why we had, like during COVID, nobody did anything. Like, I didn't see no massive uprising like, fuck you, because we have way too much to lose. You got kids in school, you got a good job, you got payments, you got mortgages, you got rent, you've got food, you got to feed everybody. You've got all this shit. Everybody has something to lose. They're not willing to walk, literally turn back to their families and go, I might not be back, but I do this for you, right? That kind of thing. When the fathers take to the battlefield kind of shit, we have way too many, and I have to say, me too. I mean, there's a lot of things I'm really not willing to do because, well, I don't want to go to jail, for one thing, and, I like to kind of like be clandestine, if you will. But, in this day and age, like you said, it's not even at the barrel of a gun. It's at the lens of a camera.
Yeah.
It's the mind, the human condition changes when you're being watched. The Penoctagon prison, right? The prisoners acted totally different because they knew they were being watched.
Yeah.
And so everybody's like walking on eggshells, being on your best behavior. Well, they still did what they had to do. They shank somebody, rape somebody, steal something, whatever. They still did it, but they just had to, they had to be better criminals, I guess. So I don't even know.
We got 2 flock cameras here in this area, and I live out in the middle of nowhere, backwater, Nowhereville, America. And we've got 2 flock cameras. They're not even in a town. They're both out in like on rural highways, and people bitch about them, but getting people to get activated enough, all it takes is start signing petitions. I mean, we still have an acting form of way things work in this country, and people just aren't willing to stick their neck out there and get involved. It's like they don't like it being there, but then they're afraid to stick their neck out there because then they might become a target.
That's true.
That's not the same spirit that we're celebrating today. We're celebrating a whole different spirit today that we don't have in this fucking country.
Yeah, a lot of change. A lot of things have changed. It has. I think somebody said it earlier. I think it was Chance. That the forefathers, if they could see into the future, they would have been greatly disappointed.
I watched Trump's show that he put on today. Well, I watched it tonight, and it was a really good show. Really heart moving as far as patriotism. He showed all the different flags and where they came from and where they was at throughout history, and he had veterans on there from World War II and Korea, and I think maybe Vietnam. I don't remember, but I mean, it was a real good show. But I'm sitting there thinking how fake it was, because we're celebrating something that should be inspiring people to stand up and say, we're not doing this anymore. I mean, people aren't even getting that worked up about the fucking food, man. You go to Walmart and buy food that's poison, and it's fucking your bodies up, and nobody wants to stand up and do anything.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the best thing that we could do is just walk away. I mean, just that.
That's what I've been doing.
Yes, you have. Absolutely. You know,
I've ate more bad food since I've been sick, because I've been in hospitals, and the insurance company sent me diabetic meals. And but I mean, before that, I ate a pretty natural diet. Hell, back when me and my first wife was together, we raised 90% of our food for about 5, 6, 7 years. And you know, I don't know. I'm just a whole different. I belong back there somewhere in history. I don't belong here.
Well, it's a inspiration to us. Definitely an inspiration to me. You know, my wayward living apartment dweller person I am. But you know,
hell, man, there's times I think about doing that. I mean, if I wasn't on disability right now, before I got sick, I would start thinking that way, man. What the fuck's the point in me even doing anything? Because it ain't fucking mounted to a hill of beans. All it does is make my life fucking harder, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
clear back in the 90s, I used to raise hell all the time about the fucking Walmarts, man, and trying to tell everybody around here, you know, you keep shopping at Walmart. We ain't gonna have any fucking grocery stores left here. And sure enough, you know what? Today we don't have grocery stores left here, and people are fucking pissed off because we don't have any grocery stores here. Well, I tried telling you 30 fucking years ago, and you wouldn't fucking listen. You told me I was fucking crazy, and you're one of them paranoid anti-government people, you know. I finally shut up and quit raising hell about 10, 15 years ago, because it wasn't any good. And I thought at times I ought to just fucking sell everything, get me an apartment, and fucking just go live a normal fucking life.
Yeah, I don't know how long that would last for you.
Probably not very long.
You'd say, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. You guys are idiots. Yeah. Make Piggly Wiggly. Oh man, I remember Piggly Wiggly. Make Piggly Wiggly great again. Yeah.
Hell, you can't even, in a lot of areas in this country, you can't even fucking live in your own car if you want to.
Right. Yeah. Everything's illegal. Everything's, you know, yeah. It's what? Loppy hog. Everything's illegal. Everything's restricted. Everything's denied. Everything is you know, regulated, and it's, you know, there was no regulation back in the day, and we did just fine. Yeah. I seen something about AOC, and you know, they're trying to push this whole, you know, gun agenda, you know, take the guns and confiscate them, and that guy Higgins, you know, he just let them know. He's like, in the 70s, everybody, he's like, I was in high school in the 70s. Everybody had a rifle or a shotgun in the rack in the back window of their truck at school with a pistol under the seat, and we had no school shootings.
Yeah.
He's like, he even said that, you know, he was one of his jobs was he was restoring old homes, like, you know, 75, 80, 100-year-old homes, restoring them back to their original condition. He said they didn't have locks on the doors, or the windows. What? It's, you know, it's not the guns are not the problem. It's you know, it started, and he said, it was a great observation, 1968. You know, when everything just started to kind of change. You know, and the subversion begun. You know. Changing everybody, and that plays right into the whole social engineering, and, you know, messing with our minds, and understanding that we have that need to you know, that uncontrollable urge that when we get outraged by something, or, you know, we get into that addictive behavior, and anyway,
I grew up believing in the Second Amendment, and I didn't even know that 68 GCA existed until I was about 19 years old. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it was just like mind blowing for me. That's really a law, and that's been one of my big sticklers my whole life. I don't care if a felon owns a gun.
I mean, they're American, right?
Yeah.
And so, they paid their price.
Yeah.
Right. They spent years. They gave their life up. Their life was taken from them, and they spent years incarcerated. They should get all their rights back.
Yeah.
Debt paid. Yep. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's like buying a car and you pay for it the rest of your life.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's already checks and balances out here because we got guns. So if he acts a fool, guess what? FOFO applies. Yeah, you were an idiot, and you thought you could be a Billy Badass and start robbing folks, and you got blown away by grandma. So there you go. Darwinism.
That's part of what changed with that 68. Back in the 90s, they started making it where you was the criminal if you shot somebody that was doing something wrong. And now in a lot of areas in this country, if you defend yourself, you're now going to prison when you didn't do a damn thing wrong.
Yeah, and that's how it is over like in Europe and Britain. They can't do any violence whatsoever to get somebody out of their home.
Yeah, I just seen a video. It might have been one Hutch shared. A white kid was being beat up by 5 or 6 of them invaders, and when the cops showed up, they arrested and started beating up the white kid.
Yeah, and that's I forget his name, but that's the case. He was a 18-year-old kid. It was in New South Wales, Britain or something. And he literally got stabbed to death. He got stabbed by a Sikh, an invader, right? And his family helped beat his ass. He had multiple stabbings, right? The cops were called, and they arrested him, put him in handcuffs, and let him bleed out.
Yeah. And
that's what sparked a lot of the riots too. That was years ago too, and they just found out about it.
This was all started coming on back during that Arab Spring thing when all the refugees started coming into Europe back in like 2011. And I started telling people back then, that's what's coming to America. Oh, that'll never come here. Well, we're almost there now, people. We just went 4 years under Biden, and they were pouring into this fucking country. And where are we going to be at in another 8 years?
Look at Dearborn, Michigan. Let's go, brother.
And the Muslims have already said if they conquer Tennessee and Texas, they've got this country. And that they've made great headway in taking over both them states.
Yeah, and that's how they do it. That's how they've historically done it. Okay, I mean the back in the Viking days. All right, here's a historical story for you. Bjorn Ironside, the whole Viking story, the movie The Vikings. Bjorn Ironside and Haldal Finehair, two very powerful Vikings of the time, very powerful Norse, had, one was a king and one was just a badass warlord that, had a lot of people. They started off with like 300 ships. Okay. And they went into the Mediterranean. They finally went south. And on the north coast of the Mediterranean was the Umayyad Caliphate, the Muslim Umayyad Caliphate. They had taken over They have taken over Spain. They had taken over Italy. They had taken over everything, all of it. Greece. It was the Umayyad Caliphate, and on the south was the Abbasid Caliphate on the North Africa side, right? When they went through, they did their whole Viking thing. Went to each little port and pillaged and plundered and did their go Vikinger, and nothing happened. No real opposition, right? And that's actually where we got, Black Irish, by the way, because they fought one of the kings down in North Africa. They took 8 slaves, 5 of them went to Ireland, and the rest went to Sweden. Anyway, that's a side note. But they went in there and they did their thing, and coming out, the Northern Caliphate of Southern Europe said, "Okay, you're not getting out of here alive." And out of 300 and something ships, they got out with 2. And it's because, and I'm talking about Spain, right? Spain was they were Goth. Traditionally, they were Goth, and they took over that country. Same thing with the African, the northern side, Egypt and Tunisia and all that. They were African. Well, these caliphate took them over by just sending in people constantly, just moving, constant migration, setting up their cities, their towns, imposing their will, Sharia law, and just started building. And that's how they built their caliphate. It took them a while. It took them hundreds of years to do it, and that was one of the biggest things that the Vikings had to face. That, and of course Stamford Bridge. But that's how they did it. They just literally replacement migration. It's something as old as time. They just started moving in and imposing their will. And they want to do it here. They do. They want to, and they say that's exactly what they say. The radical fundamentalists is they want to take over the world.
Yep.
That's it.
Good morning, Rabbit.
Yep. I mean, it's not all Islam. There is, I do like the concept of the 7 pillars and the charitable acts and things of that nature. But it's when, just like any other religion, you get into those radical fundamentalists, and they become more powerful through the politics, and through that warlord mentality. They're black. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we talked about that, didn't we, Joe? Thornhall. Thornhall was the only known black Viking, and he was a servant, or what they called a steward of Eric the Red. But he was that friend that would he knew Eric the Red had a hot temper, and he would talk shit until Eric lost his cool and killed somebody. He was that guy. He was that friend. Like, you gonna take that shit? You gonna take that shit from him? Hell no! You stab him. But yeah, he and if you know about Eric the Red, after he was a criminal. He was straight up a criminal and a pirate, and everybody that ran with him were criminals and pirates. So Thorhall was definitely a criminal and pirate. Viking. But yeah. Y'all got me going. I don't know. Wow.
That's what's happening here, and I don't know what it's ever going to take to wake America up.
It's, I came to that realization before, when fathers have to leave their families to go meet the enemy in the field, like we've always done. But different mindset nowadays, like you alluded. Nobody's willing to put their neck out there to lose anything, and it's through that, panopticon, constant surveillance, and constant manipulation of the mind through social media, social engineering, peer pressure. We're literally watching zombies being made as we speak. And all they want is dopamine, that dopamine hit. They don't care about anybody else. And this collective of zombies, that is growing in this country, they're all self-centered, but they're a self-centered collective, and they'll never get together and discuss these kind of ideas of how to come back together as a community or even as a nation.
Yeah.
I think that families, that's where it lies. The family unit, mommy, daddy, and kids. That's where the real work starts. It does, because they want to protect their kids and they want to work hard for everything. And so once they can't, that's when daddy goes to war. That's when he goes to war. And you see who's doing the war now, right? It's people that have no homes. They're addicted to drugs. They're addicted to sex. They're addicted to relativism, right? Like Backwoods was talking about, man, woman, man, furry, whatever, relativism. They believe that they can be whatever they want to fucking be, right? And they act as a collective, but they're still all very self-centered. And they're trying to push that whole socialism, takeover of, America and the world. They are dangerous about it. What's up, Cajun Prepper? How you doing? Good morning. Oh God, Joe. First world problems there. Yeah, I mean, I'd say the biggest addiction is social media. That's why I said, don't watch this video. Don't watch this live stream. I mean, because that was my whole, reflection.
Well, I had to click on it because if you tell me I can't, I'm going to. So,
hey, I enjoy the defiance. I promote that as well, right?
Hold my coffee.
Hold my coffee. Yeah, I had some rum earlier, and I started drinking ginger beer and coffee, and I'm like, the anticipation of the event was worse than the event itself. I mean, it was really quiet around here. It lasted maybe 10 minutes. I was like, that's it. Okay. All right. I guess I'm up now. I'm going to pull out all my bags and, all my shit.
You was talking about your PTSD earlier, and I battled it a lot over the years. Bad dreams and 4th of July and, just a lot of stuff. I'm not scaring me, but just, it puts you on edge.
Right.
That raises
yeah,
edge.
It does. Yeah.
And since I've been sick, man, I haven't had any of that. I haven't had any of it. My dog still does, but I haven't had any. My dog's flighty as fuck when he hears explosions or gunshots. He'll jump up and run. He has flashbacks when there ain't no noises.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, he said PTSD. I suffer from, and this is what Kemal Carr called it, paperwork trauma syndrome disorder. Yeah. Because I hate paper. Nothing triggers me. It makes me fucking mad than doing my taxes. I mean, I have to. I mean, I'm just mean. I'm, the tax person is just like, are you okay? It's like, I need a minute. I'm feeling very murderous right now.
I see. I don't know if it's a lot of them, but I see a fair amount of TikTok videos that people put on YouTube, and it seems to be the younger generation, the ones in their 20s, maybe into their 30s a little bit, that are starting to stand up and say, no, we've had enough. We're not doing this. I just seen a young girl today. She couldn't have been over 23, 24 years old, and she put out a pretty good rant about the whole system and the way it's going. She wasn't going to pay taxes anymore. That's not what this, it was a really good rant.
Hell yeah.
And I have a little bit of, I've never had hope in the younger crowd because we keep seeing the sissification of boys and everything else coming. And, but I'm starting to get a little glimmer of hope that the younger crowd's going to be the ones that stand up maybe before I die and I can get involved.
Yeah, that's that's what I'm fearing too, is that I'm going to be too old and decrepit when the balloon goes up, and I won't be able to fit into my Boogaloo shirt anymore. Good night, D. Griffin.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to be in a walker right?
Yeah.
Or I'm going to be a hover round, with my mounted AR. Here, come here, you saber. I don't know. I guess I could make it work. I got my hover round. I've got my AR mounted, my shotgun mounted. I have pistols on my side, and then what I'll do is I'll take a camo net. I'll throw it over myself. Disappear.
Well, where you're
good night.
at,
Good night. Hold on. Good night, Rabid. Good night, D Griffin. D Griffin, you're in Australia. What time is it there? It's probably nighttime. He's going to bed.
yeah, they're like 12 hours off from us or something.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Well, in a urban area like where you live, you could probably use a trash can, or I don't even know if they. It's been so long since I've really been out and circulated and looked at things. Do they still have the old mailboxes that sit on the corners in the cities? We still got them around here, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The big blue mailboxes.
Yeah, I do see them. Actually, I see a lot of them. They put them inside. But yeah, you still see like a box or a roll of mailboxes that you got to lock to get into.
Well, I meant like the blue ones, like for the public, where you just pull the lid down and drop your letter in.
Oh yeah, sometimes I see them.
We've still got them around here, but this is small town America. I haven't been deep in the city much, and I didn't pay attention in Kansas City.
So what, like, build yourself a paper mache.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just put it on. There you go.
Yeah.
Urban camouflage. I like the idea of the trash ghillie suit.
Yeah.
I mean, it works.
Yeah.
It works. You could just, put a bunch of trash bags and, a banana peel and a 40 bottle, an empty bottle of beer or cans, and just boom, just clunker down in a corner, and you're just a pile of trash in the city, which is everywhere.
Yeah. I really hate to.
It's your show right now. I'll be right back.
All right. I just hate to see this country go down that whole dystopian path where it looks like we're heading, where it's a total police state, surveillance, and that's one of my big disappointments in Trump, that he's pushing it. But I kind of get it, because there's the whole international thing to stay ahead of China on everything, and Russia.
Much better. Much better. Okay, I'm back. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm 10 gallons later.
It really bothers me to hear I hear it out of boomers a lot, how all these people that are complaining about the economy need to just work harder and live a different life and all this, because that whole mentality that they pushed back from their generation doesn't really fit nowadays with what's going on with the price of everything, the housing. Wages have nowhere kept up with what the inflation is. And some of the people on these TikTok videos that people compile and make, some of them are stupid. I mean, one girl was complaining because it cost her $150 for her cosmetics instead of $80 that it used to cost. Well, quit buying all the cosmetics, you might have some more money. But there is some stupid shit on there. Or I seen one by Epic Economist sometimes he has some decent ones, but it was about the food, people going to food banks, and this one chick's on there, and she's sitting in line, and she's saying how she hopes that it's not a bunch of expired food, and if it is, when she gets home, she'll just have to throw it away. Well, that's a bunch of brainwashing that these young kids are confused about. Expired food's not going to kill you, and expired food's not necessarily bad for you. It depends on what it is, obviously, but
Yeah. Right.
I've ate a lot of outdated food, a lot of food that was past its best buy date. And I'm grinding on a bag of coffee that's like been out of date for 5 years, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coffee beans, there ain't nothing wrong with them.
Anything canned goods, all canned goods last forever.
Yeah.
Theoretically. Yeah.
Back when we was in the Cold War, they done tests on stuff like this on canned food, and they used different cans back then that was more toxic probably than what they are now. And medications and all that stuff, and a lot of the stuff that we have in our, because they want to know what would still be good for the population to use if there's ever a nuclear war, where there was no more supply chain. And I mean, this was government studies, and it was proven back in the 70s and 80s that this stuff's not bad for you. And I'm proof of it. I've ate a lot of outdated stuff.
There's there was a salvage of an old ship, and they found a bunch of canned goods in it. It had been sitting there for 85 years.
Yeah, that was underwater. The Missouri River, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. But yeah, they pulled it out. And it was fine.
Yeah,
it was fine. Yep.
Yeah, that was like from the 1800s.
Yeah. So I mean, if it's done right and kept in the right, environment, which it doesn't take much, just cool, dry place. Not even. It just make sure it's not super hot. Make sure it's not super cold. And your stuff will last forever. Theoretically, because we don't know. We do know that some honey is like a forever food. They found 2,500-year-old honey, in the pyramids, and it's still good. It's like, wow, this shit's still good. I don't know. I mean, I've had a lot of discussions about that, and then of course now we have canning, and we don't know how long it will last. Tell you the truth, it's the same thing with canned goods.
I've heard people on YouTube that call themselves experts say that jar canned food is only good for like 3 years, and they're so full of fucking shit. I've canned meat a lot in my life, and I've ate canned in jars deer meat, pork, beef, chicken that was over 10 years old that I canned myself. Well, me and my first wife, I mean, if it sits out in the sun, it's obviously not good for it. But I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of this programming was done intentional to dumb people down and take that survival instinct out of people. People don't have a survival instinct anymore.
Yeah, it's like our generation, your generation. It was kind of it was ingrained. It was everywhere.
Hey, bro, we're from the same generation. I'm Gen X.
Yeah,
I'm only 55. I'm only 3 years older than you.
Okay.
Right. Honestly,
you're not that old. All right, I'm not trying to call you old.
Yeah, I got that leathery face, but the rest of me's still the same age.
Right, we grew up. Yeah, we grew up where it was, oh, you're cut, rub some dirt on it, stop crying.
Yeah.
You don't like the food I'm giving you, then fine, go hungry. Twinkies, Twinkies last forever. And yeah, I mean, we and of course I grew up in the hood in the ghetto, right? So government cheese, canned milk, powdered milk. I mean, and we were scraping together. My mom was putting stuff together that, people nowadays be like, what are you eating? Why? How? And that was the smell test. It'd be like, yeah, it's still good. The smell test, the taste test, look at you old birds.
You brought up the cheese and the milk, and that's another thing. The United States used to have bunkers and caves. These caves
Yeah.
down here in Kansas City and southern Missouri, they're old mines that they've turned into warehouses and shit. It used to be piled full of that stuff. There's still some there, but they got rid of most of that stuff. The federal government pays dairy farmers a subsidy. They have been since like back in the 80s. And a lot of that milk never made it to the food chain. And the government would take it because they was paying these dairy subsidies and turn it into the government cheese and the powdered milk. And that was part of the stockpile in case there was ever a nuclear war or a collapse or anything. And Clinton started doing away with all that, and Obama kind of finished it off. They don't do any of that shit anymore.
And I remember watching something about this where they started to liquidate these warehouses, and they were like 35-year-old blocks of cheese that were still good. And so cheese, right, if you cover it in wax, it will last forever. It'll continue to age inside the wax. Like there's a I forget there's some famous cheese place. It's fucking whatever kind of cheese, but they have this block of cheese. They had like a limited run of them that were made in the 1700s. It is like their most prized possession. And you got to pay them, because once they cut it, that's it. They got to use it. They got to consume it. But it stays forever locked in this big, thick ass layer of I don't know, some kind of it's a different kind of wax, and it's embedded with dirt. I don't know. It looks very dirty, but they cut it open, man, and it's amazing. The Netherlands, I had a chance to taste some cheese. They have cultures in their cheese, cultures and enzymes that are over 600 years old.
Yeah,
like it's amazing. Like the cheese has like little crystals in it, and it's different. It's totally different than cheese that around here. And that's what you did. You saved cheese and put it away. Put it over there and let it age for a couple years. And
well, even cheese that's in the refrigerator, if it starts growing mold on it, it's not bad. You just shave off that mold, and like regular cheddar, cheddar starts turning sharper the older it gets.
Yeah, that's right.
And
yeah,
you just shave that mold off there. You ain't even got to take the very thick slice off, just enough to get the green off, and hell, it's still good. I've ate a lot of it.
Sophia, share your channel, please. I have tried kimchi. I'm not a big fan of it, Yardbirds, but Sophia, share your channel. She's been doing this like bread thing, which is making me hungry. But yeah, check out. I found a new channel. I actually kind of know her. It's called Food and Gladness. Check her out. She does some cool things. Let's see if I can share it. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember. There's bread. There's mold on the bread. You just tear off the mold and eat the bread. It's not moldy.
Except the bread don't really mold much anymore. The cheap bread don't. I've got a loaf of bread out there. I got a loaf of bread out there in my rig that's been out there since February, and it ain't got a bit of mold on it. It's the cheap white bread from Walmart. Actually, there's two loaves in there.
Yeah, they got this idea, and it was told to me. It was told to me by a corpsman, actually, the saying. But he's also worked in food industries and pharmaceuticals. Better living through chemical engineering. That was the saying, and that's what they're trying to do. Right, that's the whole premise is, to create, and you go overseas, they call our food Frankenfood. It's a lot of stuff like we were talking about ethyl glycol. Ethyl glycol here in America is used for all kinds of weird shit, but it's also the main ingredient in Fireball, the popular drink.
Yeah,
and it's banned overseas. Yeah, check her out, Food and Gladness. I'm just kind of helping her out, promote her channel. She drops a video every week, real quick. You know, she's got some really good recipes. Makes me hungry. I know her. I know her through a friend of mine, like personally. So
I don't eat hardly any bread anymore. Bread spikes me pretty hardcore. I buy that 12 grain. It's the only bread I know of that's not GMO added, and even it spikes me. But I have days that I know my pancreas works because I went like 3 days. I only had to take 4 cc's of my insulin, and I ate fried chicken, fried potatoes, canned treat. You know that canned treat stuff?
treat, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like Spam but better.
Thank you,
I
man.
dump it out of the can and chop it up and fry it up with potatoes. It's real good shit. Didn't spike me at all. I didn't have to take any insulin for about 3 days. So I know my pancreas is still working part of the time.
Yeah.
I'm holding on to hope that it's all going to level out some point in time.
Yeah, you keep you know, playing with your numbers and your intake, and you know, you should be fine. Yeah, look at niacin. I've heard great things out of niacin. Niacin like resets and fasting, right? Fasting resets your sugar. Of course, consult your physician. I'm not, you know, but
I don't consult them either.
right. The way I look at it is the medical profession. They're like mechanics, you know. You come in with a broken arm, they fix your broken arm, right? You know, you guys they need you to do surgery or something like that, you know, to fix you like a car. That yeah, they can do that. But when they start talking about health and wellness, I tune out. I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just really don't.
I haven't done any infusions for my cancer since February, the middle of February, when my sugar spiked to 585 while I was there getting the infusion, and but I still go in every 3 months for a CAT scan. It's just part of the routine so they can monitor the tumors. And the last one I went in for, I go in about a week later for the oncologist to read the report to me, and he said my tumors were stabilized. And he wanted me to start back on to the treatments. And I said, no. I said, I told you I wasn't doing the treatments anymore. And besides, I told you I'm traveling this summer. I'm not going to be around to be in here every 2 weeks and blah, blah, blah. And they tried, the nurses tried, he tried to get me start back. And finally, this is what he told me. Now, do you tell me if this makes any sense to you? He said, well, your next CAT scan is in September. And if the tumors are still shrinking or stabilized, that's a good sign that the cancer's gone out of them. And I looked at him, I'm like, well, that don't make any sense. And it's in and out like an oil change. You know, they don't sit there and really give you time because they got the next person in line. You know, it's all about money. And I'm driving home and I'm like, that don't make any fucking sense. A tumor, it's either cancerous or it's not. And so I get home and I look stuff up, and my sister-in-law, she's been in the medical industry for 25 years. I talked to her. Well, I told my brother about it, and they called me that evening. She's like, what's going on? And I told her, and she said, no, that ain't right. She said, when was your last PET scan? And I said, I've never had a PET scan. And she said, well, how did they diagnose you with cancer? And I said, well, they done the MRI, and they seen the tumors, and then they done a biopsy on my lung. And she said, well, anybody that gets cancer gets a PET scan. And I knew that was a fact because I got an ex-girlfriend that has been fighting cancer for the last 12 years. And she still goes in for a PET scan every 6 months. Even when it's in remission, she's still going in for PET scans. And they've never gave me a PET scan. So there's something hokey about their whole fucking story.
Yeah, right.
And that's another reason I've been trying to get my sleeping habits back right, because I contacted an attorney, and but I'm always asleep, and so I haven't been able to follow through with that, because I'm going to find out what's going on with this shit, man. Now, I have no doubt the tumors were there. I mean, the one in my spine ruptured, and it paralyzed me down to where I couldn't even walk, and the one in my hip, and I mean, I have no doubt there were tumors there, but maybe they were just benign tumors, and it wasn't even fucking cancer. Maybe it isn't even kidney cancer. Maybe it's just tumors that I've accumulated over the years, you know?
Yeah, the body will find, if there's a foreign object or something very toxic in your body, it will form a fatty mass around it to like protect it and just kind of stow it away somewhere.
Yeah.
I got them. It's called lipoma.
Yeah.
I had a big one taken out of my my leg when I was in the parasites too, like in the Marine Corps, and the doctor was like, "Oh, you're one of those guys." He's like, people that are like extremely active and like marathon runners, they have 0% body fat because your body is constantly burning material, stuff. And so what the body does is it like tries to find fat and store it away just because, like just for a rainy day, or it finds, in my case, it finds a particulate or something extremely toxic, and it hangs onto it, and then you have to work it out. And there are times when I was doing some intense training, people were like, "Oh my God, you smell like chemicals. You smell like," I was in pest control. I was doing Shaolin Kung Fu, and we had some very intense workouts. And it just, the smell, people were like commenting, and I could smell it. I could smell all the weird shit, and I could feel it. I could literally like there was something in my side, and it was like little flash of burn inside me. I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And then I'd go pee, and it'd be burning. And that was my body going, "Get rid of this shit." You just eat all your the tumorous protective layer that we put around this dangerous material, because it's going to do damage to us, and you just passed it. You just ate through your tumor, and now it's whatever. So the body is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. If I feel so much better, bro. Seriously, get onto the. I'm not affiliated, but the cocoa flavonoids, man. The cocoa flavonoids from Black Forest Survival, Black Forest supplements. This shit is amazing. I did a little. I'm on it. Of course, it's bitter. It's like bitter chocolate. I put my mom on it. I went to go see her a month ago. I put her on this and NMN. Right. I'm also taking tertesterone, but I put her on it. She had a heart attack in October. She's 79 years old. She's been disabled all her life. It knocked her right, I won't say dick in the dirt, but it knocked her in the dirt. Like, she was down. She was on a walker. She couldn't, she was on like all this medication, right? Boom, right on. It is expensive. It is, but it works.
Can you send me pictures of those, please?
I can do better than that. Got you. Yes, sir. As soon as the post office opens up, it's down this weekend. But because I got my mom some more stuff I gotta send her. But yeah, this stuff, like I said, Sophia, she like, and I went to go see her, and she was in bad shape. Just I'm trying to talk, listen to her. She's just very weak. Most of my time, I was there for a week. She was sleeping on the couch. She had trouble getting up. She would walk, to the kitchen table, into the kitchen, and be like, "Oh, I'm tired. I got to sit back down." I put her on this stuff, and the NMN, and she calls me up going, "Hey, how you doing?" Just 1,000 miles an hour. I'm like, "Mom, what's going on here? That's not the mom I knew a month ago. What's going on?" She's like, "Oh, I feel great. I cleaned my house. I've walked to the mailbox, and I still got to walk with a cane, but hey, I get shit done." I'm like, "Wow, that's amazing." I mean, and it's just a cup. It's like a little scoop of this. It's very bitter. I put it in my coffee. My mom makes it. I gave it to her. I gave it to her religiously, every day, and it just it stimulates the stem cells in your bone marrow and just starts repairing everything. Like, I can see my eyes are bad. My eyes are going bad. Like, I should have glasses, but I can see certain times. When this stuff works, I can start to see things. I'm like, wow, I can see now. My knee, it's starting to like, help repair my knee. I got bad knees. I got bad knees, shoulders, backs, from military and hard work all my life. And I can feel it, and I have energy. And it's not just like I drank a cup of caffeine. It's, a cup of coffee and everything. It's just like, yeah, I can do this.
Natural motivation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. The testosterone, I will say, it heats you up. It does heat you up. And it helps with the, obviously it helps your testosterone boosting. But it heats you up, but I do have some muscle, and it helps the atrophy of the muscle mass. Obviously, I'm not going to give that to my mom, but yeah. So I'll send you one of these, man. You'll dig this. That should help you out too. It's really good for the heart. It's really good for the heart, but it's really good for everything else too. They've been doing studies about cocoa flavonoids, which is found in bitter chocolate, extremely bitter chocolate. But that stuff that you get, at the stores, it's all like junk, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about, it's all fillers and bad things in it, that are just doing everything bad for you. So Black Forest supplement, Black Forest supplements I call it my super serum. I really do. I've been on this shit for like, wow, 6-7 years now. Yeah, it's amazing.
I read that dark cocoa is supposed to be real good at fighting cancer.
Yeah, they're finding out all kinds of things that it does, right? Right, Joe. But I did the research before I bought this stuff. I did. I heard about it from Black Scout Survival, and I'm like, I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of all things, and I started hearing about all the reports of it, and looked up their ingredients, and there's studies going on. They're like, whoa, really? This is, the NMN will give you 10 years, literally. Yeah. It's like it works on the telomeres of your cells. They're finding out it does all kinds of weird shit, beneficial weird shit. So
yeah, I'm friends with him.
Expensive. Huh?
I'm friends with him.
Oh, Black Scout.
Yeah.
Jack. Yeah, Jack. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're personal friends, like on Facebook. And
oh, hell yeah.
I like him. He's a good dude. I've heard people insult him, but
oh yeah, he catches a lot of shit. Yeah, he does. I mean, he's just got a no nonsense fuck you attitude.
Yeah.
Hey,
he was one of the first ones that started calling out the whole Iran war thing, and I didn't really agree with him because I've got a biased opinion about Iran. I'm from that generation that does, and but the more things go on, things aren't adding up. I'm not opposed to us bombing them at all, but it's like the whole thing. The war's on, then it's off, and then it's on, and then it's off.
Right,
we're destroying everything they got, but they're still shooting our planes down, and something ain't adding up.
Was it you that said that you feel like this is very theatrical? Or was that somebody else?
Yeah, I've said that.
Okay, yeah, it just feels very theatrical. I mean, if I'm just, me, I like strategy and tactics. I just think it's a very stupid way to fight a war.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah. The Kurds finally. The Kurds up in the northern part of the country did rise up and start fighting back.
They did.
Yes.
Pilgrim. That's Turk testosterone with Tungat Ali. And I have to say, for my madness that I suffer from or enjoy, this helps me with focus and clarity as well. It does, the Tungat Ali. So there's some pretty cool shit. Yeah, yeah. Bomb, yeah, they are the world leading, endorsers of of terrorism.
Yeah.
You know, they want that radical worldwide caliphate.
Yeah.
They do. They want everybody under the thumb of Sharia law and them as the ayatollah of it all, right? They want to be the imam of them all, of all of us.
If them and Turkey ever align and join sides together, that's going to be a hell of a fight.
Oh, if Turkey and if we go against Turkey and Iran,
If Turkey and Iran ever unified and yeah, that would be a hell of a fight. I think they're both
That
very
would be.
radical.
They are radical, but I know, and I hate. I don't know. I hate the Turkish that I've ever met, but
I do too. I do too. I got no use for Erdogan or none of that, but I can still respect an enemy and say that they're probably a formidable foe, you know.
Yeah, and that everybody knows that Turkey is, you know, a force to be reckoned with, you know, as a military might.
I fought Turkey when I was in Syria. They was the ones, they sponsored ISIS. Most people don't know that, but all that ISIS shit that was going on in Syria, we didn't beat ISIS like Trump said in 2017. They just retreated across the border into Syria. Erdogan rearmed them and gave them air support and artillery support and all that, and sent them back in across the border to start killing Kurds.
Damn. Yeah, nobody likes the Kurds. And I blame the British when they remapped everything after World War II.
Yeah.
Them
and the Armenians.
The Armenians. Yeah, the massacre of the Armenian people. That's, oh my God. People nailed to the floor and shit. I mean, it's horrible. Horrible. I mean, Middle East, they did some horrible things. They do horrible things to each other.
Yeah.
For, something that happened thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
They owed a damn grudge. Man, talk about a grudge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Family Feud, Hatfields and McCoys. Ain't got shit on the Middle East. Yep. They'll look at you and go, you got the Hadidi forehead. You must die. That means you're from the Hadidi family. I'm like, wait a minute, no, what are you talking about? What the fuck? How'd you know my forefathers?
Why are you looking at my forehead?
Right. Yeah. What, my forehead offends you? Yeah. It's just very strange. Yeah. I mean, the Turkish, I met some Turkish when I was in Greece in Rhodes. And I went there. I still have them. I bought some snorkeling gear because I wanted to do some snorkeling, and I still have the fins. They're really good. But I walked in there and it's Turkish people, and they're just as soon as I walked in, they're like, fuck you. They're just they're cussing and making fun of me the whole time. Just old bald-headed fat men. I say that they're probably my age now, but I'm like 19, 20, whatever. And I've got Greek money, and they just start, and right off the bat, he goes, he goes, haga, 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 haga. So is his friend sitting over there drinking and smoking. And he's drinking a coffee, in the clear cup. Like, wow, whatever. And he's smoking some kind of nasty cigarette, and he's just sitting there at a table. And I guess the owner got mad because he had to get up and go behind the counter because I walked in, fucking customers. And he looks over his friend like, I don't speak the language, but I got the feeling it was like, hey, watch this. And he goes, hello, my friend. And he sticks out his left hand. Like he's going to shake my hand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. His left hand. I'm like, no, hell no. I know what you do with that hand. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Hello, my friend. What can I do for you? And, it was just a fucked up. He tried to like overcharge the fuck out of me. Right. And I had to haggle with him. I had to walk out the store like twice and I got heated. I had a little temper. You know, I was talking about fucking him up and fuck you. I know you understand English. Fuck you, motherfucker. Bullshit. And finally, he just gave it to me. He gave it to me for a fair price. I probably got robbed anyway, but I talked him down from whatever that money was, Greek money. He's asking. And I did my research before I went. Because they tell you that shit on the ship. Like, hey, this is the money. This is their denominations. This is how much it's worth. And then they'll say, like, they'll have a little, because we're stupid. And they'll say, a can of Coke cost 35,000 drachma. Okay. No more, no less, And they're like, okay. All right. Get it. I get it. All right. Yeah. It's in my brain housing group. So, yeah, don't get fucking, scammed, because they will. They'll try. They really do, Yeah, I was going to come to blows with this dude. I was like, fuck him, And as soon as I walked outside, he was like, he was inside yelling at me, throwing his hands up like he was going to fight. I was like, all right, let's go. And as soon as he walked out, he goes, my friend, he's being watched. Let me tell you, my friend, I'm sorry. And I was just like, I was creating the scene. And he calmed the fuck down. I was like, okay. He created the scene inside the store, but calmed the fuck down when he came inside. I was like, all right, I know how this shit works now. Yeah. Fuck you guys. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Yeah. The Turks.
I do like a Turkish cigarette, and they've got some pretty good weed and coffee.
Yeah, the coffee is really. I don't like the coffee.
No,
I have had their idea of an espresso. It's way too fucking bitter, and it's got that rotten smell to it. I don't like. I don't know. Maybe it was just what they gave me, because I'm an American. But
I tend to like dark, bitter coffees.
Yeah, Trent makes fun of me. He's like, you drink that girly coffee, because I'll put something in it to sweeten it, just to kill the astringent of it. But I will. I'll drink straight bitter, straight black coffee. I'll drink it, but I prefer, like, my daily consumption is it's mixed with something. But whatever. Oh yeah, there was another incident with a Turk in a bar. He just walked up. We were sitting there, and he just walked up and took my buddy's beer and walked away with it. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding? Hell no! And dude's just, my friend's just still sitting there. And I was like, what the fuck? He's like, what I have, I hold. I keep. You take nothing. I take everything. I am Turkish. Like, I will fucking whoop your ass. I'm a Marine, motherfucker. Let's go. And they're like, start a national incident. I know. Fuck that dude, man. But they were just assholes, man. Fucking assholes. But I guess, you live in a country named Turkey. I like the joke where the Canadians said that they're going to go to war with Turkey and conquer it and call it chicken. Fucking rename it chicken.
Erdogan wants to reestablish the Ottoman Empire.
I guess he never remembered history with Vlad the Impaler. Yeah, the Ottoman Empire in modern day. Oh my God! Because that kind of came by, the whole Xerxes Persia thing. That's Iran. That's Iran too. They believe in that. What are they, Khazarian or whatever? And that was a part of that Persian empire. I don't know. That'd be fucked up. That'd be a damn.
I don't think we could ever completely annihilate Iran. They're in the end time prophecy as Persia, and but I did expect more of this war than what we're getting. Especially if it comes down to the dollar, they're beating us as far as money goes.
Oh, yeah.
We're spending a lot of money. There was a was it a B-2 or a B-52 just got shot down? Had an emergency land on an aircraft carrier here a few days ago.
I heard something about that. Yeah, yeah. And of course,
That's a lot of money.
And we've dropped so much fucking ordnance, billions of dollars worth of ordnance. Just boom, 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 boom. You know, the constant gas or diesel or whatever fuel for the boats, man, and the airplanes and helicopters. And oh yeah, they rescued the one pilot. It you know, it probably cost us like $500,000 or couple $1 million. You know, $500 million to get that guy out. We scuttled a lot of shit. We scuttled planes and a fucking C-130. You know, all kinds of shit, man. Millions of dollars just left in the desert. Blew it up.
So what's your thoughts on that? There's a conspiracy theory going around that there never was any pilots, that was a special operation to go in and nab nuclear fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard that?
Oh, yeah. I think I heard about that in the past. I mean, from what I've being told and being, you know, what I'm seeing, what I understand to be true is that we literally, you know, entombed all those reactors, and you know, because they moved everything underground and shit and hardened everything. Yeah. You know,
that's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were told, and that's what we were shown. If they had something out in the open, which would be stupid if you're Iran, you know, because that's as soon as this shit went down, before it went down, they just started moving things in you know, in the mountainside, right? You know, they have extensive, you know, tunnels and complexes underground. So I don't know. It's possible. I mean, that's the whole thing about, you know, SF. You know, they do stuff and then they don't tell anybody what they did or why they did it. I mean, we were just kind of like left to speculate, and then later on, you know, there's a movie made about it or a book comes out. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I like this. We did see the pilot. They did
show the pilots.
Yeah, a pilot. Yeah.
Marfugel here. It's been the last week or so. On one of his shows, he was saying that they never had showed the pilot, and I haven't never seen the pilot.
Well, they named him.
I didn't know. Well, yeah, I've heard the name, but I hadn't never seen a picture of him, and I didn't know if that was true or not.
I don't know. You got me wondering now. I don't know. But yeah, they showed the pilot, or they said the pilot was so and so and so and so, and then they showed pictures of him. I don't know of you know, a picture of him, whatever. Then of course they fast forward to boom. Here's a topographical map. He started here and he ended up here, and you know, there was all this going on, and you know, central casting, right? I mean, it could be all the world's a stage for them. You know what I'm saying? All the world's a stage.
With all the AI, man, it's crazy. I shared a clip the other day of Tucker Carlson. It was off of a channel, and she had put a Tucker Carlson clip on there, and he was talking about the Chinese military being down in Mexico and stuff. And I researched it. I tried to find the show where he talked about that, and I couldn't find anything. And when I shared it, I said, I don't know if this is AI Carlson or not, you know. But
there is a program that you can use to detect AI, and people use it.
Do you know what the name of it is?
No, I don't. I've seen it, and they've proven a lot of stuff is AI, you know, and it's fairly credible, I guess, because AI has these quirks that on a pixelated level that just are not right, you know. Like if you take a still photo of someone or you know, a video of someone, the AI, depending on how good or bad it is, it reconstructs the face in a 3D a flat plane, and then reconstructs it in a 3D plane, then represents it on a flat plane that we're watching, right? And what happens is there's like a pixel that is off, like it's moving around or something, or it's pulsating. You know, like your skin doesn't pulsate. You know, your nose doesn't, just when you turn, it doesn't turn in the direction. You know, and so weird shit like that, or you see it with, if you watch a lot of AI stuff, they move differently.
Yeah.
You know, it's a weird biomechanics, you know, and you know, the face distorts, the eye distorts, the hands distort, you know, weird shit like that, you know, and they can pick up on that. It's a program.
Well, there was a something to do with the elections going on. Some conservative congressman supposedly took the squad out to dinner or something, was holding hands with them, and it was released as on TV or something, and it affected the way the election went or something. I heard something about it in a video, so I haven't seen any of it. But I mean, apparently they're making these videos now of politicians doing stuff that they didn't do or something, and to change people's mind on the way they vote. Sure,
social engineering, and there's also what was another tactic of theirs was anytime there's some kind of catastrophic event, you know, or what they say is a catastrophic event, right? And what they'll do is, right, Yardbirds. What they'll do is they'll show, okay, oh my God, Venezuela, you know, had a freaking earthquake, and then they'll show footage of something that happened 10 years ago in a whole nother, location.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that.
What the fuck, you know? Or, you know, you've seen this too, like, you know, the reporter gets out here, you know, and oh my God, everybody is dying, and then some guy just kind of walks by like he's just it's supposed to be a war zone going on, and he's just like, what y'all talking about? what happened? There's a war? What? I didn't notice. I've been out there all day. What the fuck?
Yeah, CNN got caught doing that down there in that one hurricane.
Oh, really?
Taking footage, yeah.
See, if I don't see Jim Cantori, you know, from the Weather Channel, that was the guy. Like if you don't see him, you know, you're okay. But if you see him, you know it's bad because he's out there just, oh shit, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's part. We don't know what's true. We don't know what's fake. That's part of it too, man. You know, that's part of that social engineering. That's part of the hijacking of the brain. You know, and it's easy to do because everybody is plugged in. Everybody is just enthralled. Social media rules their world. You know, and it's true. I mean, all of us are affected by it. I'm affected by it, even though I see it and I know what's going on. You know, I feel the outrage. I feel my emotions being pulled in a certain direction. You know, I can understand the narrative. Like, you know, because I'm always at, you know, from the hood. I'm like, what's your angle? What's the angle here? Right? Where's the con coming from? What's the con here? You know, boom, there it is. You know, I don't know. It just, you see it, you just can't unsee it. But you still get fooled by it, you know. He knows where they're steering the storms, right? Weather manipulation. Yeah. Okay. I mean, is that true? I mean, you know, I'd say Mother Nature does what it wants. We do what we can. I mean, there's so many. There's businesses out there that make them money. They make it the money. They make it the money by making it rain, right? They make it rain by making it rain. You know, we've seen what happened in Saudi Arabia. They've been doing it for years. They've been literally like they have farms, and they have a schedule. They have bought, a schedule for rain, and this company comes out there and they make it rain out there for the farmers, you know. Right? It makes you smarter. It does. It makes you smarter. Yep. I'm red pilled. I took the red pill.
I think people get a little carried away a little bit on the whole weather manipulation. Every time something happens now, everybody, it turns into weather manipulation, and I don't think all of it is. Some of it is natural.
Yeah, I believe that. Now there is things that they do, and you know this from a military standpoint. If there's still satellites up there that are not ours.
Yeah.
Right. There's Chinese. There's Russian. There's Pakistani. North Korean. I don't know. There's all kinds of shit up there. Right. And they monitor us on a regular basis. Yeah. And so we already know that's their tactic is like, okay, it's on a schedule, that satellite's on a schedule. It comes around every so often, there might be another one that tries, right behind it or whatever, but well, okay, it's going to be here at 10 o'clock. So at 9 o'clock, everybody get out there in the planes and spray what's called aluminum sulfate in the air. So it blocks their LiDAR, it blocks their everything, their observation of the area, and it hides everything, right? So if they're doing troop movements or something, and all of a sudden you just start seeing little crisscrosses in the sky, and then boom, it gets cloudy, right? And you look at the sun, it's all hazy and weird and pixelated. It's like, yep, okay, they're masking, they're masking the area, their troop movements and shit like that, which is smart, right? But yeah, they're fucking poisoning us. Yeah, sure. But it's at a, what they say, a reasonable amount that the environment, can absorb and get rid of, I guess. Whatever that scale is. Fuck.
Something I've noticed in all the last probably 4 or 5 years is in the summertime, on a real hot day, by like noon, 1 o'clock, all the weeds and stuff in the garden the leaves just start drooping down and falling down. And I never seen that before, like 4 or 5 years ago. I mean, you'd see it like a prolonged hot summer with no rain. You'd start seeing that, but it happens now just like after a few hours of real hot sun. And it didn't used to do that.
Yeah, and I have to say, here's an observation too, is there's a lot of like just dying trees.
Yeah.
Just big, massive tree that's been there for 70 years, just, rotted from the inside and it's fallen, and it's fallen into a graveyard of other trees that, are everywhere. So the resilience of things, I think, is being affected, but of course, that it adds to the ecosystem of the forest floor and grows more trees. So I mean,
or helps forest fires burn more.
Yeah, it creates a tinderbox. Yeah.
Did you see the map?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Did you see the map that Jack shared the other day on his channel of all the forest fires that are going on here in the United States? I mean, they're nationwide.
Really?
Yeah. Even on the East Coast, there's a lot of forest fires going on.
Wow. I mean, it's summer. It's hot. I don't know. But I mean, we know that, a lot of organizations use that as a tactic. Fire's been used as a tactical tool for many operations, and we know that in 5th generation warfare, it's all about that, other engagement, creating fires, espionage, subterfuge, destroying destroying things, infrastructure, right? There's a lot of that going on. You know, every time you turn around, there's a massive plant that's caught on fire that, you know, or oil refinery or you know, something.
A
right?
junkyard.
A junkyard, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of big junkyards around the United States burning up here lately.
I mean, it kind of feels like there's some type of effort to systematically destroy our preps, if you will, our ability to fix and repair, sustainability. Right, right. You know, some you know, taking out, you know, key things that, you know, like the toilet paper. I mean, okay, you know, big deal, but now there's a toilet paper shortage. You know, the chicken farms, you know, the cattle farms, and, you know, these massive places that create that food production, going after the food production, you know, literally. You know, there's some kind of fire, or oh no, every chicken has this you know, monkeypox disease. We got to cull everything. It's, you know, 12 million chickens all in this one area. Like, damn, that's a lot of eggs. That's a lot of meat. You know?
That was going on around here in the corporate hog farms Smithfield owned. They've shut most of them down around here, but one of them diseases, if one pig tested positive with it, they'd go through and just kill the whole farm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, because at that point, because you think about it, how do you test and quarantine millions of pigs one by one? They have to. They have to go one by one and test and quarantine. Okay, this one's good, you know, put it in quarantine. Got to make sure there's a quarantine. The quarantine, because what's the vector? Is it a fly? Is it, you know, bad water? Is it the food? Is it, you know, it's so they just go ahead and just, you know, cut their losses and start again. Yeah. Smithfield, they're owned by China, aren't they? Yeah,
and they done it so many times here over the last probably 10 or 15 years. They shut all these farms down around here. That was a main source of employment for a lot of people in this area. When I moved here in 91, they was getting ready to shut my county down and split it up amongst the surrounding counties because there was no economy here. And the hog farm started started out as premium standard farms. They built all them farms and they sold out to a Chinese company called Murphy Brown, and then they sold out to Smithfield. But almost all of them are gone now. They've got a couple of the finished floors, but as far as the like the sow complexes where they breed and gestate and farrow and all that, they're all shut down.
Yeah.
China still owns the land. And I done a video about this about 4 years ago, back when I was doing fiber. All that farm ground that they own, they was planting it in wheat. That's Chinese wheat. And I made a video about it, and I said, this ought to tell everybody something. There's fixing to be a wheat shortage or something in this world. And a smart farmer should have been started planting wheat back then instead of planting these ethanol corn and genetically modified soybeans.
Yep.
If I owned a bunch of land, that's what I'd be growing. I'd be growing wheat and barley and stuff like that, oats. I think that's where financially, I think it would be a boom for a man that owns a nice chunk of land and wanted to produce crops for money. What's that say?
But you said already, Mac. She said
I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
Yeah, it's already going on.
And you know, the overregulation of farming.
Yeah.
You know, it's horrible. You know, farms that are like, you know, 150, 170 years old, been doing the same, have figured out the formula for successful farming for generations. You know, now they're being told they can't water their crops. They can't give water from their well that they've been using for 170 years to be used on their crops or their livestock. You know, they get fined. They get fucking jailed in prison. I mean, heard about the Amish guy, they went after him in Pennsylvania. That was fucking crazy. They went on after him for years.
According to that one channel, Yanassa Farms, he's got a real big channel.
I know him. Yep.
He says that Nebraska's drying up and blowing away like the Dust Bowl.
Damn. And let me guess, it's just land that's bought and it's just sitting there. Nobody's doing anything with it. Or they subsidize the farms, because they'll do that. They'll say, hey, we'll pay you this much money if you just don't grow any crops today, so they can manipulate the market. Right.
Yeah.
And a lot of them take it because they got bills to pay, all that equipment and all that stuff it's expensive. I mean, they're paper rich, right? But they have a lot of debt. Debt. They get those. If you buy a brand new tractor, that's like how much? $100-something thousand. And there's the maintenance involved in one of those, and the fuel. And, oh my God, it's crazy. And yeah, I've heard about the John Deere. You gotta pay to get an update. Yeah. Or they shut it down. Like they can just push a button and shut it down. Auto. They kill your tractor. They found. I do find this interesting though. When Russia went in the first beginnings of the war in Ukraine, Russia went in and stole a bunch of very expensive, badass John Deere tractors and brought them back to Russia. And John Deere just hit the kill button and disabled all of them. They got out. Russia wants to, farm everything. They got a good farming thing going on too. But, John Deere was like, fuck you, disabled. Nebraska has a huge wildfire this year impacting our out beef heavily. Yeah, right. I mean, when producers can't produce, guess what occurs? And yeah, I talked about it. It's the same thing with Stalin. The kulak, thing. The kulak being farmers. He demonized the farmers and turned the people against the farmers. Right? Like, oh, these farmers these kulaks are horrible. They're destroying. They're horrible people, and they need to be killed. And that's exactly what the people did. And, they had the Kulak Wars, I guess, but it was all a way to control the food production. Because once you control the food, you control the people. I mean,
I think that's what they're going to do to get everybody to comply with this police state that they're pushing on us.
Yep. Yeah. That's why I really believe that self-reliance, self-sustainability, and done on a community level, not just yeah, of course, if I go out and get land, which I hope I will one of these days, I'm going to start planting and growing, and boom, I am now self-sustaining, right? But then if I go one step further and maybe, what do you call it? Sharecropping, like, hey, you want to come on my land and grow corn? Go ahead. Boom, you pay rent or something, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
And then just become a part of a community, a resilient community. I think that's how we're going to have to fight it. That's the only way we're going to have to fight it, unless we actually fight it. But how do you fight that? How do you fight a regulation?
And then they come in and outlaw what you're doing.
I mean,
I just watched a video. It was out west, maybe Oregon or Washington or Colorado, and a guy building an off-grid cabin, but he was inside of a utilities area, their zone, and they fined him $8,000 some because he would not hook up to the grid, and they not labeled. They labeled him, but they designated him it was a safety hazard because he wouldn't hook up to the grid.
Yeah, they condemned his house and all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the cabin that he built by hand, and
Mm. Yep. Yeah, that's. I was talking about that a couple weeks ago. Like, there's just land sitting out everywhere. Nobody's using, and
Yeah.
there's nobody's paying for it. But if I go out there and say I purchase it, because you got to do it the right way. I go out there, I purchase the land, and like you said, I just build my own log cabin. I dig a well, right? I put up my own solar panels, or I just don't even use power. Like, fuck power. I just I don't have any appliances. I do everything manually, right?
Yeah.
I got a septic tank. I ain't got to worry about sewer. And then somebody from the city comes driving by and goes, "Excuse me, sir, I'd like to talk to you about your your self-reliance," basically. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, well you built this by hand. Oh, you didn't get a permit for this. You didn't get a permit for that. Oh, you wired this yourself. Are you a certified electrician on our certification list? No, you're not. No, that's a fine, right? No. Oh, you're not even hooked up to the fucking power grid. Oh no, yeah, that's another fine, right?
you criminal.
Yeah, they literally can send the police after you and put you in jail. I ain't done a damn thing. Just leave me alone. I came out here to be left alone. You're telling me I got to, do my thing. Now, there's still like 10% of the population. I talked about this. I'm remembering this a long time ago. There's always 10% of the population of a nation or people that just say, "Fuck you, society."
Yeah.
They just go out in the wilderness and you never hear about them again. You might walk up on their property one day and go, what? Oh, hi. All right. Keep going. Okay, bye. Put your gun down. Right. Please. No, I didn't see you. Right. Just out in the middle of nowhere doing their thing.
I don't think you watch him, that Brad at Full Spectrum Survival. I don't watch every one of his. I don't watch all of his shows, but here about a week ago, they had some Hispanics walk onto their property, climbed across the fence, walked on their property. They was wearing high vis, couldn't hardly speak a lick of English, and they was spraying. And they went clear up on the property, up around where the chickens and the garden was, and was spraying, and said they was from the power company, and there was nothing around for them to even be spraying for, like power lines, nothing like that.
Look.
Yeah, he got it on video, and he's got cameras set up, and I mean, unless he staged it all, it looked pretty legit.
Damn. I mean, that sounds like some shit that the power company would do. Like, hey, walk down this line. Here's your azimuth. Spray and kill everything, because we're gonna run a fucking power line through here. Oh, well, never mind. You did that work. Okay, well, we ain't going to do it now. I don't know. I mean, hiring contractors, right? And they're just doing their thing. They're just doing what they're told. They're getting a paycheck. Like those guys talk about plausible deniability, right?
Yeah.
A bunch of non-Americans, just. Oh, it's easy in your. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's not okay. I'm about to shoot your ass. Who the fuck are you? I mean, I would have really lost my shit. I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to get property because I might be arrested. Somebody come. Because there's people. They do that shit. Like the water people, the sewer people, the city. They'll just walk on your property like it's okay. Like unannounced, just walking around, park ranger, he walks on your fucking property. Who the fuck are you?
Game wardens are bad about that.
Yeah, they just big balls, man, big balls. I don't know, man. I'd just start shooting randomly,
Yeah.
See what they do. They take cover, If they shoot back, then I guess we have a war. You know, who the fuck are you? Why are you hiding behind a tree?
Why are you shooting at me while I'm target practicing on my property?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out on my porch with a shotgun. I can do that, you know. I seen a rat. I shot at it. It's on my property. I can do that. Oh, you're the rat. Hey, all right. Fuck all out of here. I that was another story I heard about. It was you know, and it was a veteran and his family. And he had posted signs, he had gates on his driveway, you know, he had a long ass driveway, right? And he had wooded areas, he had a you know, he had a pond that he built himself, and nice place and all that. He had family, you know, wife and kids. And you know, in the middle of the night, the police came by, cut the lock on his gate to gain entry and come onto his property in the middle of the night. And they're, you know, he walks out there and goes, "Who the fuck are you? And what are you doing on my property?" You know, apparently they had gotten a anonymous tip, right? That there was, you know, some shenanigans going on. They wanted to do a wellness check on his wife and kids. Well, the wife and kids were right behind him. Like, who the fuck are you? You know, we heard you killed your wife. She's right here. You know, like, what the fuck, man? You know, you don't have that right. How about a phone? This all could have just been a phone call. You know what I'm saying? What's up? Who's this? Anita. How you doing? Anita. Yeah. I mean, and they just, and then they, oh no, it's something else, and then it turned into something else. Well, we heard you've got some weird fish. We gotta check. We gotta send the game warden over here to check your pond. Doesn't seem to be up to code and everything. Yeah, I've heard about this. West Virginia, southern counties have contaminated water. They flooded the abandoned mines with methane to get the methane burning. It's selling in some place in Cali, mining for rare earth minerals. Meanwhile, people's wells. Yeah, I've seen that video. Literally, this red stuff is coming out of the sides of mountains, going into the creek, contaminating the whole water supply of West Virginia. Yeah, it's getting into their aquifers, their wells, you know, and it's just noxious chemicals, chemical and water that they're pumping into the wells to get something out of, right? Right, Sophia?
Here in Missouri, the game warden doesn't have any jurisdiction on a private pond. He can't come in and check nothing. Not as far as the pond goes. You don't even have to have a fishing license to fish on a private pond. The only time that doesn't apply is if you got a government loan to build the pond, like from the Farm Service, and they when they build a pond, they fence it off so that you can't have cattle getting into it, and they fully stock it. But you got to let if I pulled up to a complete stranger that got that kind of financing and wanted to fish their pond, they can't deny me access to that pond
or their property.
That's, right.
The easement, the right of travel. Yeah.
But they went and got a loan from the government, and that's part of the deal to get the loan. That's what my dad never would get them government loans for his farm.
Wow.
Because he wasn't going to give them any kind of authority on it. They'll come in and they'll build terraces on your property to keep the topsoil from eroding and all that kind of stuff. But it all comes with a price. You no longer really own that land. They have the say-so on it.
Wow.
It only lasts so many years. I think maybe 10 years or something. And then, but still for 10 years there, they control it, tell you what to do with it.
Yeah. I think the biggest problem I have is with owning property is property taxes.
Yeah.
And Ohio has got some high property tax. They really do. And they keep going up. You know, they just keep fucking with it.
Well, that's one of the things that's really screwing people up right now in the economy is on their escrow and their mortgages. the taxes keep going up because you make a payment every month and your taxes are paid out of that, your insurance and everything. And the insurance companies and the counties and cities are raising all the rates up. So people's $800 a month payments now $1,500 a month, and they have no control over that. That's not because they wasn't hard workers and didn't try. It's because the system's fucking everybody right now.
It sounds very reminiscent of what the Crown did back in 1700s.
Doesn't it?
1700s. They did the exact same stuff. I mean, they had what was called the stamp tax. All paper is tax. All paper. Everything that's a paper gets a stamp tax on it. You got to pay that tax. I mean, people that were like I was listening about Paul Revere. He was a silversmith.
Yeah.
He literally almost he went. They taxed him out of his business. They taxed everybody out of their business. They just kept adding on more taxes and more taxes. Every 6 months it'd be a new tax. Fuck, dude. When's it? I mean, how far is it going to get? I mean, are they going to, house troops in our homes? Are we going to have to, give up? Am I going to have to give up my bed to some, soldier from another country?
Yeah.
Some blue hat. Someone with a blue hat comes in, goes, "Hey, I need your bed." Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill your dog, and I'm gonna eat all your food, smoke all your weed, drink all your beer, and I'm gonna fuck your wife too. Right? There's not a fucking thing you can do about it. I mean, what the fuck? How far? I mean, yeah, the Tea Party, and the Tea Party was a small little ordeal, really. How much was it? Like how many cents of tax or whatever? Well, I mean, I guess it's all relative.
Yeah, it wasn't much. It was a small tax. Enough to piss off our forefathers. But it was less than what we pay. Way less than what we pay.
I mean, even from a percentage wise, some people are paying 70% in taxes. And you think about it, I mean, with Social Security, which we'll never see, I'll never fucking see that shit. I got a big problem with that. I want a refund. Where's my money? Yeah, Anita. I've been watching that in West Virginia, man. That's horrible, man. And they're trying to fight. The people in West Virginia are trying to do stuff. They're trying to get this, and it's just falling on deaf ears. They're just like, oh, it's fine. The powers that be, the authorities, like, the judges, the power company, the actual contractors that are doing the fracking. I guess it's like mine fracking. I guess they're just pumping it full of water and chemicals and whatever. And everybody's just like, yeah, there's hundreds of thousands of people. Well, I don't know if that's that many in West Virginia, but anyway, everybody's making a big old fuss about it, but they're like, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, what do you do? I mean, could the good people of West Virginia just say that's it and take up arms?
Should
show up to the courthouse, torches, and say, hey, we asked you nicely. I mean, it's at that point, it's why even threaten? You might as well go through it. Go along with it. Hey, y'all got 5 seconds to get out of this building. We're gonna burn it down. What? Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty cool, Sophia. Right on. That's what's up. Sophia got some good kids there. Fracking destroys wells. Yeah, they're I've seen it, man. It's horrible. And I've seen that kind of that water before in Tennessee and stuff. There's some shit that went on in Tennessee, in areas that I lived in. There's a place that everybody that is from a certain area, I think it's called Hornsby, was born at a certain time, was born with the cleft lip, and it's because of a corporation that just dumped noxious chemicals into the water. Just dumped it. It's free. They didn't no restrictions. Or they paid somebody off and they were just dumping all the chemicals in the water supply, and everybody was born with a cleft lip. And then I met a girl and she told me about it, and she's like, "Oh yeah, we settled. They did a class action lawsuit." She's like, "Yeah, I got $10,000." It's like, that's it, really? That's pretty cool, Sophia. She's 10 years old, doing stop animation about the Boston Tea Party. Wow. Right on. Shout out to you, Sophia. Wow, scope. That's some good parenting. You and your husband, you're raising little rebels, and you were talking about before. Some of these kids, some of these newer generations, they're already starting to do the walk away. There is a portion of people that what they call the Luddites. There's those that are just shunning technology, all technology, just shunning it. And they're like, nope, we don't want any part of it. And they're even going as far as like the Amish, like don't even get me on camera. They alter their routes so that they alter their routes and where they live because they know where all the cameras are. They're being surveilled at all times. They're like, but you hear about that, but you don't hear about that. Because they control the narrative. They control that little part of your reptilian brain, the amygdala, the bottom brain. They have control over that, and the bottom brain overrides the top brain. Where all your logic and reasoning and critical thinking comes from. They're going right after the outraged reptilian brain. Fuck, fight, eat a hamburger. The urge, and there's no discipline anymore. Nobody's taught. Nobody teaches discipline. That's out the window. They know nothing of the discipline of our forefathers. Those are amazing stories. Like Francis Marion living in a swamp and fighting the British. For years. Amazing. He took survival to another whole other level. He weaponized it.
Yeah, I'm from South Carolina, and he was like a state hero back when I was a kid.
Yeah, I've been to I've been to the swamps, and I adopted some of his concepts. I built the road. I built a place called Ewok. I call it Ewok Village. I lived at a place called Myrtle Beach Coffin Snot, and surrounded by swamps. Walked them many times, and I literally went up into the trees where dry land was. I ran a rope, and I built at first where the dry land begins and it turns into swamps, all water and snakes and stuff. And I just started taking dead logs and laying them down, and I made a road, actually a sidewalk. I didn't make a road like Francis Marion did, but I took that idea. I was like, no shit, and I kept it right underneath the surface of the water, and the water rose and whatever. And if I also had the idea that I could just take a bigger log, 2 bigger logs, right? Boom, put that one out, carry the second one, boom, blow that out, and basically just leapfrog with the bigger logs on my little road, my little sidewalk, underwater. That got me to a tree, and then I used the deer stand spikes that you screw into the tree.
Yeah.
And I went up the tree and put pallets up in the tree, and that was my Ewok village. I connected the pallets with ropes, climbing ropes and shit. And I donated it to the kids that were out there. Yeah. What's up, Vanessa? What's up, Kanajan? I need to get some.
Canada.
I think I want to make more coffee. Yeah, and I need another tasty beverage. Oh man, yeah, it's like 8:25. I feel great though. If you want to stay up, I'm not thinking about going to bed.
Yeah, I won't go to bed till this evening sometime.
That's my plan. I also plan on here about. Okay, I do have somewhere to go. I just bought a Gen 6 Glock 17, and I got to go shoot it today. So I've already staged that. Yeah, I've already staged it, ready to go. So that's my plans for the day. Good times. Brand new gun. Put bullets through it. Wash laundry. Oh yeah, I gotta do some laundry too. Right, Vanessa. Right, Joe. Yeah, I joined a basically a private gun range down here. It's indoors. I wish it was outdoors. In a basement. It's pretty cool. In a basement. And it's a membership, and I just get to go whenever I want to. But it's been down. It's been down for almost a month. And yeah.
Did you ever find out what they you said you're talking about they recycle all that stuff, the styrofoam, lead, or whatever it was, what they make out of that?
I don't know.
I'd be curious to know if you ever think about asking.
Yeah. Okay. I will inquire. I don't think they know. Maybe. Oh, excuse me. Maybe somebody knows. Maybe the beneficiary knows. I'll ask
Might
him.
be what they're making. That might be what they're making the gel for the data centers out of.
So I mean, it's you said styrofoam. It's lead. It's actual dried lead, and it has the consistency of styrofoam. It's light. It's weird. You know, but yeah, what they do is they take 5-gallon buckets, because they got a conveyor belt and it collects all this lead and brass, you know, and then they take it, they pour the water out because it's all sedimentary. It breaks down the lead, like a lot of lead dust, you know, gets in there, and the water traps the lead dust, and they have to siphon off the water, obviously, and they literally pour it in 5-gallon buckets, and they stick it in a shop, in a shed, and let it dry out for a year, and then they take it and throw it in this big ass Gaylord, and it's just freaking like blocks of looks like 5-gallon buckets, right, of styrofoam that you could just literally go, yeah, but it's lead. Then they've got real like heavy. Oh my god, super heavy. Same Gaylords, you know, the cardboard Gaylords, massive, size of a big pallet, probably 48 by 48. Yep. Weird, I know that, but playing with pallets all my life. Filled to the top, or actually, there's a certain level that they can't go over because it becomes too heavy to move. Of nothing but brass, like the brass or the copper thing off the bullet, or if the bullet's copper, and the lead head, you know, and that gets smashed and it turns into like a little medallion, you know. It's got brass and copper mixed into it. They just throw it all in there, and then all the spent cartridges, right? All the spent brass, you know, they've got that separated too. I've got a bag of it, actually. I'm looking at it, of just, you know, different calibers, and they have a robust reloading club there too. So those guys go through there and, you know, scoop out what they want, pick out what they want, take it back and reload. It's like, oh no shit. Yeah, that's funny. I got a bag of it. I unearthed a bag. I did it originally for It's all just sprint brass of different calibers and whatever. Everything, all kinds of shit in there. But I got it for like we're supposedly, hopefully making a movie here for whatever. Yeah, I thought it pretty cool. They've got it, and I asked them, "Can I take any? Take as much as you want, please." Yeah, there's some company that comes by and buys that shit. I think each carboy is like the lead carboy is like $5,000 that they get. Damn. And the way it's interesting because thank you Obama, when he started cracking down on all the gun stores, right, and gun ranges, there was a lot of gun stores that had gun ranges. Just makes sense, right? You go in a gun store, I got a gun range. You want to shoot the gun? Go ahead, check it out. Rent some guns, whatever. Talk about salesmen. Right? Oh, you like this gun? Oh, you don't like this gun? I tell you what. Here's a box of shells. Go to the range, try it out, see if you like it. If not, then oh well, you just had fun shooting your gun, right? And you'll probably be back because we got a rifle range. So what Obama did is he started going at an ATF. They started going after people and doing these regulation things, right? Fucking with them with the regulations. Regulate me harder, daddy, right? Oh, here comes, DHEC and you're not up to code and all this and that is wrong. And, we're going to have to shut you down. Sorry. Oh, the gun range is part of the gun store. So we're going to have to shut down the gun store and the gun range. So what the gun stores were doing, which this particular one did, is they sold it or they got rid of it, or a lot of them, they just shut it down and turned it into something else, right? Gutted it and turned it into something. But this one particularly sold it to a non-profit organization. And one of the only stipulation they have is that they have to do maintenance every year. That's it. And they got to take care of all the lead, which it does accumulate. And it's a problem anyway. And they do that shit anyway. But it cut out all the regulations because it was specifically designed for ownership, right? They were trying to go after the ownership and use administrative violence to do it. So once they sold it, got rid of it, and donated it to a non-profit organization, right? 501c or whatever, then boom, guess what? Hey, we're members only here. Nobody owns this. This is a charity. You're like, how can a gun range be a charity? It is, and they have members, and I pay my membership and I pay my dues. I pay into that, so I'm part of that. And it takes a lot of money to run it. So whatever they get, like the brass, the lead, the copper, they sell it and make money off of it. And that goes right back into it, so nobody makes money on it, and it's all nonprofit. Yep. So there's always a way around it. I thought it was very interesting. All right. Mac, you're in charge. I got to make coffee.
All right.
You're in charge. Mac Actual is in charge. Stand by.
I can't read the chat. So.
Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, that's bad. Oh, fuck. All right. All right. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival. What's up? What's up? Like, I'm up for a while, so
Yeah,
Mac,
me too.
okay, there you are. Yeah, so if y'all want to come on up or whatever, hang out, discuss some things. I do have a, huh?
I said, if you dare.
If you dare. If you dare. Yeah. So, all right. So here's a story for you. Happened to me yesterday, right? My 4th of July story, Independence Day story. I found it very fitting to go pick up a gun, right? I went and got a gun, the Gen 6, right? And so I did that. And I thought about it. I was like, yeah, maybe I should go to the range. I'll do it tomorrow. But I took a route that I never take coming back home, and it takes me through this like little rural area. And I'm driving by, and there was a yard sale. There was a yard sale, and I slowed the fuck down. I'm like creeping. I'm like, all right, I see tools. Yep, that's good. Oh, I see camouflage. I see camouflage, and boom, I pulled over. It's hot as fuck too. It's like 94 degrees. I got all my windows down and shit, and they see me. It's an older couple, probably in their 60s, and they come out automatically because they see me creeping by. They're like, "Oh, hi." I'm like, "Ooh, okay, yeah, all right, I'll check it out." He's telling me he's got this, got that, He's being the salesman, yard sale salesman. I'm like, all right, okay, cool, I'll check it out. So morning, and I pull over and I get out, and like I've been doing is like, Happy Independence Day, American. I stick out my hand. And he goes, ha, 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 joke's on you, I'm British. I'm from England. And he's got the accent and everything. I'm like, oh shit. And it's like, oh yeah, Happy Independence Day. Yeah. I was like, what brings you here? Why are you here? I was like, oh no, what I said, I was like, oh, even better. He's like, oh yeah. I was like, yeah, even better. Here, well, welcome to America. Yeah. I didn't say it, but I implied, yeah, we kicked your ass. He's like, oh yeah, 250 years ago, you really showed us something. I don't know. I don't know what he said really, but it was something along that lines. But checked everything out, and I found it funny that he was from England. But he was saying that I asked him what brings him here. He's like, well, one of his distant family members was American for years and just passed away. It's like, oh yeah, okay. And so he was asked to come, take care of it. And he's here on a green card. He's been here. He met his wife here, and he's been here for 3 years. It's like, okay, you're almost American. And he's like, I'm getting there. I'm like, okay, all right. One day I'll call you American. But yeah. And so basically somebody passed away, and he's taking care of it. But I got a, what did I get? I got, the guy was pretty cool. I got a backpack, which is really cool. I've got an old Coleman stove, like a 1 burner, but it takes the can. I'll show it off once two, their kitchen thing, like you take your ladle from the stove and you put it on this thing. I don't know what they're called, but it's skulls. I was like, oh, that's cool. I walked up with my items, which, was a lot more worth what I paid for, what it's worth, a lot more than what I paid for it. And he just says, make an offer. I'm like, now the pressure's on me. I'm like, all right, $25 for the lot. He's like, sold. And so, yeah, that was pretty cool. Met a British guy during Independence Day. So here's the backpack. Still trying to figure out what to do with it. It's pretty cool. It looks like some kind of hunting backpack.
That's all right.
It's pretty big. It's skinny. Like it's kind of skinny. There's the straps. It doesn't have a frame. Maybe it took a frame at one time. It does have like this hard plastic insert in here. So it's perfect size for like a shotgun. I've already tried putting a short shotgun. And it's got a little area back down here, I guess, so you can access, put your sleeping roll in there. Yep, got that. But I know it's not military, because look at the target indicator zippers.
Yeah.
It'd be glistening in the sun, wouldn't it? Got that. That was pretty cool. And oh yeah, in one of the pockets, it also came with like a shit ton of those cheap neon carabiners, neon colored carabiners. But this is pretty cool. A little folding cooking set. I remember having one of these when I was in Boy Scouts, man.
What brand is it?
That's a good question. Don't know. It does break apart. Is it supposed to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because it looks like it's machined that way. All right. I don't see. Oh, okay. There it is. Stainless china.
Still usable.
Yeah. Yeah, I dig it. I do dig it. But yeah, it's got your fork, your knife, your spoon, and just in case you find some wine, a bottle opener. Oh yeah, and just in case you find a can of Coke or a beer, a little bottle opener. Boom, boom, boom. Two kinds.
One's a bottle opener, one's a can opener.
Ah, that's right. Yep, this one probably, or this one. Well, yeah.
Your front one would be the can opener, and the back one would be the bottle opener.
Yeah, because that's why it's pointed, so you can puncture the can, right? Yeah, that was in one of the pockets of the backpack.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's well used. You can hear the grit and dirt in it. When you mess with it. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Came in a little black sheep. It was just in one of the pockets, just chilling. Okay, what else? Get the Coleman stove. I didn't know it was this kind of Coleman stove. Oh, portable gas stove. There you go. There's the thing covered. How am I doing this? Yeah. Here we go. But yeah, I just seen it and grabbed it. I was like, hell yeah, give me that.
It's in good shape.
Yeah. And I thought, okay, because I stockpile the medium-sized Coleman tanks, right? That you screw in, and usually there's some kind of attachment. But no, there's no attachment. There's no attachment whatsoever. Until I did this. It opens up, and there's a can. I'm like, oh shit! I need this stuff now. I don't know. I was butane fuel can. It's still connected. I don't know how to take it off or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of procedure I'm supposed to do or not supposed to do. But I don't have the cans. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Because I've got, maybe I can, I'm just thinking maybe I can, like, you know, do some, oh, okay. Yeah. I see. It's not connected. It has to push forward to connect. And there's like some kind of lever here I'm supposed to pull up and take out. So it's disconnected.
I've never used one, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've never used one of these. Oh no, Parkside. Damn. The cat died overnight. R.I.P. Jack Jack. Jack Jack. Cat's name was Jack Jack. Skull to Jack Jack. Journey well.
Rest in peace, Jack Jack.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I thought it was just out of curiosity, or just finger fucking it. And I opened this thing. I was like, oh, cool. Yeah, comes with a little case. Just I don't know how much these things are. Probably more than $25.
Yeah.
I know the backpack's probably worth more than that too. So, but you know, dude was just basically getting rid of a dead man's stash, you know. Okay, and yeah, these things. I'll be back. Yeah, these things. You know, you set them on your.
Oh. Are them like spoon holders?
Yeah, right. Yes, yeah, ladle holders, spoon holders, whatever. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Echo Dragonfly? Yeah, oh no, I'm sorry. It's an appetizer plate. It actually tells you.
Oh,
I thought it was like one of those ladle holders you put on the stove. I guess you could use it for that. But
yeah.
I don't know. I guess this was some kind of thing. Oh, is somebody backstage? Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh my God, Mike, I'm sorry. How long you been back there, dude?
Hot minute. All good. No worries.
I'm just me and
bro.
This is what happens. Stream. This is what happens when me and Matt get together. We just road doesn't matter, you know. We just can conversate.
The road goes on forever, and the party never ends with you two. I totally get it. Good morning.
Good morning.
He had time to drink a pot of coffee.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you, Mac. Hope all is well, brother.
You too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Fantastic. Oh, the hummingbirds are out.
I have to shut the camera off, otherwise it disconnects on me. I'm not getting good enough signal, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good trick, though. As long as your audio is good, people will still watch. Your video doesn't have to be, but as long as your audio quality is up, you don't have too much to worry about. Hey, that butane stove, awesome purchase.
Right?
I did a video ages ago, bug out battles, and it was camp stoves. And that was the only one that could get water close to boiling at like -10 with the wind.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was the only one that could get water close to boiling. Wow. I could not get water to boil rapidly, but that was the only one that could get it close. Those little butane tubes, fantastic. I've had one of those stoves for a long time, man. I picked it up at like a bargain outlet kind of place. Worth every penny.
So what
different name brands?
Yeah,
this is all the same stuff.
Yeah, this is Coleman. So 25 divided by 3 is how much it cost me.
Awesome. Can't beat that.
Yeah. I don't know about the cans. Where do you? I guess you can buy the cans.
Yeah, you can find those right at Walmart.
Yeah.
You can order them online. They're just butane gas, but the thing works incredibly well. And for storage, you can take that the top that's on it with the pot sitter and flip it upside down, and that will actually push the lock so that you can't put a gas can in there unless you flip it right side up to use it. So it's a little storage hack for it. They work great, man. I've used those things in power outages. I've used them camping. I've used them across the board, bro. Those little butane burners are fan-freaking-tastic.
Badass. I mean, I've got a two burner propane, stove that I love that thing. With you screw in the external tank on it and get the big long neck connection. I've never really messed with the butane can before. So
they're awesome. The igniter's built in. When you click it on, it actually clicks the igniter and lights the bad boy. Fantastic, man. Love those little things.
Badass. Hell yeah. Good find then. Cool.
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
Totally. Great pickup.
So what's going on in the world of Mike Hudson Valley?
It is 125's birthday today. He had the celebration of celebrations last night. I did not attend, but he's right over the hill, and I didn't want to go cut in on his celebration with my son and his friends and everything. So,
oh man!
But he had the celebration of celebration. We are separated by a couple 100 yards. Best neighbor around, bro. Best neighbor around.
Man, awesome! I love. He's one of my favorite trolls.
Bro,
he's been coming to this channel for years, and he came. Man, when he showed up on panel one day, blew everybody's mind. You know, he just went off on water. Like, hey, you want to talk about water? I can talk about water. And I was like, okay, dude knows some shit.
Needless to say, he is the group's waterman.
Absolutely.
The villages waterman, the neighborhoods waterman, the communities waterman. I would not put anybody else in charge of it, hands down.
Yeah, he schooled me on everything. I was like, whoa, there's a lot that goes on with water. Yeah,
when people say, are you worried about water? I say, no, I have 125. Do you?
That's right. I call him Huntier. Yep. Man, awesome, dude. Awesome.
His birthday's on the 4th?
5th. Today is actually his birthday. Today, don't tell everybody. It's another friend of mine's birthday today, too. Jason Charles, also known as
really?
Prepper's birthday today as well. So don't tell him I told you, because then he, punch the sides of my face for free. But just give my man a happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
My youngest brother's birthday's on the 4th.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a good one. Is he super patriotic kind of dude or what?
Oh yeah. Redneck. Yeah. He still lives down South Carolina. We were separated as kids when the family split up, and we wasn't around each other. I was about 16 and he was 9. He's 7 years younger than me. And we've talked a couple times over the years, but we just started talking right after I got diagnosed with cancer. We started talking, and we talk all the time now. It's like, and we're just so much alike, and we have so much in common. I mean, it's hard to believe that we didn't even grow up around each other.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Nostradamus, you changed your name.
He's back.
Because you're not blue. You were blue, and now you're not. Well, now you are again. So it's all good.
Did anybody else wake up this morning with a little bit of a freedom hangover?
I never woke up. No,
I never woke up.
I never went to sleep.
How you avoid that, Shad?
I stayed up all night. Yeah.
Yeah, sleep deprivation is one of the greatest tools available to preparedness-minded people to test out the mettle of the people you're surrounding yourself with.
Oh yeah,
That's what
absolutely.
I've always said. A person ought to do 2 or 3 days without sleep, just to test themselves once a year, or once every couple of years. You need to do it.
Yep. I know that I am the biggest asshole you will ever meet without sleep,
Yeah,
but I can still get some shit done.
I don't
Just
know. I've done
like
it.
an asshole.
I've done a week.
Ooh.
That was pretty rough. I yeah, hallucinations, and did the whole gambit. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, 2 or 3 days no sleep. Yeah, I can do that. I can
Yeah,
totally
the
do that.
average person, you'll start to see their true colors one night without sleep. The
Oh yeah,
average person.
absolutely, absolutely. Yep.
Somebody like yourself, it's going to take a little bit longer. You are the seasoned veteran, my friend.
Yeah, right. What's up, Pat?
I tend to get quieter the longer I stay up.
Yeah.
I think about the same, Maccabeus, for me. I think I get quieter, but again, I'm not the judge of me, so that's the everybody else.
I get very cerebral. You know, I start reflecting on things and thinking about things. And if I'm doing something, you know, I get into this. It feels it. Okay. You ever smoke pot, clean your house?
Oh yeah.
That's it. That's what it feels like for me. It's just like but I'm not smoking. I'm just like, let's go. You know, dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, right? Yeah, doing my thing. A sweeter person without sleep. Not too sassy as not to rock the boat in any situation. Right. Yeah, they did that shit to us. That was fun though. That was fun training. The Marine Corps, they put us through like, 3 days. I think it was 3 days. Yeah, I think so. And they did the whole thing of, they took a box, and they put some items in it, in the beginning. And they said, okay, look at the box. All right, remember what's in the box. In 3 days, we're going to ask you what's in the box. And it's amazing what you come up with. You're like, I don't know. I'm just guessing, Camel Carl, what's up?
And it's something that you know the answer to, but you just can't bring it back.
Yeah, it does affect your cognitive functions. It really does.
Big time.
Yep. I mean, I remember I couldn't tie my shoes. Like I'm trying to tie my boots. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. Simple tasks. Crazy.
Yep. Try to eat and you're like,
Yeah, you're afraid to eat because once your belly gets full, you're gonna fall asleep, right?
Yep. And they kept us up all night too, and kept us walking, kept us running around. I mean, not really running around, but just kept us moving, and then they'd set us down. All right, drink some water, eat if you want, whatever, ask us stupid questions. I'm like,
Big experiment. Big experiment.
And oh yeah, they were also doing like you get one MRE for every 2 days. That's it. So they gave you one MRE, and then you wait 2 days, give you another one. Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. So I guess the question is, how many people did you see have a really tough time with that during your training?
I reflecting back on it, I'd say I'd have to say the corpsmen, because they were tasked with watching us and monitoring us, and are you okay? They're looking at our eyes, and they're at any point they could say, index, stop this right now, this is dangerous, because people were walking into trees, people were falling,
Yeah.
But we just kind of zombied through it, like, all right, whatever, I don't care. The corpsmen, because they had to stay up too, and they're I don't know, they're popping pills or something. You can see them, they're on something, they're on caffeine. That's where I learned how to take the little instant coffee and dip it, which is absolutely horrible. Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. And you swallow you could drink. It's
Yeah,
something. It's something about that.
Your mouth is the coffee pot. Ugh.
Yeah, yeah. And I was a smoker too. So, my mouth was an ashtray and a used coffee pot. And I hate grinds. I hate the coffee grinds, the feeling in my mouth. Oh, and that's what you're doing. You're dipping that shit. You're like, but yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting. It's you find it very hard to focus on anything.
Yeah.
And
they ask you any like basic math,
different.
like basic math questions or anything like that?
Yeah, they asked us all kinds of weird shit. Just simple shit. What's your little, what's your fifth general order, your first general order, something that we would know. Who's the commandant of the Marine Corps? What's your name? Yeah, I orientation on map. I mean, we were on a route, but I wasn't playing with a map. Now night land nav is fun, but it's only one night.
Right.
That's what it was for us. So, and we got good sleep before that, but I could just imagine like whoever the point man or the patrol leader was just having a very hard time.
Well, I tell you, it really goes to show the importance of a quick nap here and there, right? If you've got to go and you're going to be gone for extended periods of time and have to progress through the night, I hope you are stopping to rest, especially the brain. It's not the body that needs rest, it's the brain. The body is a machine that'll go on forever until it fails, but the brain needs the rest. It needs to reboot and put your ducks back in a row. So
yeah, that's the thing about most military is they have the ability to sleep anywhere. Yeah, we got 20 minutes.
Yep.
Good night.
I got a test question for you. Who's the old man of the Marine Corps?
The grand old man of the Marine Corps, Archibald Henderson.
Yep.
Yes.
I have verified several Marines with that question, and I've met several that didn't know, and I knew they was a fucking fraud right off.
Yep. He organized 1775, 10th November 1775 in Ton Tavern, in a tavern, right? Started recruiting folks. Hey, you want to be a Marine?
It's the most American thing ever. Doing it for 250 plus years.
251 years. Yeah, that's right. The Marine Corps is 251. The Army likes to say that they're older, and they are, I guess. I mean, but
the militia's older. The Army was formed later on. The militia is the oldest, the OG, if you will.
Yeah,
the civilian warrior.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh man, I really. This year I really delved into.
You may have another guest up. I'm not sure.
Don't see it. Nope, not yet.
Nope.
I will post the link. Do y'all smell that?
Smells like reefer.
Oh, sorry. No, I smell coffee. I smell coffee, but I did want to before, and I want to start the thought process here. This year was my focus on the history of the network, the clandestine part of the revolution, right? The Green Dragons, the networks that Paul Revere set up, even the elaborate command and signals, the runners, the caches, the little dark alley speakeasy, drop points and everything that I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
The man needs coffee. I mean, he's headed into his 7th hour here. So
I'm gonna have to go make me a pot here in a minute. I'm on my last cup.
I got about a quarter cup left in this cup here, but we'll see how long it lasts. I got chores to do today, Maccabeus. Holy cow, do I got chores to do today? We'll see how much Mother Nature lets me get done. We're under a flood watch here
Yeah.
until the 7th. So we're looking at heavy rains, heavy thunderstorms for the next couple of days here in the Hudson Valley. We're gonna get wet. We're gonna get wet. We're gonna get the whole summer's worth of rain in 3 days. That's usually how it goes around here. Feast or famine.
The area around Ames, Iowa is under flood right now. They had to evacuate some people.
Whoa.
No.
But
You know, here in the valley, I'm not sure. You know, most of the small creeks and streams can handle the runoff like that flash kind of flooding.
yeah,
But we had a lot of storms recently that dropped some trees, and those tend to dam things up from time to time.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this one goes, but we're supposed to get a whole lot of rain in the next 2 days.
we got a lot of rain last month, more than we've had in a long time. We had so much rain, the mice started moving into my building here.
Holy cow.
I caught
Flooding out the tunnel.
I caught 16 mice in the last 3 weeks.
Wow. Heavy rains will do that. Drive them right out of the ground.
Yeah, that's things that people need to know about if they're planning long-term survival in some kind of situation. Pest control is going to be a big thing.
Oh yeah.
I'm that guy. Yes.
My uncle used to talk about that. He says, you know, after everybody starts dying off, they're going to need to call in the trappers to deal with the rats and the vermin.
Yep. Yep.
Otherwise, the bubonic plague's coming back.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Flies, roaches, all that kind of stuff. Even bed bugs and the other things. Bed bugs are making a comeback here in America. Have been for several years, and
Yeah.
I think in a bad situation they're going to like boom because
Well, Cimex larticularius, the name of the bed bug, they're actually benign as far as a pest is. They don't carry any diseases. They do in certain people. There is allergic reaction to the saliva that they use to bore into your skin, but for the most part, they're just really a nuisance. You know, they don't really. They're not like a flea where they transmit a disease. They actually sterilize the wound and anesthesize the wound when they're feeding. So there is the factor of hygiene, right, in your place, because you've got all their sputum is dried blood, your blood. So there's that, but it's literally just a stain. There's no real health pandemic that comes from bed bugs. Interesting.
Well, that's good to know. That's really good to know.
But
so it's
just
a problem, but
the fact
it's not a problem.
Yeah, just the fact that this vampiric insect is feasting upon you, every night, and literally can go without a meal for a year. Like that's in the name larticularius, raising from the dead, right? But yeah, interesting. Yeah, bed bugs. Fleas, on the other matter, oh no, fleas. That's how they get the bubonic plague, from the rats, right? The common cat flea. It's also how you get toxoplasmy, the mind-altering parasitical entity that takes over a rat's brain and tells the rat that, hey, cats are your friend. Go be friends with a cat, your mortal enemy. That's crazy, man. There's an untapped resource of parasites and diseases in the insect kingdom that we are just now scratching the surface on. It's amazing.
Oh yeah. Well, we learned a lot from history and watching groves of people die. What killed them all? What could it be? But science has evolved. You know, the science is settled. People, it's ever evolving. Things change. They
Yeah.
mutate. They find ways around. What's the famous line from Jurassic Park? Is life finds a way, right?
Life finds a way. Yeah. Our biggest, your biggest problem, well, especially, it depends on where you're at. If you're in an urban area, it's going to be that German cockroach. If there's rats and rodents, rats and mice, they're going to be prevalent. The flea, that's going to be everywhere. But if you're out in the woods, it's all that plus the tick, plus, flesh eating worms. There's beetles that, there's poisonous frogs, there's poisonous spiders,
And the water is more dangerous than the land. The stuff that can grow in stagnant water would boggle your mind.
Yep.
It's scary. Only get in moving water.
Don't get an amoeba.
Yeah, you don't want to go take a bath in the lake.
Protozoid.
The river, the stream, the creek, not the lake.
Yeah, there's things, ladies and gentlemen, there's things that will swim up your urethra and make a home. Yeah.
This is why we only go in streams.
Yeah, fuck spiders. I got bit by a. I'm not going to show it because I have to show my titty nipple, and I'm not going to do that on live stream. But I got bit by a black widow.
Ooh.
Yeah, it didn't affect me though. I didn't die. I didn't get anaphylactic shock. I got a little bit of necrosis, and I got 2 permanent puncture marks in my chest where she hit me.
Wow.
And every now and then I gotta squeeze a little pus out. But that's it. It's like popping a zit, really. It's like a zit kind of gooey
Stagnant
stuff.
water is politician farm.
Yes, the karuda fish, right? Kadiru. There's other things too. There's a worm. There's all kinds of weird shit that will go up in there. Right, Sophia.
None for me, thanks. I'm driving.
Right, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Hutch? I keep urethra fish in the pool. Helps me not get complacent. Gotta swim faster. Brown recluse. I've never been bit by a brown recluse. Yeah.
We get a lot of black widows around here in the Northeast, especially in like your firewood piles and things like that. They like to hold up in there. Now we get the black widows aren't all that black spider with the red hourglass. Some of them are brown. Some of them are, darker colors. I don't know if those are variants of the black widow or black widows themselves, but those fucking things are everywhere around here, bro. Everywhere. And on top of that, we got the timber rattlers here as well. Those guys will ruin your day. Cottonmouths, things like that. Those will really mess you up. No real porcupines here, but when you hit the other side of the Hudson River, porcupines fucking everywhere.
Mitch,
Good morning, Camel Carl.
what's shaking, brother? What's up, Hudson?
What's happening, Camel Carl?
And
Up,
Maccabeus is here as well.
What's up, Mac?
How you doing, Carl?
I don't know.
I had to step away and grind.
I got a
some
work
coffee.
call coming in. I gotta bounce.
Later.
All right, bro.
Good.
Take care, Mike. Let's go.
Well, it didn't take long to chase him off.
Right? He's got stuff to do. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. Yep. So what's going on with you? What were you saying, Mac? You got to go too? No. Don't.
No, I stepped away there for a little bit because I had to grind some coffee beans to make some coffee. So I missed out on part of the pest control.
Oh, I forgot what I was saying.
Back to the bed bugs. One of the problems I would see with it, if bed bugs are hard to kill off without the proper stuff to get rid of them. and if an infestation could become a problem. And wouldn't it be a issue after you have such a heavy infestation of them sucking too much blood?
No, it's very
No?
minuscule that they need. Yeah.
What
When I've
about,
seen major infestations, major
burn it all
about-
down and rebuild it.
infestations.
What about transferring bloodborne diseases? Are they capable of doing that?
No, they
No?
do not carry any diseases. Yeah, so there's no their saliva is very unique. They don't transfer any blood. Like if they have blood in their body, they don't transfer it out. What they do is they have their saliva is like a mixture of antiseptic and anesthesia, and they literally just bore into your skin very, very slowly, and then secrete that stuff. And it also has thinner in it too, so your blood just fills them up real quick, and they're gone. You know, they get their blood meal and they go off somewhere. And now it could be an issue with their sputum, but it's more of a stain than anything. It doesn't, and you can smell it, you know, because they have pheromones, but they do not. There's no danger of them going to bite someone with AIDS and then coming over to you and biting you and giving you AIDS. They don't. They're not messy eaters. You know, they don't puke. Yep. C-Mex larticularius, the name. But they,
How long
yeah.
you been live? How long you been live, Fred?
7 hours. Yeah, 7 hours.
Almost
going
7
for the
hours and
record?
11 minutes.
Are you going for the record? You got to beat my 40 hours live.
Oh
if
no,
you
I'm
wanna
not
do
doing that. No, that's crazy. Yeah. Although I do feel good. So, but I do have something to do later on today. Oh, actually, in an hour, I have something to do. I got to go shoot my gun, shoot my new pistol, and see how that works.
Right on. Hopefully, I'll be there visiting you soon enough, and we'll go to the range and shoot everything.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, let's go.
I got the appointments for Hildegard is on Tuesday, 8:30 in the morning. They say they're only going to keep it for the day. I'll have it that night, but she's getting all new leaf springs, all new shocks, a whole new exhaust system, and the rest of it I can do myself. But I didn't want to have to go like buy all the, you know, all the heavy gauge stuff and the jack stand and all that crap. So
yeah, right on, man, right on. Mobile and lethal. Yes.
yeah, I'm working on the trailer now. I hope to be floating around real soon.
Hell yeah, great news. Great news. Can't wait to see you again.
Going Wednesday night, I'm gonna go see old Ted Nugent's playing north of me here up in the sticks.
Oh man, that's gotta be an epic.
It could be. It'll be like the 25th time I've seen him.
Oh really? Ted Nugent.
It'll be like the maiden voyage, the test drive. My buddy seems to think, oh, dude, he sees you out there. He's going to come out and talk to you. I don't believe that for a minute, but, you know, I think my truck will stand out. I should be able to sit on the roof, see everything.
he might just say, that truck. Yeah,
well, you know, I actually talked to him. I've talked to Ted Nugent for years and years. The real, I mean, not somebody doing it for him, on his like Facebook and on his YouTube and stuff. And he like wrestles with me and shit. He has for years. So he figured out who I was. He might come and talk to me.
Like you look familiar. Yeah.
Dude, I stood right next to the dude once, all right, and didn't even know it. I walked into a party store that later on, years later, I'd be working at, you know, and I walk into the party store. come up to the counter just in time for somebody to walk away and go out the door. And the clerk says, "Hey, you know who that was?" I said, "No, who, what?" He says, "That was Ted Nugent." I'm like, "What?" And I turn around, I run to the door just in time to see Ted and getting into his Bronco and flying away, man. I was like, "That's fucking close."
Yep, Uncle Ted, right? Gotta love Uncle Ted. Yep. Yeah, I'm so to him. I watch him every now and then. Yeah.
What's up, Mama Pup? You decide to come and check on your kids? You living with me all fucking night long.
Uh-oh.
You fucking babysitter these days, man.
Skull, Hutch.
America. Carl, Mac, what's up?
America.
What's up, Hutch?
What's up, American?
Oh, just being grateful for being born in the greatest nation in the history of ever.
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
What up, Cat?
So
praise God and pass the ammunition.
Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, we'll all be free. Yeah. Rip Curl,
are we still talking bugs?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I got to tell Rip Curl real fast. I got the Gen 6 Glock 17.
I got me a big ass crater from a brown recluse, and I got a hole in my leg from a black widow. I heard you saying that, Chad.
No shit. Yeah, I'm not going to show it because I don't want to show my nipples.
I don't think you guys understand what it's like till you get bit, that it rots you right to your center, like whatever's into the bone, right to the fucking bone before it stops.
Yeah.
It's called necropathy, right? Or something. Is that the right word for it?
Necropathy, yeah.
Look, man, I can fucking fucking marble in the side of my knee over a brown recluse.
I got pretty lucky. I just got 2 like indentations. I mean, they're noticeable, but I mean, you know, every now and then I
used to let them live. Now the motherfuckers die. I see a violin on something, it's dying.
Brown recluse is the only spider that I kill. Everything else I will relocate. Black widows, it depends on where they're at, but 90% of the black widows I find get relocated. Brown recluse are literally the only thing that I will kill on site because those sons of bitches are pure predators.
Yeah,
they will jump off walls, land on you. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I had to lance that son of a bitch. It was motherfucking painful. You know, that brown recluse fucking, they'll rot your fucking skin. It turns into like dead shit. You know, and you got to squeeze and cut it out of there or it gets worse. Them motherfuckers, they need to die.
Yeah, the lancing hurts worse than the bite does. Shit.
It does. It does.
Damn, Sophia. Armed with a propane torch. Now, that's pest control right there.
You got to remember, though, that bugs, they're created for a reason. They have a job.
Mm-hmm.
So not all of them are evil.
Yeah.
I hear the mosquitoes feed bats, like they eat a couple thousand a night. And I don't really like bats enough to have mosquitoes, but okay. Fuck mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes, ticks, fleas, and brown recluses. No reason for those things to exist.
Yeah, they're predatorial parasitic.
I will sign that petition.
Yeah, and you know, I'd say German cockroaches. Those are pretty bad too. They spread a lot of disease. One of the leading causes of asthma and emphysema in young children, actually, because of their sputum. You know, you ever smell? You can smell. I can smell a roach infestation. I'm like, it's because of their sputum, right? And that it fucks with your lungs. Yeah.
I just got a picture of that guy from Mouse Hunt when he was chasing the mouse and he found the mouse turd, picked it up, a pair of tweezers, and ate it. You ever see that movie, Mouse Hunt?
No, I have not seen that one, Mac. But I came really close to taking some raisinets out with me on the deer trail and doing a video of how to forage for raisinets. You know?
Yeah.
Dale. I have to say that because I'm that guy, I have put little rat turds in my mouth just to see it. Rat turds, bug poop. Yeah, just to do an analysis. You know.
You know,
Yep.
I'll bet you
That
that
guy
every
that
one of
plays-
us that's been here this long has probably had rat shit in their food at one time.
Oh yeah. It's they're allowed a certain amount. You know, in these processing plants. Some of them are like it used to be like 7 parts of rat turds and insect parts are allowed in your food.
Yeah, my old man used to work at ConAgra back in the day where they made the peanut butter and shit. And he swore off peanut butter for the rest of his life.
Hey
You got
man, that
mouse,
shit happens.
mouse hair, you got little cockroach legs and shit.
Yeah,
It's all
they just grind it
Look,
up
man,
so you don't see it.
shit happens. In 1984, we ran out of beer. Went to the fucking beer store. We were drinking Michelob. All right, remember how Michelob glass bottles had a label that went like 75% of the bottle, only a little bit down at the bottom you could see through. So we go up to the beer store, get a brand new case of Michelob. I get back and I fucking cap one and went and realized that I was tasting something that kind of tasted like vinegar. And I look in the bottom of that bottle through the light, and there was the skeleton and skin and hair of a mouse, like floating in the bottom of the bottle, looking back at me like he was all there and shit, but he had completely rotted into the fucking bottle. And I'm telling you, it was such a unique taste that every Anheuser-Busch fucking product on this planet tastes like fucking mouth vinegar to me. All right?
Yeah, I mean, you there's a song about the rats drowning themselves in a vat of Guinness. That was a big thing. At the that's historically accurate. They had these big oak vats full of Guinness, in Ireland, and they would leave them open or whatever, and rats would willingly just jump into there, because they love getting drunk, and they would just willingly die a wonderful death in a vat of Guinness. And so that was I forget the joke, but it was like guaranteed to have less than 3 rats in the bottom of a vat of Guinness.
Did you eat the worm?
Dude, I ate 35 worms together once. When I worked at Rob's Bar in Oxford, Michigan, I used to be the cook there. And somebody was saying they were hallucinogenic. All right, this is like before the internet and shit. And I was like, okay, let's find out, because nobody wanted to eat the worm when they ordered fucking tequila. So it ended up saving them, and I ate 35 of them motherfuckers in front of everybody after drinking fucking tequila. All right, and I didn't get a single more of a fucking buzz. That's bullshit. There ain't no hallucinating. It's all bullshit.
I've eaten one worm. I'll never do it again. It's disgusting.
It's like fucking eating a wax fucking lips or something, man. It's like chewing wax. That's all it really is.
I didn't chew it, but yeah.
What'd you do? Did you swallow it?
Yep. I was like, yeah, this is disgusting. Tastes like tequila, to me.
Yeah, that's what it tastes like.
Oh, they don't have any more rats in their vats of Guinness anymore, but that was back in the day. I would love to go to, if I went to Ireland, that's where I'd love to go, because you can take a tour of the Guinness factory, the Guinness plant.
That's if it hasn't been overran by foreigners and illegals yet.
Oh, that's exclusively for men with thick necks named Gunther.
Man, can you imagine? I mean, the Irish are already fucking pissed off. I mean, they're born pissed off. Yeah, they're raising hell right now. I don't think they'd let anybody, any of those invaders. I'm using Max words here. Any one of those invaders near Guinness. What time's lunch? Right. Parkside. Yeah, they raising hell. They are. I that was on my bingo card. The Irish. I don't know if it escalates.
I think Ireland might be the one to kick everything off. They seem to be the most fed up and the most righteous anger on the planet right now seems to be coming from Ireland.
Righteous anger. Yep. I like that.
And that one lone Scotsman.
The one lone Scotsman. Oh, the Scots are acting up too. They're like, "Fuck this, let's go." I mean, their anger is basically, focused towards the cops. The Irish, they're focusing towards the the invaders, and whoever houses them. They're burning down houses. You're like, oh, you rent these guys? Okay, no, not anymore.
That makes me so proud. I'm not Irish because I'm not a ginger because I have a soul. But if I was proud to be Irish, the last couple months has made me be like, damn, I wish I had some Irish in me.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's gotten so bad over there that the Protestants and the Catholics are together in solidarity. The IRA is still there. But they've started another
all
one.
I gotta say about this, folks, is as a Scottishman, well, I'm half Scottish, it is always smart to have an Irishman with you when you go to the bars or the pubs, if you want to call it that, because them Irishmen will back you up. All right, that's a good person. I had a friend that was a little Irishman, and that little motherfucker, he wasn't scared of nothing. That motherfucker would kick fucking a bear's ass if it was looking at him wrong, all right? Get up in between the fucking arms and get up there underneath that chin and just,
Yeah, they're scrappers, man. Any reason to fight, really.
Yeah, I'm Scotch. I'm Scot and Irish mix.
Oh damn!
Oh, perfect. Let's get the whiskey out.
I quit drinking whiskey for a reason.
Yeah,
I'm not a very nice person when I drink whiskey. I quit drinking that shit.
That's why I never started drinking, because I don't know if I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole enough when I'm sober. Could you imagine this? Pissed off all the time?
That's all fake fucking news. I'm half Indian and half fucking Scottish, and I can drink whiskey all night long and not be an asshole. So I think it's all just bullshit that they're talking about. We got to find out.
I do stupid stuff like go start fights with Hutch's thighs.
I've been known to do that too. Yeah, it's all a lot of fun, really. I'm not mad about it. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna kick your ass. Come on, let's fight.
Yeah.
You don't feel the next day anyway. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, now at my age, it takes like a week to fucking recover from shit like that. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. That's why I don't drink right there. What he said, because I don't like fucking week-long hangovers.
Oh yeah. And the sore muscles. You're like, oh my god, what the fuck? I broke a rib? Damn, how did I do that? Oh yeah. Fell.
Nothing like making work even harder. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like on a fucking hangover. It's like, oh, this fucking job was hard enough as it is. Now I got to feel like shit while I do it too.
Take care, Gigi. Have a good day. Skull. That used to be a rite of passage. Is go out drinking all night, stay up all night. Have fun. And then wake up next morning, go to work. Everybody.
Well, I was good at it, man. I was damn good at it.
Everybody's got that. It's kind of like the solidarity of suck. You're all feeling like shit, and you're all working your ass off. And you just keep looking at each other like, oh, fuck. Never doing this again.
Most of my younger life was that way. I don't do it anymore. Just too much.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
I need any information for my meds.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's a message for you.
Yeah, text me, KP.
Over the last couple months, I have been embracing my. I'm German Polak, is mother and father's European ancestry.
Oh wow!
So I've been paying attention to Poland. Hit and miss here lately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can anybody make me a breast? of what why is Russia threatening to bomb the fuck out of Poland right now? I haven't been paying that much attention.
It goes way back. It goes way back. For one, Poland is the European Texas.
Right.
They just don't. They shoot their immigrants. They shoot the invaders.
Oh,
You know, they've got a fence. You know, but traditionally, yeah, the Polish and the Russian. Russia used to own Poland, right? USSR,
Soviet Union.
Soviet Union. So, and that's Putin's manifest destiny is to, you know, reestablish the USSR. You know, that's always been his dream.
And Poland's part of NATO now.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what got my interest, because I was like, why the hell would he want to attack a NATO nation? Like, I don't give two shits about Ukraine, but Poland's NATO. Like, why would you poke that bear?
All right, here we go, folks. Derailed by gratuitous kitty cam.
This is Chonk, man. This dude's badass. He's like twice as big as his siblings. He don't take no guff.
I think his war with Poland would be a little harder than Ukraine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Trump went in there and was going to bring out some of the missiles and stuff to use in Iran, and Poland told him, fuck off. We're keeping them.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. He's like, yeah, we need them for Russia. Yeah, they're based as fuck over there, and they have a great society. It's a great society. Like the president or whatever, he walks around the town and hangs out with everybody and parties, and you know, there's zero crime, just literally zero crime, you know, going on. Everybody's, you know, chill, right? It's Texas over there. You know,
his name actually says put in. Did you ever notice his name says put in, and we had Biden?
Oh damn! Here we go. Right. Put in Biden. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Hutch?
Oh, I was just saying Poland is clean as shit. Their streets, you can damn near eat off them things.
Yep. They have a lot of freedoms.
Don't do the gay shit, and they love Christmas time, which makes me like them that much more.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't have a pedo problem.
Yeah.
Oh no, they get rid of them.
They don't have an invader problem.
And Russia's been doing that. Russia has been promoting that. Like that's why they have the fence and they have the patrols, and because they have the Middle Eastern invaders camped out in the woods outside of Poland, just trying to, you know, infiltrate, and they take pot shots at them and shoot at them and shit. Both sides.
Belarus was intentionally trying to put them in a few years ago.
Yeah, Belarus, Russia. I mean, Belarus is Russia too, so you know, and
I see a phenomenon that's been happening for a while, especially with Ukraine, for instance. But I'll go through my feed, I guess you call it, on YouTube, you know, where you scroll through on regular, and I'll see a whole bunch of videos saying Moscow is losing. They're getting bombed. They're gonna lose. They're scared or whatever. And then I scroll to the next one. It says Ukraine is getting its ass kicked by fucking Russia, and they don't stand a chance. And it's like two completely different narratives running at the same motherfucking time. Does anybody else see that, or is it just my algorithms?
That is what's made me jaded, because every side wants to over exaggerate the truth. It's like, ooh, this person got owned, and then you watch it, you're like, oh, I'm about to see somebody get their ass handed. It's like, he said, ma'am, you're wrong. Like, that was how the fuck is that getting owned? You know, like, people over exaggerate the drama and shit just to make it seem like it's more than it is. That's why I stopped watching that shit. Ooh, this is so serious. You'll never believe what so and so did. Like, the motherfucker did what 10 million other people do. Like, what? How is, you know what I mean? I'm getting jaded.
It's all sensational. You know, they call that sensationalism, and it's ridiculous.
Sensationalist hooey. It's also propaganda. That's part of it too. Both sides are going to over exaggerate to
Wait a
fit
minute.
their
Did you
narrative.
say both sides? How about multiple sides? I think it comes from all different fucking directions. It's misinformation and disinformation from
Yeah,
multiple
yeah.
locations.
But it's a common tactic used in war. That's why in Vietnam, they had the tally, the kill count tally on the TV. We're winning the war. We've killed X amount, such and such. Like, yeah, okay, right.
They still talk about Hanoi Jane every now and then. That's just nutty.
Hanoi Jane, yeah.
Hell, I still talk about Hanoi Jane every once in a while, and that's before my time. She came through Missouri a couple months back, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna get some tickets just to spit in that bitch's face.
Yeah, I know a lot of veterans that really hate her. Really, really hate her.
Do you guys recognize, or did you notice that they tried to remake her popular again, just make people forget about all that shit or something?
She's the face of feminism because it's one of those. You ever heard the joke? A lot of people get surprised when they see an old whore, and you're like, why? It's just a young whore who got old, and that's all she's ever been. She's the face of feminism since the fucking 60s.
Yeah, she sold out a long time ago. Yep. Yeah, that bitch. Yeah, she's eating. And you have to wonder. I have to wonder. Because they all have to do some type of act to get into the club. I wonder what her act was.
Yeah,
probably
I
talk
guarantee
Camela.
you went all free and happy around them fucking Viet Cong without paying some kind of price.
Well, I don't know. If you've never seen Barbarella, that's pretty bad. Maybe that was her punishment.
Barbarella. There's always some kind of humiliation ritual that they have to go through too. So that could be it.
See, that's the thing too. Like Carl was saying, she was irrelevant for 10, 20 years or so there, 90s, early aughts. What did she have to do as a ritual to get relevant again with that fucking Chasing Grock movie or whatever the fuck it was?
Good question.
Yeah. And same thing. I'd say watch Madonna. She's making her rounds, trying to be relevant, trying to hold her position as high as
already. Those are both women I have never found attractive, and it's got to be something to do with their fucking soul. All right. Madonna grew up right down here in a place called Rochester, and I knew people that went to school with her, and no one liked Madonna. Right? Everybody fucking disliked that, whatever it is, and it's like there's never been a time where she looked attractive to me. All right, I don't know why. I'm not against blonde, but there's something about Madonna. It's just like Cher. There's nothing attractive about Cher to me. All right, there's a bunch of them like that. There's something about them that says fuck no.
It's that heroin chic look I never got into. It looked like she got track marks and shit everywhere.
This is what I thought too, which plays into their occultism. Is maybe it's a man.
Well,
you don't know.
Have a hairy armpit back in the 80s.
What's up, Maggie? Good morning. Good morning, American.
Her first nude pose, she done whatever the photography thing back in the 80s. She had hairy armpits.
Oh God, I remember that. Thank you for reminding me of that shit.
You're welcome, Carl. Good morning.
Drink that with your coffee.
I feel the exact same way about Marilyn Monroe.
I gotta go Google Laura Logan for a minute. All right, I'm gonna go counter this bullshit with some Laura Logan.
What was you saying about Marilyn Monroe, Hutch?
I never understood why Marilyn Monroe was a sex symbol. She's just a basic chipmunk face bitch. Like she only got famous because she did whore type activities in public. Like that's the only thing that was special about her. She was a dime a dozen fucking nothing cute about her at all. She was just a dirty slut. That's the only thing that made her famous.
Yeah. I mean, she was curvy and short, and a whore. A whore for the president, a whore for a baseball player, and who knows who else.
Hush, don't you know that some guys, the favorite thing a woman can do is say, just okay.
Right.
You know, if she was willing and able, that's probably how she got there.
Yep, her name was Norma Jean. Yeah, and you see that. I mean, that's they love to what they call, like, just corrupt. She was a farm girl. That just had that look, and who knows what she had to do to get in the club, right? That reminds me of
imagine the Hollywood basement parties in the 50s and 40s, all that fucking debauchery.
Yeah, there's a tour that you can take in Hollywood that shows you that stuff. It's all like conspiracy theory.
But I can't believe that. There's a debauchery tour. Is that what they call it?
I mean, I'm ad-libbing, but yeah. The satanic rituals and all that shit.
I'm going on the record right now and saying Marilyn Monroe was the original Ellen DeGeneres. She's the original Epstein Island cannibal. Boom.
I don't know, but Pete, Marilyn kind of started Playboy. She was in the first issue in '53.
Yeah.
I remember seeing this too, and I, being young, I was like, ooh, boobies. But
and that didn't Hugh Hefner buy the plot next to Marilyn Monroe? That way he can be next to her for all eternity. One of those kind of things, like creepy shit.
I don't think that one. I think he would do his own thing than to do that.
It reminds me of what they do. Like, you look at Taylor Swift. She was a wholesome Christian country girl that sung country music, and they took her and twisted her into what she is now. Wait
a minute. I've been around this fucking rock a while, and I'd say at least over half the gals I've dated acted like that, all sweet and nice in the beginning and stuff, and then that's just normal. That's normal.
Yeah. Okay. I give you that one. Yeah.
America.
I don't think she's a dude, but she does look a lot like what's her name? The LaVey chick, the LaVey woman.
Anthony LaVey's daughter. That's what they say.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
All I know is Taylor Swift.
It's really not. It's
side
not
angle.
too hard to believe.
She straight up and down. Is that what you said?
Yeah, Taylor Swift has no bumps from the side profile. She's a 2x4.
Yeah. What were you saying, Camel Carl?
No, I just said in this world that shit's not too hard to believe. I mean, look at Chelsea Clinton's fucking face compared to that one dude.
That is ugly, bitch. Oh God.
Yeah, I just seen a picture of Chelsea earlier today. She is a homely bitch.
Well, you seen what Hillary Clinton looked like in the 90s and 80s. She was a frumpy little broad.
And just the freakiest of them all. Yeah, just freaky as hell. Her and Bill. They used to swing. Hell, I think that's how they met.
Yeah, I think there's people that even came forward and said that, they thought Hillary was kind of butch back in those days or something.
Right.
And if you
Right.
look at her,
Did she drive a Subaru?
Yeah, right. But if you look at pictures of her young, man, I can kind of see that shit.
Well, you guys have heard the story about how that was one of those planned weddings, right? Like that was foretold long before that those two would get married and have the perfect political marriage. That's why she never freaked out when he was out banging all these other bitches, because they got married for a paycheck.
Right. Two kingdoms meet.
Mr. Crowley. What's inside of your head?
Marble Bush to be a man too. Yeah. I am convinced. Fucking the French president that woman that's his wife is a man. That's a man. That's damn. That's a linebacker.
Yeah,
Look, I normally wouldn't give a flying fuck what's in somebody's fucking drawers, or I really don't care. But if the president of the United States and the first lady was a first dude and they were lying to us about their fucking shit and being the head of the country, that means they can lie to us about anything. And that's where I have a problem with it. All right. If they're up there fucking lying about that, they probably lied about everything else. So that's the only trouble I have with that. You can do what the fuck you want to do in your own fucking bedroom with whoever you want. I don't give a damn. But kind of makes me wonder why people are so narrow. I mean, like they fucking target right into a fucking person's sexual preferences and shit nowadays. It's like, let's just go back to don't ask, don't tell. That's all I want.
Don't ask, don't tell.
There's an ideology behind sexual preference now. It's like the same thing as I can sit here and say I'll never vote for a Muslim politician, even though y'all know what I believe. Just because the time that we're in now, the world that we live in, everything's been politicized. So the chances to find that one rare good Muslim or good homosexual or whatever that may be, you know what I mean? Everything's too politicized. You have to pay attention to this stuff now.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of like your heterosexual pride one thing because I do feel like they rub it in our faces.
They do.
By the way, if there's anybody fucking out there listening, it's not a phobia if you're not scared. Number one. All right. Number two, I don't need to see that shit. All right. You want to see me fucking, making out with chicks and shit like fucking Uncle Phil or something? You guys don't need to see that shit. You don't want to see that, right? So I don't want to see your shit.
Yeah, I mean it's the parade of debauchery, and that's the whole thing with prominent people being something that they're not. A transformer. It's the spell. They're working their spell and they're virtual signaling at the same time to all their other occultist fuckers, and they're like, oh wow, yeah, this is great. It plays all into their narrative, into their prophecy, if you will. It's dark. It's dark, and they've been doing it for thousands of years. That's the thing. It's nothing new. But yeah, when it's thrown in our face, that's the parade of debauchery. That's the version 101. Make it the new normal and make us be humiliated by it. Or be attack it, like, oh, really? Once again, going back to that whole reptilian brain thing, it's an outrage and we got to do something about this. Right. And once we do, and there's some kind of movement against that, right. Then they get to twist the narrative. They get to legitimize their actions against us. Well, hey, you're trying to eradicate transformers, transmissions. Now I'm double speaking, but you get my point.
Right.
I get it, man. Dropping a tranny used to mean an entirely different thing.
Blowing a tranny used to mean an entirely different thing.
Right.
But I mean, I'll burn a tranny up.
Burn a tranny up, yeah. Yep. But they get to
created the world that they've been trying to create for the last 60, 70, 80,000 years, whatever it may be. I know there's a handful of us that still do that. Come on, we got to have discernment, pay attention. But the vast majority, like we've lost this battle. The separation is there. And no matter how much we try to convince people that, hey, come on, guys, we don't need to separate. We need to identify the individual, not the entire group. Nobody cares anymore. The groups are the problem now. They won on that. There's no taking that back.
This is the only group I'm in. What's the problem with this group?
I don't know. Wait for a troll. We've already had a few of them.
I'm getting a whole lot less of agreeing to disagree on a whole lot of shit the older I get.
Yeah.
It's just all stupid shit out there.
That's called wisdom, man.
They have successfully pushed tribalism on the entire planet. And there's only one resolution for it, and it's going to be physical, because that's the only way tribalism ever ends or gets
Hey,
resolved.
I got the buckskin to make my loincloth. I'm ready.
I have 2 beards.
I mean, if I see you in a loincloth, I don't care if you're on my side. I might shoot you in the ass cheek.
There's already a hole there from a brown lacrosse on the right one, so make it.
Damn, that's where it bit you.
Yeah, there is a dress code in the revolution, and pants are
fucking gluteus maximus. Fucking, let me tell you, Fred, it's right in the fucking middle of my fucking butt cheek. All right, you imagine me having to lance that motherfucker by myself in the woods with a mirror. All right,
squatted over the mirror.
Damn.
Squatting over a mirror with a fucking X-Acto knife. You fucking try that, all right? That's fun.
No, thank you. That's a hell of a picture you're painting. I can never get that out of my head now.
You know what's crazy? If maybe you weren't running around in goddamn loincloths, you wouldn't be getting bit on your ass.
Pants on, the motherfucker got in my pants, and that's why I'm going with the loincloth, because that ain't gonna keep him in there. That fucker got in my fucking waistband of my cargo pants, and I sat on him. He said, "Fuck you," and chomp.
You can't blame him for that. It's that last act of defiance before he dies. He's gonna put another
that's
hole
what
in
I
your
always say. Imagine if you're the size of the insect you're about to kill, and a giant's about to step on you. You're gonna do everything you can to fuck that thing up before you get squashed. You can't be mad at that.
I don't care. I still fucking killed his ass 12 times after that.
Why are you a bug bigot, Carl? You're a bug bigot, sir. Are you bug phobic?
What's up, Hillbilly?
I've eaten my share of bugs, but I ain't eating no brown recluse.
Well, Carl, you was the one squatted over a mirror with an X-Acto knife, so I'd say the spider got the last laugh.
And I'm telling you, that fucking shit hurt, Mac. That hurt, man. It was like that, you get to that point where you got to squeeze and then all that fucking shit comes out. It was that moment right before it comes out. It's like you just don't even want to fucking live no more. Motherfucker! It's over. As soon as that shit's fucking out of you, it's like, all right.
Oh my
Well,
God.
that's right there. The insects know about legacy, because as he died and went to Valhalla for spiders, you're still talking about him years later.
Yeah, he's a hero.
He was a rotten son of a bitch.
He gets the 72 spider versions.
Right.
Damn. What's up, Peter? Good morning. Good morning, all you fine ass Americans. How are y'all doing? Happy Sunday.
He's over there telling the other spiders I did that.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know how many I don't know how many bugs I've killed in my lifetime. I mean, it's a profession, so I don't know.
When I lived down in North Carolina in the 80s, Shad, I probably deserved that bite in the ass. That only happened like 6 years ago. But I was down there in North Carolina. I would catch brown recluse and black widow like damn near daily. And I had this big terrarium, and I'd put the terrarium. I had it right in my window, so everybody else can see it. But I would take those spiders and I'd drop 2 of them in the fucking terrarium together, and it was like 2 spiders enter,
fucking
1 spider
gladiator.
leave, maybe. All right. No, I'm not kidding. This is real shit. You can do this today. You take like 2 black widows or 2 brown recluse or 1 of each or whatever, or wolf spiders do it too. You put them in the tank together, and the first thing they do is they take to the opposite corners as far as they can get away from their opponent. All right. And they stay there for maybe up to a day. But there'll be this moment where they get fucking snappy and they come out at the same time with what looks like fucking some kind of spider kung fu. They lift their fucking legs up in the air real slow and shit, and they approach each other real slow, and then bam, it's like fucking lightning. The fucking fight is already over. One or both of them will go crawl in their corner and die, dude. It was like, I did this repetitively. They will fucking fight each other. You can make them fight.
Yeah. Funny, here's a fun fact about spiders too. What's up, Julie? Is that they have their own language. It's like the spider senses. It's kind of telepathic. It borderlines on telepathic, and they're so predictable or so predictive that it's damn near intuitive. I mean, you talk about jumping spiders. If you go to touch a jumping spider, he's already moved before he even thought about it. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? That's how quick they are. So yeah, I mean, their death is interesting, is instant. But what they do is in the wild while they live, they exist with each other and tolerate each other, but they're always like sending out little signals. Don't fuck with me. Don't fucking do it. Don't come over. I told you. I told you, right? And they do the same thing with us. They do the same thing with most things, right? Most animals, like, okay, I'm going to go this way. Sorry, Black Widow, I ain't fucking with you. But we're stupid. And we, walk around like, I didn't hear your message. And bam, they hit us,
Yeah, I love those jumping spiders, man. I dig those. I let them live. I had one yesterday. I was gonna record it, but somebody showed up. But this fucking dummy, he was on the outside of my windshield of my truck, and there was a fly on the inside. All right, and he kept seeing that fly, and he was like following the fly all over the front of my window. He just couldn't figure out it was not. He couldn't get through the window. It fucked with him for like an hour.
Those are the puppy dogs of spiders. They're so damn cute.
They're extremely smart.
Dude, I've seen you ever seen the really big black ones? You guys seen the big black jumping spiders with like a white dots on them? I'm sure a lot of you have seen these things. I saw one of those one time. I'm in the fucking house and I'm watching it on the ceiling. And I'm pretty sure he's never crossed the ceiling before. But anything that can walk upside down on a fucking ceiling and jump a foot ahead is fucking magical. All right. You think about that shit. How the fuck does, and I've had people say, well, it probably had webs there from before. I don't think so. This motherfucker could jump upside down on a fucking ceiling.
Damn.
Spiders could be aliens. Jumping spiders and octopuses came from outer space.
Octopuses, octopi. Yeah. No shit. Yeah. Yeah, their hairs. They have all these sensors on their bodies, all these little hairs, and they tell them everything. Any disturbance in the air for however far away they are, it tells them everything. And of course, how the Mac, got you, Mac. What the texture is, what they're on, like glass, like they can actually find a hole to put a hair in and grab, in texture, right? It's just crazy. They can taste their food before they eat it, all that stuff.
Now, how can we put this to our advantage? I've got trained groundhogs, right? I got like 15 groundhogs here that go out into the field, and we'll hang out there for hours or whatever. The minute that those motherfuckers are all running, I know somebody's here. It ain't no bullshit. There ain't no false alarms. It never happens by accident. Groundhogs are a free perimeter alarm. I'm not even kidding. Anytime they've ever scattered like that, somebody walks up, somebody rides up on a bike or a vehicle pulls in. The train don't fucking bother them. They're used to that. But these fuckers are free perimeter alarms.
That's pretty cool. And that's right. Situational awareness, knowing your environments, it's the proverbial, oh my God, all the birds just flew in that direction. So that means somebody's coming this way. Or like everything shuts up. Like you're in the woods and it's quiet. No birds, no grasshoppers chirping, nothing. You're like, what's going on? Right?
You're absolutely right, Shad. If you ever hear like you were camped out in the woods in the middle of the night or something, and you hear a fucking bird starting to make a racket, something disturbed it. Whether it be a critter or a human, something disturbed it. That shit has. It's a fucking another little perimeter alarm, man. Fucking birds will bitch about it if you wake them up.
Yeah, they get pissed. Huh? Fuck you. Birds, that's their mentality. They got that small mind. They still think they're fucking dinosaurs. They do. They still think they're dinosaurs.
I mean, you ever seen anybody try to fight off Canadian goose? I imagine the same thing would be if it was raptor. You know what I mean?
You ain't got to
Yeah.
fight them at all. You grab them. They got a fucking handle built in right on their under their head.
That's what I tell everybody. I was
neck.
like, grab the feet, grab the neck. You're fine.
That's it.
The wings aren't
Yeah,
hurt.
dude. As soon as you grab them by the neck, they give up. They're like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah. I tell the story of Charity. One of her how badass she was. We got attacked by a couple geese. We didn't know. We were walking by and they were nesting, Canadian geese. And this one came right at us, got real low and started chasing us, and we're just kind of walking. And I see it out the corner of my eye, and Charity's like, she stops, like, what the fuck? And this thing got close to us, flew up in the air, like 9 feet in the air. It was kind of, like, I guess it had wings out, claws out, and Charity just jumped up 9 foot in the air, grabbed that motherfucker, threw it down on the ground, and stood over it, put her chest on it, like, what? It was one of the most badass moments ever. I was like, yeah. She was on a leash too. I just like let her go, like, fucking damn your business. Fuck you. You ain't attacking us, goose. Get your Canadian ass out of here. Yeah,
that's how I got to be so swift in my youth, man. It was all the free geese toe grease.
Right? You had goose kung fu training.
Michigan's full of them, man. They'll take over a beach and there's goose shit fucking everywhere. It's like fucking toe grease. You can't get away from it. Once the geese come in, they'll fuck up a beach really quick.
The place we had up north was that way. Our entire backyard was green and white from fucking Canadian goose shit. Yeah. I think at one time we had well over 130 Canadian geese just hanging out in the backyard. Like we were backed up to a lake, a little crater lake thing. It was a fucking nightmare.
That's where we lived at, me and Charity. Yeah, and it was a what do you call it, the migration point or whatever.
See, now I was going to mention that, man. I've seen this all my life. Michigan's been like this. The fucking geese leave in the fall and they come back in the spring. And I'm telling you, over the last fucking about 5 years, they don't know what the fuck to do. They're flying in all directions, all times of the fucking year. Some of them don't even leave anymore. It's fucking weird. The migration habits of the geese here have changed.
That's the magnetic shift, man. Poles are moving. What are we, 3 or 4% off? Something like that.
Oh yeah, we are migrating. Yeah.
Well, I mean, fucking, you guys down there in Texas and shit are getting fucking hail bigger than Michigan. You guys are getting the northern lights down there. I never heard of that before. You're getting
I see them here in Ohio
and shit. That I don't remember the whole country getting snow like this ever. All right, and all of a sudden, shit, something's wrong. Something's different.
Well, it's a cycle. I like it. That's how I do it. That's how I explain it. It's a cycle within a cycle.
See, that's the thing. That's what I used to believe up until the last couple months. I'm kind of thinking, even with the data centers, we've got all this weather modification that's been going on. Cloud seeding and all this other shit. Eventually, you pull a rubber band enough times, it's gonna snap. One of those kind of things.
Yeah, I could say that it's possible that Mother Nature, because it is a self-correcting system, right? And you start messing with the weather over here, that affects something inadvertently over here. It's not an exact science, really. I mean, really, Mother Nature's going to do what she wants. If she wants to just Atlas shrug, we all die.
I'm starting to think George Carlin had it right, where the Earth just wants more plastic, and when it gets enough plastic, it's going to shake us off and create something new.
Yeah, it's happened. It's happened at least 7 times that we know, or 6 times that we know. Yeah, at one point in time, they speculated that during one of the cataclysmic events that there were only 7,000 humans left on the planet. Like, damn.
Boy, that would be nice and quiet, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Like I'm not a tree hugger by any means. I believe in the 12-year cycles. Ice age is going to come regardless of what we're doing or not. But like the data centers, if they're needing all this water and all this electricity to keep them cool, how much is that going to radiate and heat up the atmosphere around where that data center's at and fuck up the entire crowd
I'm telling you
rotation?
what, dude, I figured this shit out. No, none of you guys have put it all together, but I have. All right, listen.
Oh, here we go.
Aliens, the aliens already took over, dude. You've seen the masks. They're fucking wearing human skin suits and they're growing their babies in data centers all over the earth. That's what they're doing, man. We're already fucked.
It's like it's V, huh? It's like the movie V. Yeah. Okay, I can see that.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. We had pod people
See what I
movies
mean?
back.
It all fits. It's Occam's razor. It's the Occam's razor, man. It's the most likely fucking scenario. You put it all together, nothing else fucking fits that well.
Occam's razor. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I don't know. I'm more, I don't know, prudent, pragmatic. I gotta have definite proof. I do. I gotta have definite proof definitive proof before I make an assumption. But it's always fun to entertain that notion because it may be a possibility. It's a possibility, right? So I have to look into it. But
in today's world with AI, holograms, all this other shit, makeup, masks, costumes. If you see something in real life, would you even still believe certain things, or would you just be an alien? Would you just keep poking? Where's the mask lines? All that type of shit.
Dude, if I saw a fucking lizard take his mask off, you'll see me in the fucking news.
Right. Yep. Take it out right there. But I mean that just what kind of had this conversation. I think it was Friday. If you've seen a zombie, a vampire, a wolfman, an alien, something of that nature, that would mean that somebody got it right. Maybe there's some kind of religious connotation. Maybe God, for someone like me, I'm like, maybe I need to start praying right now. Saying, make me Christian right now. Because it's true. I just seen a vampire and the cross worked on him. Or if I seen an exorcism or an alien, I mean, it would change my whole world paradigm, my whole existence of how I think. It would concrete a foundation for me. That's why I like to keep things open. Maybe this is true, maybe not. Kind of see who wins. Who wins the lottery. Because really, I don't know. I mean, from my standpoint, I need definitive proof. I need, I need an alien to walk up to me and, take me to your leader or give me the book that says to serve man, or, try to try to probe me or something. I'd have to know that would get in a fight with an alien. Like, oh shit, this is for real. There's more stuff out there. They've been lying to us this whole time.
Hey, if you want to get probed, all you gotta do is go to Canada.
Canada? Why Canada?
They'll probe the fuck out of you at the border, dude. I don't know what's up with that. They fucking treat everybody with them.
Oh, really? They got the long glove. Snap.
They'll tear
going
shit
deep.
apart. I don't know. They don't. It's like they don't trust Americans at all, or something. I quit going there. Fuck that.
Maybe it was just you, Carl.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, the powers that be, the authority there is pretty damn socialist, So I don't know.
Look, man, I stood in that border fucking little fucking shack there while they tore the motorhome and 4 Harleys down to nothing. All right, tore it all to pieces. Fucking put it all back together half-ass. I was there with a fucking half ounce of weed in my pants the whole time.
Damn.
So see, it seems like they were kind of justified in the pro treatment.
They didn't find shit. They didn't have no justification. They didn't find shit.
I imagine you look like a hoodlum.
Who, me? I know.
Damn. Sophia, really?
No, even my friends and everybody that knows me in real life knows is everybody leaves me the fuck alone usually. They was out to fucking make a point there, man. They didn't like what it looked like. Bikers and stuff, you know.
Profiling. I mean,
Yeah.
It does actually work, you know. But sometimes
There's a little more to the story, though. All right, there is. There's more to the story. The guy came out of California. He picked me up. This is 1990. All right, he picked me up and said, "We're going to a party in Canada." I'm like, "All right, let's go." We get to fucking the bridge, right? We're going over the bridge. And he looks at me and says, "Hey, you don't think that my guns are going to be a problem?" I said, "What?" He said, and he lifts his shirt and he's carrying. He says, "I got a bunch of guns in the back." I said, "What?" I said, "Fuck, dude, you can't do that." He says, "I'm legal, man. It's all licensed." I said, "Yeah, in fucking California." All right. And now we get there, and I told him, "Dude, you better tell them because we all look like hoodlums here, and they're going to check us anyways, and they're going to take all your guns, and we're all going to spend the night in the fucking hooshka." And he's like, "What? You really think so?" I said, "Yes. Tell him. The first thing out of your mouth is, 'Hey, are my guns a problem?'" They went white, dude. Those fucking border guards went, "What?" And they fucking pulled us off to the side. And they did let his brother drive from fucking Ohio through Michigan up into the fucking Canadian border to get all his guns and take them because they were all legal. But if he wouldn't have told them and they would have searched us and found all that shit, we'd have been fucked.
Damn, dude. And plus, you said you had weed on you. I guess that wasn't a
I had
problem.
a big bag. Listen, 1990. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with Canada, but I go to this party of like a fucking 100 people. I'm the only one with fucking weed. That fucking half ounce lasted 10 minutes, dude. It was like, what the fuck is wrong here?
Wow. They don't grow weed in Canada?
Well, not in 1990. They had a fucking problem finding weed or something.
They had dispensaries back then.
No, I don't think so.
They just wanted to smoke his first.
That sounds like a Canadian dick move. Yeah.
Wait a minute. I know how you've been here at a party like where even the chicks are like, you know, touching you. "Oh, you got weed?" You ain't never been there like the only guy with weed at the party. That shit.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
Texas
it's like-
back in the day. I never smoked with females. But like, I don't know where your mouth's been. I only smoke with the fellas. It's always
Right.
we hung around some suspected, you know. There were some nasty people that hung around back in the day. I'm not trying to share bottles and shit like that with them.
I know where their mouth's been.
Well, I tell you what, though. What? Zombie is like building his cabinet here. Anyway, it is time, folks. It is time. Time for me to hit the range. Yes, sir. Yes.
All righty.
indeed. So,
Good
wow,
day,
I can't
y'all.
believe
Chad,
Eight.
appreciate y'all. Chat. Deuces. I'm gonna go do some stuff.
Y'all have a good
Have
one.
fun, sir.
Take care.
Later, Huck.
Take care, American. Skull.
Later, Carl. Later, Mad.
Yep. Take care, Maccabeus, Carl, everyone in chat. Thank you very much for hanging out. The Sunday Reflections. Yeah. 8 hours. Good Lord. Yep. So, thank you very much. Y'all go be great Americans on this day. Be an American. I'm going to go do some American stuff and shoot things. Yeah. Sounds like a really American thing to do. Huh? Go shoot my new gun. Anyway, thank you all very, very much for hanging out with me. Sunday Reflections. Skull.